Let's kick off our America's Vote 2024 coverage with a look at polls that are now closed across several states. Polls closed at 6 p.m. in Indiana and the eastern part of Kentucky.
And the following polls just closed at 7 p.m. Florida, the key battleground state of Georgia, Indiana, Central Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont.
This is sure to be an historic election. I'm Drew Petrimoulx.
And I'm Mychael Schnell, and we're your hosts for America's Vote 2024 here at The Hill. And who better to kick off our 5-hour live coverage this evening than The Hill's editor-in-chief Bob Cusack and our national politics reporter, Julia Manchester. Bob, Julia, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Bob, we'll start with you. Have you ever covered a presidential election quite like the one we are on the precipice of finding out about tonight?
No. I mean, obviously covered and interviewed Trump when he first ran in 2015, 2016. So you've seen a different flavor, and he has upended the Republican Party. There is no doubt about it. Whether you like Trump or you hate him, books are going to be written about him for hundreds of years. He could make history tonight, could be the first president since Grover Cleveland to lose, to win, and then lose, and then win again. We shall see. But I just don't know who's going to win this race. And usually when you get up on Election Day, you know who's going to win.
Right.
And anyone who says they know for sure, they're wrong.
Julia, these campaigns are about big ideas and themes. What do you think we're going to learn tonight, and what might we not learn tonight?
Look, in terms of what we will learn, I'm curious to see if we will see abortion rights, reproductive health, that surge that Democrats saw in 2022 and in 2023 in Virginia, if that continues. We are seeing exit polling showing it is a high priority for voters, but Republicans have told me, despite a lot of voters putting abortion access over the economy in 2022, they think at this point the economy will trump abortion access, no pun intended. But also we're looking at immigration. We know that the Trump campaign has hammered Harris and the Biden administration relentlessly on that issue. That's another issue that in 2022 Republicans campaigned on, but it couldn't beat out abortion access. So we'll be watching for that.
And Bob, the main card tonight, obviously, the presidential race, but there's some key tight contests for control of the House, control of the Senate. Now, the House more of a toss-up than the Senate is, but give us the state of play on what's up for grabs on Capitol Hill tonight.
Well, the quest for the majority goes through New York and California. 2 years ago, Democrats did better than anticipated in the midterms, but to Julia's point on abortion, that helped them avoid the red wave. So while Republicans and the crime message worked in New York, it didn't work nationwide. But a lot of those Republicans now are in trouble because it's a presidential election year. The turnout is higher. So Democrats are feeling pretty good. And honestly, I think there's a lot of pressure on Democrats, especially after January 6th, especially after the chaos of the last couple of years of a small majority. And Republicans didn't have a speaker for 3 weeks. So if you're not going to win the House back when you just got to win a handful of seats, that would be kind of embarrassing for Democrats if they don't do it.
We are getting some information in from exit polling. According to that, Harris supporters favor democracy and abortion as the top issues. For Trump supporters, it's the economy and immigration. Is there anything that we can glean from this, or should we take that information and throw it in a trash can because exit polls don't mean anything?
I don't think it's any surprise, really. We know that Harris has been working to turn out her voters on, and she frames it as freedom, the freedom for a woman to get that reproductive health care, the freedom that's involved in democracy. We know that Trump really prioritizing the economy and immigration. I am curious, once we get more of these results from independent voters in terms of the exit polling, what that shows. But there is another interesting exit poll I came across from NBC News. We talk so much about the demographic divides in this country, but also in this campaign. We know that the Trump campaign has been working really hard to peel away Latino men, young Latino men, and young black men. Well, I'm looking at this exit poll. In terms of their Latinos say they are 42% favorable of Donald Trump. That's up from 38% in 2020. And among black Americans in 2020, they were 10% said they had a favorable view. That's 14% today. So that trend is starting to hold. I would like to watch Hispanic and Latino voters in particular, because we know that they have been steadily moving maybe more towards the center, more towards Trump.
Yeah, and Bob, even on that point about Hispanic and Latino voters, they have been sort of thrust into the forefront of this campaign after former President Trump's rally at Madison Square Garden in New York with that comedian that made disparaging comments about Puerto Rico during, again, the rally billed as something associated with the Trump campaign. Do you expect to see there be any electoral consequences for that? Because the Trump campaign having to play some serious cleanup following that rally.
Yeah, and they usually don't clean up anything.
Right.
And they did have to clean that up. And listen, this could come down to 10,000 votes in Pennsylvania or another battleground state. So every little bit matters. I think a couple weeks ago, Trump was looking better. As far as closing arguments, I think Harris won. I don't know what Trump's strategy was down the stretch. He wasn't appealing to independents. He already has the base, where she, I think, smartly in the last couple days, was trying to have a more uplifting message, not even mentioning Trump by name. I think that was a winning strategy. At the same time, I think Harris has been awfully cautious with her media strategy, and when she did do a media blitz, it didn't work.
Harris has been trying to peel off moderate Republicans. She's made this a major theme of her campaign. She's been campaigning with Liz Cheney. What do you think of the strategy to try to target those moderate Republicans? Are we getting any signs that that could be successful? And if she isn't able to, quote unquote, win the burbs, is that a major problem for her campaign?
Yeah, look, it is. She needs to win the suburbs. I think independent swing women, they're always, one of the biggest swing groups, if not, a major, the deciding factor in elections. But in terms of moderate Republican women, even some conservative Republican women, there have been some indications, some hopeful indications for her. There was, of course, that Ann Seltzer poll out of Iowa that showed her leading 35 points among women over 65. I mean, women over 65, that's normally a conservative voting bloc. Independent women by 28 points. This is in Iowa. This is a state that recently implemented a 6-week abortion ban on most abortions in the state. A lot of Democrats and some Republicans I talked to said this could be a reaction to that abortion ban. I am curious, in some of the states out west, I believe Arizona has or Nevada has a abortion amendment on the ballot, how that impacts the turnout in the presidential race as well.
A lot of folks tonight going to be deciding, well, was that Ann Seltzer poll an outlier, or did she actually hit it on the nose in terms of figuring out the dynamics here? Bob, let's also talk about the Senate briefly, because the Senate sort of is a little more baked in than the House in terms of what forecasters predict. It looks like Republicans have a good chance of taking the majority. It's the nature of the map this cycle. Break down what that looks like.
Yeah, Republicans have a great map, but they also had a pretty good map 2 years ago, and they blew it with bad candidates like Herschel Walker and others.
But Mitch McConnell famously saying candidate quality.
Yeah, candidate quality. They've got better candidates, but at the same time, incumbents are very difficult to beat. I think Tester in Montana is in trouble. Manchin is not running for re-election. Republicans will definitely win that seat tonight. So therefore, how do Democrats hold on to the Senate? Well, they hope it's a late night where their incumbents are holding on. Maybe Sherrod Brown who's a very good candidate, but he's in the red state of Ohio. I think no matter what, when you look at the House and Senate, when it's all said and done, we may not know the House, as you've written, for weeks.
2 weeks.
It could be a while, but I think we're looking at narrow majorities, and without a doubt, Republicans are favored to win the Senate, and I think we're probably going to know that tonight.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about the House. You have these races in California and also in New York, where a lot of times Republicans are trying to defend vulnerable seats, sometimes seats that Biden won in 2020. What do you make of the race for those key states that are going to determine the control of the House in New York and California?
It's going to be difficult for a lot of these candidates because they have Trump at the top of the ballot, and sometimes they have Trumpian candidates further up the ballot, in some cases. So it's going to be difficult for them. They're walking a very fine line, and you also see it, just across the river in Virginia, and Virginia 10 and Virginia 7. Those should be lean Democratic seats, I should say, but they've been toss-ups. I mean, I still think Democrats are likely to win them. We'll see, but they've been rated as toss-ups. So that's a pretty telling sign, I think, about how vulnerable some of these seats are.
Yeah, Bob, there's been a lot of talk also this cycle about the disaffected Republican. We saw Nikki Haley, even after she dropped out of the race, get significant support in the primary. She ended up endorsing former President Trump. And then you had Liz Cheney, a conservative icon, one of the top Republicans in the House for years, endorse Kamala Harris. It has been such a fascinating campaign. How do you think that Liz Cheney effect is going to impact this race? And when we saw those exit polls about democracy being the top issue for Harris voters, did that closing argument maybe break through? Because democracy wasn't ranking high in terms of importance of issues for weeks in this cycle.
Yeah, I think Liz Cheney and that argument moves the needle a little bit, but not a lot. I think these endorsements, and now we have Tulsi Gabbard, former Democrat, supporting Trump, and other Democrats supporting Trump. But you see Republicans. I talked to former Congressman Jim Greenwood this week. He's supporting Harris. He's from Pennsylvania. He's not even sure which way Pennsylvania is going to go. So this is something that I do think it's negligible. I do think endorsements matter, but only when they're at the level of Elon Musk or Taylor Swift.
Right. All right. We will come right back. We actually have some key right now. Vice President Kamala Harris has won the state of Vermont, and former President Trump has won Kentucky, South Carolina, and Indiana. Virginia, results are rolling in, but that is too early to call right now. Julia, early results, nothing too shocking. Democratic states, Republican states, but can we just take a moment? We have the first states called in the 2024 election.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's unsurprising that Harris has won Vermont, Trump has won South Carolina. I am curious to look at Virginia and really to dive into Virginia. We know that Virginia is, of course, a blue-leaning state, but it was a state that prior to Biden dropping out, Donald Trump was targeting. He also had a rally in Virginia on Saturday night. Right. Remember, Virginia has a pretty contested gubernatorial election next year. So I think even though Harris is likely favored to win Virginia, Tim Kaine will likely win re-election in that state. I think there are clues that you can kind of pinpoint from Virginia that you could apply to other parts of the country. The suburban part of Virginia, for example, how enthusiastic are women in that part? Rural voters, what does that look like? There's parts of Virginia that are quite close to North Carolina. Is there any crossover there? So we'll be watching for that.
Well, yeah, Trump had a rally in Virginia recently, right? He's been making that a focus of his campaign, whether it's a bluff or not. You know, we don't know inside what they're really thinking, but, you know, has this notion that maybe Virginia would be in play, maybe a place like New Mexico. He's kind of trying to put out this signal that he's expanding the map. Is that something? Is that real?
Well, I've talked to some Republicans who kind of were shaking their head why he's doing this, why he's going to states he's probably not going to win. At the same time, if he wins Virginia, this thing's over. I mean, if he wins New Hampshire, this thing's over. And if she wins Iowa, this thing's over in her direction.
All right, Bob Cusack, Julia Manchester, we will check back in with you later when we have some more numbers to chew over. Thanks so much for getting us started.
Thanks.
And joining us now and all night with coverage of the state and local level are Nexstar's national live stream host, Chip Brewster, and founder and editor of Pluribus News, Reed Wilson. Chip, Reed, thank you so much for joining us. What are you guys looking for in tonight's race?
Well, I'll tell you that, first of all, on the tech side of things, this is pretty exciting for me because we have AP maps that are feeding us live information. So let me go ahead and bring up one of those that is showing the full state thing. And what this enables us to do, what really, I'm going to be honest, enables Reed to do is take control of that and dig into that data. And I know we're looking at, again, AP results, not decision desk results, but you specifically wanted to call it Indiana.
Yeah, Chip, I want to show you some good news for Vice President Harris and some good news for former President Trump here.
Okay.
We're going to zoom into Indiana, a state that former President Trump has already won. But let's take a look at Hamilton County here, the suburbs just north of Indianapolis. You can see that Vice President Harris leading there, leading former President Trump there by a small margin, about 1,300 votes. This is a difference because back in 2020, 4 years ago, former President Trump carried Hamilton County by 7 points, 52 to 45. So this tells me that there's some movement in the suburbs in a state like Indiana, even if it's moving for President Trump. Now,
So though she won't take Indiana, obviously.
She won't take Indiana, but if Hamilton County, if those suburbs are moving, then I think we're likely to see suburbs move in other states. Now, let's talk about some good news for former President Trump here, moving to Florida. Of course, a key state, his home state, where he's watching these results tonight. Let's take a look at Broward County, a big Democratic vote sink here. Vice President Harris leading there 61 to 39%. That's not enough. In 2020, when former Vice President, now President Biden, lost Florida, he carried 64, almost 64.5% in Broward County. So that tells me there's a little softness in Florida. Now, let's remember, Florida always gets a disproportionate share of the attention because it's one of the first big swing states to close. So let's not read too much into that. Vice President Harris doesn't need Florida on her path to 270. That sign in Hamilton County may be showing the suburbs moving a different way. In some of those Rust Belt states, that could be big in Wisconsin, in Michigan, Pennsylvania, the states that are really going to decide this. But I figured we'd show some good news for Vice President Harris, some good news for former President Trump, too.
Now let me also show, just because I want people to know some of the capabilities that we have here. So this is a cool map that gives us that full country, enables us to zoom in, but we can also look at specifically swing states and really go state by state. You were just talking about the ones that are going to make the difference. So we will have that data from the Associated Press here. We have balance of power maps. I'll put this one up full. The Senate, that is something that we're watching, of course. We have House balance of power. That's going to be an ongoing thing. We may not know the actual balance of the power there. But then speaking of the House, we have a very similar thing as far as the districts across the country. So yes, Reed and I are here to dive into that data, and we're going to be using this system to do that, hopefully be able to bring you guys answers to some of those questions that you have. I already heard some talk about Virginia, so we'll start looking into that data as it comes in and hopefully be able to give you that true inside analysis throughout the night as the true balance of power is determined here on election night.
All right, very exciting. Thank you, Chip Brewster and Reed Wilson.
And now, Decision Desk HQ can project that independent Senator Bernie Sanders has won re-election in the state of Vermont. This is going to be Bernie Sanders' fourth term serving in the United States Senate. He is, of course, an independent senator, but he caucuses with Democrats.
And stick around. We will be right back with more America's Vote 2024 special election coverage.
And welcome back to America's Vote 2024. Joining us now is The Hill's White House reporter, Brett Samuels. Brett, thank you so much for joining us. Tell me, how did former President Trump spend his final day of campaigning, potentially ever, because he said that this is likely his last campaign?
Yeah, so we saw the former president, he went and voted at his polling place in Florida where he talked to reporters. Somebody asked him if this would be his last campaign, even if he lost, and he said pretty much that this was probably it for him. So certainly a lot of legacy potentially on the line for Trump tonight. So he voted, he talked to reporters. He's also been making calls. He called into some local radio stations in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, trying to urge people at the last minute to get out and vote. And he's done a lot of pushing people to stay in line, essentially saying, if you're in line to vote, stay in line to vote. So clearly the former president and his campaign really trying to push this across the finish line, make sure they have the turnout that they're looking for in these battleground states.
Mm-hmm.
He's also, trying to take in this, what he thinks is going to happen. Do you think that there's a lot of confidence coming from the Trump team? Do they think they're going to win? We've read some stories over the past few weeks about disarray inside the campaign. What's your take on the level of confidence among the Trump folks?
Certainly, I think there is a lot of confidence. The word that I kept hearing from Trump allies when I would talk to them is cautiously optimistic.
It's everyone's favorite phrase these days.
Absolutely, yeah. It's an easy way to kind of hedge your bets. They're cautiously optimistic. They feel like the issues are on their side. They feel like, people say the country's headed in the wrong direction. That bodes well for him because he's the challenger. But at the same time, I think there is an acknowledgement. There's sort of this sense of anxiety, maybe unease, that after that Madison Square Garden rally that we saw about 10 days ago, that ever since then, momentum has sort of been on the Harris campaign's side. So, with that cautious optimism comes this sort of sense of uncertainty that maybe things are sort of trending against them at the last minute here.
Mm-hmm. All right, Brett, we'll hold it right there, because joining us now from West Palm Beach, Florida, where former President Donald Trump is holding his election night watch party, we're joined by News Nation Washington correspondent Rashad Hudson. Rashad, what is the energy like in the ground there in West Palm Beach right now?
Hey, good evening to you. We're here at the West Palm Beach Convention Center, where you can see behind me, former President Trump supporters are starting to file into the room. Now, many of them are being handed the MAGA t-shirts and hats, that MAGA branded merch. Now, they're all excited. Many of them are from all over the country. They're here, and soon they're going to be locked into the monitors to watch those results start to come in.
Rashad, what do you expect from Trump tonight? Is he actually coming over there? Where is he watching the returns? And kind of who's surrounding him on this final day as he watches these returns come in?
Yeah, like many Americans, former President Trump is at home. He's at Mar-a-Lago watching the results come in. He's with his family. We do expect at some point, though, whether the former president comes here to the convention center, we do expect him at some point to address his supporters. He's watching closely, though, as those results come in. He's posting online that he's going to have a big victory. Now, of course, that's a social media post, and now it's in the hands of voters across this country.
And Rashad, do we know who the former president is with tonight? Do we know if his closest advisors are around him, his family is around him, who he's talking to in these, moments when we're waiting for the returns?
Yeah, a lot of those advisors, including Stephen Miller, who's a longtime Trump advisor, is posting online, posting confidence. They're all given confidence, and many of the people here in this room, they're feeling confident as well. A small crowd, but we are told that the former president is at Mar-a-Lago, and he's surrounded by his family watching these results come in.
All right, Rashad Hudson, we'll check in back with you later. Thanks so much for joining us.
Brett, you have covered Trump for years. This is his third presidential campaign. What do you think was different this time around?
Yeah, certainly. I think, coming off that 2020 defeat, there was this sense of, the question of whether he would run again, what his message would be. Would voters continue to back him like they did in his first two presidential campaigns? Certainly, we saw he remained very popular with the GOP. There was obviously this underlying current of him not only running for the White House, but potentially running, for his freedom, essentially his personal freedom, given that he was under indictment in these multiple legal cases. And then I would say that his message has been, at times, echoes of 2016, where he had this sort of shock value. He was saying these very controversial, inflammatory things. We've seen, especially in the closing days of this campaign, where he's attacking his opponents in very sort of incendiary terms. He's talking about being women's protector, whether they like it or not. He's talking about immigrants and wanting to see, Penn State athletes wrestling immigrants. So it's been sort of a throwback to the sort of freewheeling style of Trump in 2016. And the question is, has that worn thin on people? Is there, after almost 10 years in the spotlight, is there this Trump fatigue that has set in with the electorate?
Yeah, and Brett, while we're here, we are monitoring the results as they roll in. As we mentioned, at 7 o'clock, Georgia polls close. If we can throw up the map right now of where things stand, that general returns map, Kamala Harris has a slight lead, 51.2%. Donald Trump with 48.4%. Now, that's just 3% of the votes in, so by no means it's a lot, not a lot. But talk about the importance of Georgia in terms of Donald Trump's path to victory. Of course, he won it in 2016, and then Joe Biden won it in 2020.
Absolutely. Georgia, I think it's fair to say in 2024 is pretty much a must-win for the Trump campaign. If Trump is losing Georgia, it's hard to see him, winning multiple states in the blue wall that he would need to offset that loss. The Trump campaign, from folks who I've talked to, the states that they felt the best about when it came to battleground states were Georgia and Arizona. Those were the two states that they really felt like Trump had sort of the best standing in, that he was going to do the best in. We saw him rally in Georgia in the closing days of this campaign over the weekend. Obviously, Vice President Harris also held a rally in the state as well. But certainly, early returns, as you said, too soon to declare a winner either way. But Georgia's a state that the Trump campaign certainly expected to be in their column, and if it's not, that does not bode well for him for the rest of the night.
Trump's been sending some mixed messages when it comes to whether or not he's going to accept the results of this race, kind of signaling that if it goes his way, it's a fair election. If it doesn't, maybe it's not. What do you expect to see from Trump throughout the night, and does that depend on how the returns come in?
I think it definitely does depend on how returns come in. As you said, Drew, he's been asked multiple times during this campaign, will you accept these election results, regardless of the outcome? And his go-to is always something to the effect of, if it's honest. And it's like, well, what does honest mean? Essentially, it means he's a winner? Like, that's what honest is.
A message that's been also echoed on Capitol Hill by some of Donald Trump's closest allies in the Republican conference.
Absolutely, yeah. And so that's, I think, a big concern for Trump's critics. We heard John Bolton, a former national security advisor for Trump, essentially say he expects Trump to come out around 10 o'clock at night and say that, he won the election. But certainly I think a lot of it does depend on the election returns. Certainly he did this in 2020 before Georgia and Pennsylvania were called, and those two states were really razor close and ballots were still being counted. If the election is really tight in those states again, I would be surprised if we don't see Donald Trump come out and say something, either declaring victory, asserting that he's ahead or something. Certainly if Harris is sweeping these battleground states, that makes it a lot harder for him. It makes it a lot harder, as Michael said, for these Republican allies to kind of go along with it with any credibility. But I would point out we've already seen in Philadelphia a couple city officials, both Republican and Democrat, pushing back early on Trump's claims of potential fraud that he has pushed in that city.
Yeah, and Brett, you alluded to it earlier, but let's dive into the closing message a little bit. I would assume that Trump campaign officials wanted to focus on the economy, wanted to focus on immigration, two issues that Republicans have this leg up on, but we saw the former president in the final stretch veer into more of this personal vendetta message. What are you hearing from Trump campaign officials? Were they frustrated by that? Was the former president working off the playbook that they were not in line with?
Certainly, I think you saw at some of the former president's rallies, for those who watched them, he would always open with this line that he wants to ask the crowd a simple question: are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And that's the message that they wanted to drive home.
Sure.
Are you better off? The problem is that, for the final week, we weren't talking about are voters better off than they were 4 years ago, or this, Kamala broke it, Trump can fix it message that they tried to push at the end. Instead, we were talking about all of these self-created controversies, whether it was the Madison Square Garden rally and this racist joke about Puerto Rico. We were talking about whether RFK Jr. would be given free rein to, roll back vaccine approvals. We were talking about Trump's violent rhetoric about Liz Cheney or about the press that he talked about at one of these rallies in North Carolina over the weekend. So certainly this is a sort of a classic case of you have, the quote-unquote discipline of the Trump campaign, where they're pushing this message that resonates with voters, but then you have the candidate himself who just seems to really struggle to
going at each other.
Message. Absolutely, in conflict.
The Trump campaign has made a major focus trying to drive up the vote among men, especially young men. They've been doing all these podcasts, both he and J.D. Vance, and I've been seeing on social media today, a lot of conservative commentators are basically telling all the men to drag their friends to the polls and make sure that they vote. Is that just sticking with the strategy that they've had, or is there some worry in the Trump on the Trump camp that the female vote, women are voting in such high numbers, and they really have to match that, and it's a tall task?
Yeah, this was always a concern, I think, with Trump campaign allies was, this is the first presidential election since Roe v. Wade was overturned by the Supreme Court. So we have not yet seen, just how big of an impact that will have. But certainly polling has consistently shown this huge gender gap, that Kamala Harris performs very well with women. Women typically make up the majority of the electorate. They are more reliable voters at getting to the polls. So the Trump campaign, they had this edge with men, and with young men, they've really tried to appeal to them. And the idea is that young men are these quote-unquote low propensity voters. They are voters who maybe haven't voted in the past, and they're not as reliable, but if you get them to the polls, that's a way to create an edge. The problem with that is, of course, they are low propensity voters. They're not reliable voters to get to the polls. So we've seen Charlie Kirk, a Trump ally, on social media, highlighting lines of men waiting to vote. We've seen Stephen Miller, a senior Trump advisor, posting to say, that men need to get to the polls in battleground states before they close. So clearly, I think this is a sign that the Trump campaign is banking, maybe not putting all their eggs in this basket, but they are banking to some degree on men turning out in strong numbers to kind of offset the advantage that we expect to see Harris have with women voters.
Turnout always seems to be the name of the game.
So they say. Yeah.
Brett Samuels, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. And joining us now is Washington correspondent Hannah Brandt, who's at Howard University at Vice President Kamala Harris's election watch party. Hannah, how are you doing, and can we expect to see Harris tonight?
Hey, Michael, Drew, I'm doing great. They just started letting supporters in behind me. They're expecting about 2,000 people to be here tonight. The music is playing, and yes, we certainly are expecting Vice President Kamala Harris to show up here later herself.
What is the mood like there from Harris supporters? Are they optimistic that this is going to be a good night for them? It's very early. We're just getting a few returns in, but what are you sensing?
Yeah, I'd certainly say optimism, hope here in the audience. Among the campaign, we've heard a bit from them that they're seeing some strong signs of enthusiasm. One of the things they pointed to is a lot of votes from college students, specifically in states that they really need to win. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Wisconsin. They say they're seeing lines 1 to 2 hours long. And what they're doing is they're telling those students, stay in line. They're even having some of their campaign surrogates, celebrities like Demi Lovato and Jennifer Garner, FaceTime those students to tell them to stay in line, keep that enthusiasm strong. So they're certainly feeling good about what they're seeing there.
And Hannah, where is the vice president right now? Do we know where she's watching the returns and who she's watching them with?
Well, she did some radio interviews earlier today in which she said that before she headed here to Howard University that she plans to eat dinner at home with her family. In fact, she said there are people staying with her at her house. I can't even imagine running a campaign while also hosting family members. But she said having dinner with family on nights like these is a tradition for her. So I can only assume at this time of night that that's what she's doing. But we're certainly keeping an eye on when she plans to head over here.
Yeah, and Hannah, I'm wondering, as you look at the crowd there, how many people are expected to be out there? Are they going to have different, musical acts or anything like that? What's on the agenda for that celebration?
Yeah, we're still waiting for a rundown here, but we're seeing supporters already start to trickle in. It's getting pretty crowded here behind me. They're expecting about 2,000 people, they say. A lot of course, students and staff from Howard University. This location, obviously, very significant for the vice president. This is her alma mater. And so there's certainly a lot of pride on campus having one of their own run for president. And so that's a part of this crowd, certainly, and a part of the mood here tonight.
All right, Hannah Brandt, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you later. And we're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere because there's a lot more to come on America's Vote 2024.
back to America's Vote 2024. Joining us now, The Hill's senior editor, Jesse Burns, and staff writer, Niall Stanage. Niall, let's start with you. As we start to get some of these returns in, what are the first things you're going to be looking for to give us an indication of how this is going?
To not look at returns when there's 3%. I don't think it's representative of anything. Look, you know, election...
Easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a few election nights at this point. One of the dangers is extrapolating too fast from whatever numbers are available. We'll get the results in. Yes, certainly we can look at things like turnout as those results build out. I think obviously whether there's a larger proportion of female voters than normal, that would seem to be a good sign for Vice President Harris. If it happens, black turnout will be crucial to her. But we are in a period of sort of realignment in American politics where exactly the same demographics aren't, we don't think, going to vote in exactly the same way as they have done previously.
Yeah, and Jesse, what are you watching for tonight? What are going to be your first instincts when these numbers roll in?
Yeah, I think realizing the fact that we are more than likely going to have divided government, and even though the House and the White House are basically a coin flip, how is this changing the electorate at large? Are we seeing more divisiveness across the country? Are we seeing places where Republicans have run up the score and are doing that? Or are we seeing the country essentially trying to become more moderate on some of these issues? And so I think we've seen 2 election cycles in a row where Democrats have had an edge. Abortion has been a driving factor. Are we going to see that for a third election? And are we going to see both parties essentially walk away from the end of the night saying maybe we need to modulate a little bit more?
Now, looking at returns that are coming in from Florida right now, 72% of votes in, it says Donald Trump is up 9 points in Florida. That would seem to me to be a good sign early, very early, but in a state that does report pretty quickly, that they tabulate their early vote and mail-in vote quickly. Yeah, that's a pretty big margin, at least at this point in Florida.
It is, and I think that Florida is particularly important for another reason as well, which is that there is an abortion-related ballot measure happening in Florida. So if Trump holds on to a 9-point margin, that would be slightly above his polling averages. The differential in Florida was about 6 points. If he, in fact, is doing better than that, that would suggest that abortion is not having the salience that the Harris campaign hoped it would have in driving people to the polls. Or if it is driving some people to the polls, it has been neutralized perhaps by strong pro-Trump turnout from rural areas or something to that effect.
Yeah, Jesse, I wanted to also dive in with this impact of women's reproductive rights with you. Abortion's on the ballot in 10 states this cycle, including Florida, as we mentioned, Nevada and Arizona, those 3 being key battleground states. Can we glean what we say in Florida for other states, or should we take it with a grain of salt?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember that Florida is becoming increasingly red, right? We're seeing a lot of people from New York and other places travel to Florida. They're relocating there, redomiciling. So, you know, Trump won it by, I think, 2 points in 2016. He won it by 3 or 4 points 4 years ago. So, you know, it's trending his direction. But to echo Niall's point, yes, if abortion is not as salient in a place like Florida, that could have ramifications for other places. And as we all know, going into tonight, this election in some of these places within the margin of error, more than likely in several of these states. And so even though abortion is not the very top of the itemized list for voters, the economy is still very much at the top. It is still etching away at those top 3 spaces. And so I think that Trump, it definitely neutralizes him on the issue of immigration. He is winning on immigration, Harris is winning on abortion, and then they're duking it out over essentially the economy.
Could I just pick up on Jesse's point very briefly? One of the dangers of extrapolating too early from numbers is that right now we have different exit polls saying different things. So for example, on the abortion issue, there's one exit poll that says that more voters rate that above immigration as a driving issue, and there's a different exit poll saying the exact opposite. And that question could actually be really pivotal. If this election ends up having been determined in a large number of voters' minds by immigration, Donald Trump's going to win. I mean, it's his strongest issue by far.
He's had a leg up on it all cycle.
The entire time by like 20 points. If, on the other hand, abortion does end up driving a large number of votes, then Kamala Harris is going going to win because it's the mirror image of immigration. She has a massive advantage on that topic.
Yeah, I wonder if there's some voters out there that kind of want to have their cake and eat it too. They could vote on an amendment like in Florida to protect abortion rights, but then also maybe vote their pocketbook for somebody like Donald Trump in the same state. We could see something like that maybe in Arizona, Nevada, these other states where abortion is important. And there's a significant portion of the population that's saying, I want both.
And I think as the night goes on, watching these Senate races play out too. Places like Ohio, Trump is going to win Ohio, but there's a very competitive Senate race in Ohio. Places like Pennsylvania, another example where the top of the ticket and the bottom of the ticket are not potentially going to be in alignment. And so you might have some of these more moderate voters who say, hey, I'm going to pull the lever for Trump, but maybe I want to pull the lever for a Democratic Senate candidate to have that divided government. So on the issue of abortion or price gouging, other topics that these two sides are going after each other come January, there might be some type of moderation.
The most obvious example there being Arizona, where Ruben Gallego, the Democrat, is running some points ahead of Kari Lake. But among the battlegrounds, it's in fact Trump's strongest. It's the one that he's up by more than 2 points.
Right. Fascinating situation right now. We're going to see how it shakes out. Niall Stainage, Jesse Burns, we will definitely have you back, Niall, when we have more numbers so we can chew over them a little bit better. Thank you guys so much for joining us. And now let's bring in the Hill's staff writer, Rafael Bernal. Rafael, the elephant in the room right now, of course, is what happened at Trump's Madison Square Garden rally when that comedian made a disparaging joke about Puerto Rico. Are we seeing any electoral impact so far from these early exit polls from that rally?
Yeah, the question really is if that comment energized Puerto Rican voters. I took a look at the preliminary and very preliminary voting results from Puerto Rico, and I get the impression that, yes, they are having an effect. Kamala Harris has received, with about 30% of votes counted, 248,000 votes. And statehood, the concept of statehood, is the second most voted candidate or idea with 173,000 votes. That indicates to me that support for Harris is really high among Puerto Ricans and among Puerto Ricans with a tie to the island. And let's remember, a lot of these people voting on the island, their presidential vote doesn't count, by the way. It's just a sort of a academic exercise. But they are talking to their relatives stateside in states like Florida and Pennsylvania. And in Pennsylvania and North Carolina is where this vote might be crucial.
Yeah, and Rafael, maybe on the other side of that pendulum, I'm following a race, and I don't know, we might be able to pull this up, but Osceola County in Florida. It's a very interesting county. It's one of the highest Puerto Rican populations in any county in the United States, the highest in Florida. A third of the citizens are Puerto Rican. It was a Clinton plus 24 district in 2016, a Biden plus 13 district in 2020. Right now, I'm just looking at the returns with 23% reporting. It's basically even. So, that could be something unique to Florida, but it's definitely an interesting data point when it comes to the Puerto Rican, how they've reacted to really both campaigns.
Yeah, Central Florida, let's remember Ron DeSantis captured about 50% of that Puerto Rican vote. So what happens often in Central Florida is Puerto Rican voters don't participate as much. And I think what the Harris campaign was hoping for is that these not so much undecided on who they support, but undecided on whether they're going to vote, that they would come out strongly for Harris. That we're seeing that in Puerto Rico and in this sort of mock election they're having for president, and the Harris campaign is basically banking that we will see that among Pennsylvania's Puerto Ricans. But yeah, I don't think hopes were too high for the Florida crowd.
Well, thank you, Rafael Bernal, and we'll definitely check back with you later in the night.
Pleasure.
Joining us now is the Hill's race and politics reporter, Cheyenne Daniels. Kamala Harris is having her election night party at Howard University. Cheyenne, if you're with us, what's the symbolism there?
Right now, I feel something experience of Volvo, aka Volvo, really straight out from every here in
And Cheyenne, Kamala Harris can, of course, make history here, being the first African-American woman to hold the presidency, but she hasn't made that a key theme of her presidential campaign. She hasn't really called on those identity politics. Talk to us about how she has spoken about race throughout this election.
I'm sorry.
All right, Cheyenne Daniels, we're going to try to work on your audio. We'll get you back in a little bit, hopefully. Thank you so much for joining us.
And let's bring in Rachel Janfanza from Up and Up. She covers Gen Z political culture and all things related to young voters in U.S. politics. When it comes to these votes, we're always talking about turnout. Are there any indications if that turnout is high with the youth vote this cycle?
So we saw in these early numbers of from the early vote that there's high youth voter turnout in some battleground states. In Wisconsin, Dane County in particular, there was an uptick in youth turnout there after the vice president's rally last week. But beyond that, it is a little too early to tell in terms of how the early vote is going, though we are hearing that in Georgia, there's been on par levels with 2020 in the early vote, and in North Carolina, there was some high early vote youth turnout in some of the college towns there as well.
And Rachel, the gender divide may be the most pronounced among young voters, with young men backing former President Trump largely, young women flocking to Kamala Harris's side. Can you talk about that dynamic, break down what that gender gap looks like among young voters this cycle?
Yes. So I've been in Pennsylvania for the past week. I've been talking with young voters every day, and it is so clear when you ask young women what are the top issues on your mind, they list abortion access, women's rights, reproductive health care. And for them, they say it feels really personal, that this election is about them, that they're fighting for their futures. When you talk to young men, while there are young men who are prioritizing abortion access or women's rights, I've had young men tell me they don't feel it's as intrinsic to them, that it's not their body. And so I think that's part of this. At the same time, over the past, really since the start of the Trump era, data has shown young women moving rapidly to the left, while young men have sort of plateaued in terms of staying pretty moderate. While young women are able to rally around this unifying issue of women's rights and reproductive health care access, young men don't have a singular issue that they're rallying behind. And I think that's in large part why we see young women moving to the left, whereas young men are just pretty much staying as they have been.
All right, Rachel, thank you so much. I now want to break in with some key race calls from Decision Desk HQ. Decision Desk HQ now projecting that North Carolina is at this moment too close to call. Former President Trump, though, has won the state of West Virginia, and Ohio Senate race between incumbent Democratic Senator Sherrod Brown and Republican Bernie Moreno, that one too close to call. And when we come back, Rising's Robbie Suave and Namiki Cox will give their insights into what they expect to see with tonight's results. We'll be right back.
Let's never let you go before I go. I need the whole song. I need the whole song. Sing it for me, God. Did I have no singing and dancing all in the rain?
back to the Hill special election coverage. I am Robbie Suave, host of Rising, and it is election night, and we are still waiting for a lot of results, obviously. We've seen some early news from Georgia, North Carolina, a couple other places, but there's still a lot of votes to be counted. One thing I noticed so far was Stephanie Cutter, advisor to the Harris campaign, had an interesting turn of phrase when discussing what's going on with the Harris campaign. Let's play that. Okay, we don't have that actually. What was she said?
Live TV. We
were going to install Kamala Harris as the president rather than vote for her. I thought that was an interesting choice of words.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice of words, but it also shows the confidence. I'm a little uneasy about it, even though my predictions are that she will have a landslide.
We're very confident. If we want to return to those from this morning, you said that you thought Kamala Harris was going to win Texas and Florida
by slight margins. Right now, I'm looking right now. Right now, we are still. It's 54-45 in Florida, and we don't have all of our votes in. Some major cities haven't come in yet. I mean, that's what you wait for. Is these major cities take longer to pull up their votes. Orlando has a large Puerto Rican population. We'll see if the Boricuas turn out for Kamala Harris in response to Donald Trump. Listen, it's still tight. I said Texas and Florida could be Democratic.
I will repeat the promise I made to you this morning, where if those two states go for Kamala Harris, I will wear a White Dudes for Harris T-shirt on Rising the next day. That's my promise.
I'll have it signed by the White Dudes for Harris.
Wonderful.
The guy's organizing.
Can't wait for that.
One other thing I'm looking at, I think there's been some conversation about Charlie Kirk, who is based in Arizona and Phoenix, where I started off organizing myself. And his organization has been outsourced to do voter turnout. And he said, turnout's down, we need some folks to turn out.
Yes, he said he was bringing some of that doom and gloom the Democrats are always bringing to their side. We're so far behind. We need you to send money. We need you to register. We need you to sign up everybody who lives in your neighborhood. The end is nigh. Whereas Republicans have so far liked to lean into, we're winning, everything's great, which is just the strategy they've employed. But I also saw that statement from Charlie Kirk encouraging people to get out there. We also had who was it on the one of the Trump advisor people saying, I'm forgetting what his name was, one of the Bannon acolyte people saying, men, go out and vote. Just men. Just go out and vote. We don't want any of you lady voters. We don't know what you're going to do in the poll. Not even what your husband tells you to do, probably.
They've been watching those ads. Julia Roberts got to them.
Yes,
that was it. And of course, Elon Musk was also working on organizing with his America PAC. Yes. It's a strategy. I'm actually curious why they went that way. Do you think it has something to do with the RNC? There might be some differential opinions. I mean, there has some strategic differences saying, Donald Trump, you need to expand beyond the white male vote and start talking to other groups.
Well, it was Elon Musk who actually told Trump this time around, this whole ignore mail-in ballots, ignore that kind of thing strategy, tell your people not to vote except to vote in person. Stop doing that, it's bad. There was reporting, I think from the New York Times, a couple of weeks ago as Elon started becoming more involved with the Trump campaign and then has now become the facilitator of the get out to vote drive, the ground game, told Trump, you can't just do that. You have to get ahead on the mail-in voting and the other things as well. And so if Trump does win, Elon will have changed the shape of elections dramatically. Having one very wealthy and powerful financier do it for you, and then also Elon might be taking some kind of role in the administration if he.
I'm skeptical of that. I think he has too many other projects. And there's the Hatch Act. He can't be involved in too many things, especially when it comes to his NASA program.
Well, as I've said before, I want him involved in NASA more than I want him wasting his time in the White House or even running a social media app. He's going to get us to. I want a Mars colony, Elon. That's what the voters really
I do too,
care
so
about.
He can go live there.
Yeah, but we'll see if. But other people who have jumped onto the Trump campaign in recent weeks, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., Ron Paul got some attention today from Elon Musk and Donald Trump people. So that. That could be that's an interesting assortment of not traditional Republican voices at all. Obviously, Tulsi Gabbard coming from the far left of the Democratic Party, RFK Jr., Democratic Party, then independent. Ron Paul combative with the Republican Party for decades, calling them big spenders and neoconservative warmongers, all those things. Meanwhile, the Democratic coalition now includes the Cheney family.
Yes, and Bernie Sanders, who just won his re-election for U.S. Senate. So let's give him a shout out.
Yeah.
One more term, I guess. I don't know how many more terms. I think what's interesting to me about Elon Musk is he seems to be the only person who Donald Trump listens to. It's like billionaire to billionaire. He he loves Twitter or X just like Donald Trump does. So maybe that's the secret, is what he has been saying has not been anything that Republicans haven't said. And in Arizona, speaking of Charlie Kirk, they have a long tradition of mail-in voting and early voting. It is not something that came about after COVID. It was something that occurred before. And so he was saying, plenty of Republicans were saying, don't criticize this. You might need it. And it helped him in 2020, I think, as well. So maybe he's the whisperer.
I mean,
I don't like what he's
think
whispering.
The voices that Trump has leaned on this time, Elon Musk, Bill Ackman, Tulsi Gabbard, RFK Jr., a bunch of other people, and kept at bay or had more marginal folks like Steve Bannon,
well, he was
Margaret
in jail,
Taylor
to be
Greene,
fair.
etc.
He just got out.
I think it's
a little hard to send him a message through the phone line that cuts out 30 seconds.
I think, dare I say it, the Trump campaign has demonstrated some discipline in bringing in interesting and provocative and contrarian, certainly, people, but who appeal more to independent podcast crowd, maybe a male crowd, whatever it is. But Trump has to find new voters somewhere,
right? And
that's what they tried to do with this strategy. It might not work, but in some ways, I think this is a better run campaign than either of his other campaigns.
I don't know about better run. I guess we'll see. I do think he had an issue in that his coalition was shrinking drastically, and he needed to find new voters. And he was already appealing to some of them. And of course, we saw the shift over the last year. Now, Kamala Harris, on the other hand, I'm curious how her message, if she were to win, which I hope she will, and I think she will, how her message will
with Florida and Texas, she's guaranteed the top prize.
All right, Texas right now.
She's running an effective campaign. Look, there's no way around it. She was thrust into this position, installed. I would certainly use that word for the how she got the Democratic nominee argument, and she has not made any major mistakes. I think she's been maybe too cautious at some turns, but she successfully renounced her unpopular political positions without sending to not super plugged in people the sign that she had flip-flopped, and that has made the race, I think, what it is, a 50-50 dead even split. And we're going to start finding out, not right now, but in the next couple hours tonight, we're going to find out who is actually going to prevail. Right now, it's just all the people on social media saying, yeah, there's so much enthusiasm, or I talked to 8 Kamala people, or I talked to 10 Trump people, and you don't know, because it's just anecdotal.
Frank Luntz said, about 5 minutes ago, what we said in our studio when we interviewed one of our colleagues, Federico de Jesus, like a month and a half ago, that it was going to come down to the Puerto Rican vote, and that was before the speech at Madison Square Gardens. I think it's also women. Obviously, we're seeing the dynamics there. So I'm just curious what the margins are going to be if Donald Trump is going to peel off any women in that final stretch that he wasn't already going to get, and just how large that Puerto Rican, Boricua vote and Latino vote altogether is going to be. And if it's
one thing to mention before we go, so the Republicans have had an official Senate pickup in Jim Justice. That means Baby Dog heading to the Senate building. Baby Dog, a very famous figure at the Republican National Convention. This adorable little bulldog that Jim Justice takes everywhere, who is great, and I think probably Baby Dog should just do the voting.
He should probably, exactly.
He or she, should not misgender this dog. It's a
Baby
female dog,
yes.
I think, yes.
Well.
So that was some exciting news. We'll kick it back now to the Hill's live election coverage, America Votes. Stay tuned for more.
Ticking up on the former president's side at 32-3 for Vice President Harris as the states are called. We will continue to see that, and obviously 270 is the magic number.
We got a long way to go. A lot of filling in of this board and these states, but some places are getting very interesting as we get closer to our next round of poll closings, which are coming up in just a little while. And that will include Florida, where the Trump campaign is watching the results tonight. Let's go to Steve Harrigan. He is at Senator Rick Scott's campaign headquarters in Bonita Springs, Florida, which has tightened up a little bit.
Counties could go as high as 90% voter turnout. A couple of items could complicate things throughout the night. One is an abortion initiative on the ballot that would extend.
And welcome back to America's Vote 2024. I'm Michael Schnell.
And I'm Drew Petrimoulx. We are kicking off the 8 p.m. hour with the latest list of poll closures across the U.S. Polls have closed in at least 22 additional states. A notable few: Michigan, Pennsylvania, where there's a key Senate race to watch between Democrat Bob Casey and Republican Dave McCormick. Texas, another Senate race that's interesting there. Florida, most of the areas of Florida closed in the at the 7 o'clock hour, but we have the rest of the state there in the Panhandle. That's on Central Time, closing now. The Maryland is closed. We have an interesting Senate race there between Angela Alsobrooks and Republican former Governor Larry Hogan.
And it's not just the White House that's up for grabs this election. Republicans are hopeful that this election cycle, they can flip control of the Senate. Joining us now is the Hill's national politics reporter, Julia Manchester, with the latest on some key Senate races playing out across the U.S. Julia, polls just closed in a number of states, including Michigan, Pennsylvania. Those are the key for the presidential race, but they're also key for the Senate breakdown. But first, let's just take stock of where we are, because there was just a key Senate race called in West Virginia. Jim Justice has flipped that seat red. Expected, but significant.
Yeah, expected, but it's significant, obviously, because it makes it that much harder for Democrats to essentially retain control of the Senate. I think Republicans are that much closer to flipping it because they no longer have someone like Joe Manchin in place. We're also looking at Montana and Ohio, very tough races for Democrats, particularly Montana. John Tester running a very uphill race against Republican Tim Sheehy. That's obviously a deep, deep red and rural state, so it's going to be difficult for any Democrat to win statewide in that seat or in that state. Moving to Ohio, though, very interesting as well. I think it's easier for a Democrat like Sherrod Brown to win compared to a Montana, but certainly very tough. Remember, a state like Ohio has that rural population, but it's also polka dotted. You have the Columbus, Ohio, Cincinnati, these smaller to larger cities that lead Democratic in their suburban areas as well. So Sherrod Brown, the last statewide elected Democrat in Ohio, he has run ahead of other Democrats at the top of the ticket in past elections, like in 2012, but certainly an interesting race to watch.
Yeah, and Florida's another interesting Senate race. I know you've spent a lot of time covering that election. We're seeing some returns come in, but is there any chance that Rick Scott could lose this race?
You know, I think Rick Scott looks like he's going to eke this one out. Look, Rick Scott is no stranger to winning close elections. In fact, every election he's run in Florida, whether it's for governor or for senator, he's won by a very, very narrow margin. So I think, you know, Republican or Democrats, I should say, were feeling enthusiastic about Florida because you have this abortion ballot measure on the ballot. They were trying to tie Rick Scott to, you know, the anti-abortion movement. But I think in Florida, it's such a unique state because you have voters really sort of differentiating or compartmentalizing ballot measures from federal candidates. So, for example, there are past elections in Florida, like in 2020, where you'll see voters vote to legalize medicinal marijuana, for example, and those same voters will turn around and vote for Donald Trump or vote for Marco Rubio. So it's no surprise, I think, that this race is close. Rick Scott is someone who often runs in close races, but at the same time, I think it's looking like he'll eke it out.
All right, thank you, Julia. Let's bring in the Hill senior editor, Jesse Burns, and staff writer, Niall Stannage. Jesse, we're about an hour into polls closing on the East Coast. Are you learning anything from what we've seen so far?
No. We haven't had a lot of surprises yet. Obviously, we knew that Republicans were going to win that Senate seat in West Virginia. Right now, if Democrats flip a Senate seat, then it could be decided, at the end of the night, if Democrats still have a slim chance at taking the Senate. But as it stands right now, Republicans just need one more seat, and they have the Senate. They're favored to win the House. So I think watching one thing kind of going into today that was, I think, interesting was seeing the threats against polling sites in places like Georgia. We're seeing now a couple of counties having to extend voting in places like Atlanta. And that is very key because Atlanta, of course, is a majority black area. That's a place where Harris really needs to turn out the vote. And if you are seeing suppression of vote via these possible foreign-based election threats against polling sites, that could depress her turnout. That could potentially help Trump. So I think keep an eye on that, and also places like Pennsylvania, where we've seen some election issues, that will be very critical at the end of the night.
On that note, we do have some news to bring you right now. You know that noise. That means we have a race to call. Decision Desk HQ is projecting that Kamala Harris has won the state of Vermont. She's also picked up the District of Columbia, Rhode Island, and Maryland. But we have a big race call right here. Former President Donald Trump has won the state of Florida, and it's 30 electoral college votes. The margin right there, about 12 percentage points, but only 70% of the vote-ins. We'll see how that shakes out. Kentucky, also former President Trump's column, as well as South Carolina, Oklahoma, and Missouri. Tennessee for Trump as well. Indiana for Trump, and Virginia still too close to call. Niall, let's get right to Florida. This is a big race call. Not a complete shock. Florida has trended red in recent years, but we were talking about it before. The margins here are going to be so significant. I just looked. Trump won Florida by 3.3 percentage points back in 2020. Right now, the margin is about 12 points. Again, early results, only 7%, 70% of the vote, and we have to see where those returns are coming from. But what do you glean so far from these results in Florida?
If I was in Kamala Harris's camp, my palms would be getting a little bit sweaty about that, because it is, to your point about the margin, and not only the increase in margin from 4 years ago, the fact that in, for example, our Decision Desk HQ polling average, Trump was given a lead of about 6.5 points in Florida. 70% of the vote is not an insignificant number, and he's up by double that margin. And again, as we were talking about previously, double that margin in a state with an abortion measure on the ballot. I think that's very important and frankly very worrisome from the Harris perspective. The other point I would say, Michael, in terms of the 70% of the vote in, is the polls in Florida initially close everywhere except the Panhandle. So the Panhandle tends to be more conservative. So we'd obviously need to look county by county, but it's not implausible that Trump could actually increase this 12-point margin even further as those Panhandle votes come in. And so I wouldn't love that result if I was Kamala Harris.
And you talked about abortion being on the ballot in Florida. I'm looking at the returns here for Amendment 4, which creates a constitutional right to an abortion. 57.4 yes right now. So it's polling significantly, protecting abortion rights, polling significantly ahead of Kamala Harris, which is kind of what we were getting at earlier. Like, are there going to be split ticket voters that want to protect abortion rights but also want to vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, and I think,
well, going into this, going back several weeks, even a couple of months ago, in Florida, it was very evident that Trump needed to change his tact when it came to abortion because of this. He flip-flopped, as we know, within a day on whether he'd actually support that ballot measure. Same thing with Vice President Harris in Pennsylvania, changing her position on fracking. Fracking is deeply unpopular in Pennsylvania, and as we are seeing tonight, abortion is continuing to be a winning issue for proponents of these ballot measures, but we're seeing a lot of split ticketing on this.
And, let's also dive into this idea of Florida's importance in terms of the Senate seat as well, because the Senate seat, there was a question of if Debbie Musgrave-Powell was going to be able to pull off the Senate win. It doesn't look like she's going to. I mean, does this year's election basically solidify even further Florida as being just this conservative bastion?
I think it does. You know, it is not that long ago where Florida was a true battleground, be it at presidential elections or at Senate elections. That has basically ceased to be the case now. I mean, you look even in gubernatorial elections, Ron DeSantis won re-election by, I think, 19 points the last time he was up there. Marco Rubio racked up a similar margin in his Senate re-election campaign last time around. So at this stage, you have to say Florida is going increasingly further off the battleground map and into a very safe Republican column. And at the presidential level, with 30 electoral college votes, that's a significant state to have in your pocket if you're the Republican nominee.
Yeah, and even just looking quickly at Broward County, which is one of those Democratic strongholds in the state of Florida, Kamala Harris outran Trump by 22 percentage points there, 81% of the vote in, but clearly just not enough to knock Florida off of this red streak. Drew?
Yeah, and going back to Osceola County, this is a heavily Puerto Rican county, and the Democrat margins in that county have dwindled from 2016 to 2020. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris are about even in Osceola County. It's one of the largest per capita Puerto Rican populations in the country. All this talk that we've seen about the Madison Square Garden, messaging to Puerto Ricans, granted, Florida's a little bit different state, but if you see those numbers and you're the Trump camp and you are worried about the Puerto Rican vote, maybe it eases your fears a little bit.
And keep an eye on Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia when it comes to the Puerto Rican vote. We have 470,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, 200,000 plus across North Carolina and Georgia. So even though looking at Florida, it's a very red state, those other swing states, the Puerto Rican vote could be a huge factor when it comes down to Harris actually pulling out a victory in any of those, but especially trying to pick up one or two.
Let's also look at now, move over to the state of Georgia, still not called yet right now. It looks like Donald Trump has about a 13% lead, 36% of the vote in, so still plenty of time to go. Also worth noting that Atlanta, which is one of those Democratic strongholds, Kamala Harris is running ahead by about 40 percentage points, only 55% of the vote in. She's going to want to run up the score there. What can you glean, though? What is your reaction to where the state of Georgia stands right now? It is such a key swing state this cycle. Can this gap narrow, considering Atlanta still has more to report?
I think it can. I mean, Atlanta and the counties around Atlanta are traditionally the places where Democrats have to run up the vote in Georgia. Now, again, I mean, 12 percentage points down with about 30% in, did you say, Michael?
36 right
36,
now.
so that's a third of the vote in. Harris needs to start running up the vote count pretty heavily around Atlanta to make up that kind of deficit. Because, you know, yes, there are Democratic strongholds, but that's a little bit of a bigger deficit than you would hope if you were her. I am wary of us getting too far ahead. We don't know, you know, the county by county outcomes. Are there other places where Republican counties have really fully reported and there's a lot of Democratic votes still to be counted? But I guess my point, Michael, is when I look around these battlegrounds and the results that we are getting, I'm not seeing enormously encouraging signs for Harris anywhere, really, and I am seeing some encouraging signs for Trump.
All right, thank you, Niall Stanage and Jesse Burns. Looking forward to having you back on later in the night. Joining us now is the Hill's White House correspondent, Alex Gangitano.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Alex. You know, we're starting to get some returns in and kind of watching what we see here. I'm wondering what's going on over the Harris campaign. Is there any nerves? We've talked to Niall here. He's saying that, you know, this is early. We're seeing some returns in, but there could be some sweaty palms at Harris camp. What are you hearing and seeing?
Yeah, a lot of the latest that I've been hearing has been focused on how confident they feel about Pennsylvania in particular. I think they're letting these, you know, results in places like Georgia, North Carolina, that's looking pretty positive for Trump, trying to offset that with some results. That's really more anecdotal, though, of what they're hearing out of Pennsylvania. We're hearing that they're seeing long lines at college campuses like Lehigh and Lafayette. They're seeing some Puerto Rican communities, high turnout there that they expect would be for them. So I think we've seen them over the last couple of days put a lot into Pennsylvania, and I think we're going to, it seems like today they're continuing with that.
And Alex, I mean, right up here now, we have a live look at Howard University, where Kamala Harris's watch party, election night party is happening. It looks fairly jubilant there, lots of dancing, folks sticking with it. What is the message that we're hearing, at least right now, if anything at all? Are we hearing from the Harris campaign, they urging folks to stay the course, saying, just wait it out, there's more to come, or are they sort of letting the results speak for themselves at this moment?
Yeah, I think that's exactly right, that they're telling people stay the course, that stay optimistic, don't feel like any of these early results, especially, in these typical red states, don't let that bog down any of the way that some of these supporters are feeling. And, over in Howard, we know that the vice president's expected to head there later tonight, whether there's results or not. Of course, there's an excited crowd there in D.C. She's doing well, in Maryland, Virginia. So this is all her crew that's showing up for her at Howard. But I think that basically their message to all the volunteers, all the supporters over there in D.C. is that it's not over until it's over, and to not be discouraged by any of these numbers.
All right, thank you, Alex Gangitano. We will get back to you later in the night, but now we want to go to some new Decision Desk HQ projections. Rick Scott is reelected in the Florida Senate race. In North Carolina, Josh Stein is going to win that governor's race. That was a controversial race, controversial candidate on the Democratic side. And Tim Kaine, the Democrat from Virginia, is going to take that Virginia Senate race, which is to be expected. Virginia is a pretty blue state these days.
Yeah, we're finally seeing some of these results roll in. I'm fascinated to see how the Senate is shaping up. I mean, we have that Rick Scott call right there. We have West Virginia for Jim Justice. There's Jim Banks in Indiana. Ohio, though, Virginia, still too close to call. Right now, the margin is 51 Democrats, 49 Republicans. There needs to be just a few flips for this thing to be baked, and it's getting close. That West Virginia seat, we knew it was going to flip, but it's still significant to see it printed on paper.
Yeah, this was obviously going to be a difficult election for Democrats, especially in the Senate. You knew West Virginia was gone basically when Joe Manchin retired, and so now all the focus is going to be on maybe the next two most difficult races for Democrats, Tester's seat in Montana and Sherrod Brown's seat in Ohio. We're going to be watching those come in, but what we're seeing out of Florida, if there was going to be a massive blue wave, you would like to be, if you're the Harris camp, those numbers in Florida, I think, to be a little bit closer. Again, very interesting that you're seeing support, not just for the abortion amendment in Florida, but the marijuana, legalized recreational marijuana is up over 55%. Now, that's not going to get it done in Florida because you actually need the 60% threshold on both those. So they might not get enacted into law, but they're polling well ahead of Kamala Harris. So we're just going to have to keep watching, and Georgia is obviously going to be a huge state. We'll keep following that, and then we're going to get to some of these key states here in the coming hours. Obviously, they don't call it the blue wall for no reason. Those
it's
Midwest,
not easy to break through.
Those Midwest traditionally Democratic swing states in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. The Democrats have staked their claim there for many years. Trump broke through it in 2016, but we'll be watching, as those polls close to see what happens there.
And as those polls close, we will be bringing you the results as we get them. But on that note, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back here with more America's Vote 2024 in just a few minutes.
Leaving them feeling pretty buoyed about it. A source close to the VP says that they're seeing really high turnout in the metro Atlanta area, and as of a short while ago, they had a 10-plus point lead among women showing up. And also, they noted that black turnout was slow to start, but it is finishing strong, and they attribute that to their Get Out the Vote effort. One thing they've been wrestling with is whether or not they underestimated Trump's Get Out the Vote effort. So far, they're not seeing signs of that, but they're definitely feeling happy about that first report coming out of Georgia, guys.
All right, Jackie, thank you so much. Before we make some race calls, Harold, you wanted to clarify something you said?
The 58% 42, the Florida abortion initiative, that it didn't pass, though, because you had to have 60%. So I misspoke, but it got 58%, but fell by 2. And matter of fact, they had a marijuana initiative which I would have voted against them, but it didn't reach the number either to get to 60.
Yeah, and
so both failed.
Governor DeSantis is touting both of those things down there in Florida. Okay, we have some calls.
We begin in Pennsylvania, home to a razor-thin Senate race between incumbent Democrat Bob Casey and Republican businessman Dave McCormick. The Fox News decision desk says this is too early to make a call in Pennsylvania on that race.
This could be a big cheer. Fox News can project that Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida, will win his second term. We'll pause for applause down there with Aisha. In Maryland, it's too early to call the race between Democratic County Executive Angela Alsobrooks and former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. Alsobrooks has a lead, however, in our Fox News voter analysis as we wait for the raw vote total to come in.
And too early to call Missouri's Senate race between Republican Senator Josh Hawley and Democratic Attorney Lucas Kunce. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, though, we can tell you, will win once again in the state of Tennessee, another reliably conservative state.
In Mississippi, longtime GOP Senator Roger Wicker will take home another victory. The Fox News decision desk can project that in Massachusetts, Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren will...
And welcome back to the Hill special election coverage, America's Vote 2024. Let's now bring in Democratic strategist Steve Olikara and Republican strategist Whitley Yates. Steve, talk to me. What do you make of these returns so far? You don't have too much, but we're starting to get a picture of what this country voted for.
Well, thanks for having me. It's an exciting night, and I think if you look at the early tea leaves, you see some positive notes for both Trump and for Harris. I think if you look at Georgia, for example, right now, you're seeing some independent swing in Trump's favor. However, if you look at the all-important state, I think the linchpin state of Pennsylvania, you're seeing democracy as the #1 issue in the exit polling, and you think that gives Harris the advantage. I think it's helpful to look at the basic structure of this race at this point of the evening. In my view, this is a race to be the change candidate. Which candidate presents themselves as change? And the reason for that is because 3/4 of Americans are unhappy with the direction of our country right now. And the incumbent party's, Biden's approval rating is also underwater, around 40%, which is historically low. So who can present themselves as change? Harris with the new way forward, a new generation of leadership turning the page, or Trump, who's obviously running an anti-establishment campaign? And I think we still have yet to see who has successfully made that case.
And Whitley, what do you make of what you've seen so far? You know, obviously we're early here, but Trump continuing to push up the margins that he's winning by in a state like Florida from 2020 to what we've seen now. What are you seeing in Georgia, and what's your overall reaction to what the data says so far?
Very similar to what the commentator just said, America's not happy with the current administration, and Kamala Harris is tied to that administration. And so if you're seeing what I'm seeing, which is Georgia going red thus far, Florida is going red thus far. Now, she isn't doing as well as I thought she would in North Carolina, but she's definitely doing very well in Pennsylvania. I think that this is really going to be a testament of our current administration versus previous administration. And so right now, Trump has more electoral votes. It's really just a road to 270. Kamala may win the popular vote, but that does not ensure that she wins the president.
And Whitley, I want to take a look at Georgia because it's just such a key state this cycle, such a key battleground state. Former President Trump is winning right now in the state of Georgia. I'm going to give you the latest update. It's 54.4% to 45%. That's with 47% of the vote still being counted. But in Fulton County, which is one of those Democratic strongholds, Vice President Kamala Harris with about a 47% lead over Donald Trump with 74% of the vote in. If you're in the Harris campaign and you're keeping your eye on the state of Georgia, how much are you hoping that she can continue to run up the score in a place like Fulton County to be able to capture the Peach State?
It's not about hoping. It would be a necessity. She would need to continue to run up the score in places like Fulton County, in those heavy blue districts, specifically in Georgia, where most of the state is rural, and you're going to get the ruby red rural communities. However, making sure that that urban core not only shows up, but also is voting for you is important. When she had some issues with black men within her campaign, that is indicative of Fulton County not necessarily all being toward or for her. And so she has to make sure that in the urban core, in areas where you have strong minority populations and strong Democratic strongholds, that she is actually outperforming by double digits.
Yeah, and I'm really interested in what's happening in the Atlanta suburbs there in Georgia. Was just looking at Cherokee County, which these are the kind of the exurbs, and these are the places where Trump has kind of been bleeding some support to the Democrats over the past few cycles. It was a Romney plus 58 in 2012, Trump plus 50 in 2016, down to 39 in 2020. Looking at their turns now they're down to Trump 30. So this is the type of thing that the Harris campaign is trying to look to make these improvements in these big ex-urban centers. The question, Whitley, is just, is she going to be able to make enough of a difference and have enough of a better margin? He's kind of lose less. Can she lose less effectively enough to make the difference?
I'm not seeing that path to victory for her in Georgia. I think North Carolina, where Trump won in 2016, he also won in 2020, and the state of North Carolina also elected a Democratic governor. She can make those types of inroads. However, it looks to be, based upon what we're seeing now, that it is going to trend and turn red and go to Trump. So she should be focusing on Pennsylvania heavy and North Carolina, because those seem to be areas that she is doing better or well in right now with the precincts that have reported.
All right, thank you, Steve Olacara and Whitley Yates. Appreciate you coming on. We'll hear from you again later on tonight. And let's head over to Chip and Reed for a closer look at the battle for the White House. Has also taken over numerous courtrooms. Sorry about that. Let's hear from Chip and Reed. Getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here, but let's get some breakdown from Chip and Reed. What you guys
toss it over our way. So Reed has been just chomping at the bit to start talking about some of that analysis that we can really do when we're looking at this state-by-state stuff, the graphics that you might have been seeing of the country, the counties in different states. We've been not only supplying that to the control room, but looking at that data coming in. And you've been making some really interesting points here on the aside while you and I have been talking.
Yeah, one of the things I think we're seeing is there is something happening in two different regions of the country, one that's good for former President Trump, one that's good for Vice President Harris. As I'm looking at the county results in places like Florida, which is already in the Trump column, places like Georgia, which is still a toss-up, a lot of the counties are shifting to the right. Rural America is showing up for former President Trump tonight, especially in the South.
When you say shifting, is that a comparison to previous years, or you mean turnout?
Compared to 2020, we're seeing some of these smaller counties shifting by only a few percentage points, 3 to 5 points here and there, but that's enough in a state where where President Biden only carried Georgia by 30,000 votes, something like that. We're still waiting for a lot of Metro Atlanta to come in. We know about the late votes in Fulton County and places like that. So that's a big deal. I'm watching those big counties around Atlanta.
Yeah, I can put up the uncounted votes. So here's a visual of what is yet to come, and as you were just saying, around Atlanta, those suburbs and other counties.
Fulton County, Douglas County, DeKalb County. These are big Democratic vote holes where a lot of votes are still going to come in. But in the smaller rural areas are shifting to the right. Now I move north to basically everywhere north of the Mason-Dixon line. We talked earlier about Hamilton County in Indiana that's shifted a couple of points to the left. Pretty much every county that's reporting in Ohio right now has shifted to the left since 2020. Now, again, a caution. This does not mean that Vice President Harris is going to carry Ohio. In fact, I still expect President Trump to carry Ohio. But if these shifts are happening in places like Delaware County outside Columbus, Franklin County, which is Columbus, Cincinnati, Hamilton, and then Cuyahoga, no results in from Cuyahoga County, which is Cleveland yet. But if those counties are shifting to the left, what does that say about the three states that we've been talking about at the very heart of this election, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin? Are those Midwestern voters thinking the same way that voters in Ohio are? And if those votes shift as similar to the way Ohio has, then we're going to see Vice President Harris holding serve in those blue wall states, and that's enough to get her to 270.
I was going to say, we've talked about that blue wall over and over throughout the media. I'm not even talking about just tonight, but as far as the path to 270, those 3 states is her most direct path to a presidency at this point.
And I think those 3 states, I mean, still no results in yet of any substance. We'll see how they go. I mean, we always knew that Pennsylvania was going to be the fulcrum. Surprise, surprise, Pennsylvania is going to be the fulcrum.
Yeah, now, you mentioned to the south, that is where we're seeing the good news for former President Trump. Right. Is there a path to his victory going through those states, or is it more of a, well, this is what we expected?
Yeah, for the most part, this is what we expected. Georgia is the one state that if Trump loses Georgia, then Vice President Harris's path to 270 are much wider. That being said, keep an eye on those 3 blue wall states.
Hey, and we're going to do that for you guys. We're keeping our eye on these state-level things the whole night.
Please do, because listening to you guys chew over the numbers is fascinating. Hopefully we'll have more results when we check back in. Chip Reed speaks to you in a little bit.
All right.
Now, shifting gears a little bit, the battle for the White House has also taken over courtrooms nationwide, and the Hill's legal and courts reporter, Zach Schoenfeld, is joining us now. He's been covering it all. Now, Zach, it's finally election night, but we've heard plenty of gripes about the vote from different groups for weeks now. What have we seen play up in the courtroom up to this moment?
Hey, Michael, there has been a significant amount of litigation in the weeks leading up to Election Day. Some observers who have been keeping count say that there are now more than 200 different lawsuits taking place across the country already. And this has been on a host of different issues. Everything from challenges to voters that haven't provided proof of citizenship, to challenges to voters who return their mail ballots with various errors. So, for example, there are some states that require you to return your mail ballot with an inner secrecy envelope. Some states require you to actually date the envelope of your mail ballot. So what to do with voters who return their ballots with those types of errors. We've also seen some challenges in terms of when county officials can accept those absentee and mail ballots. Earlier today, there was a hearing in Georgia on Republicans' challenge to several Democratic strongholds there in that key battleground state, in which they have continued accepting hand delivery of mail ballots over the weekend as well as yesterday. Republicans had argued that that violated state law. A judge at the hearing today rejected that. So among all of these 200-plus cases, I think the bottom line takeaway is that there has been no evidence to suggest at this point that there is any sort of widespread fraud taking place.
Yeah, and you've been tracking various swing state precincts where voting has been extended. What issues have they seen, and what's the latest on that?
That's right. We have seen throughout the day judges in a number of these swing states extending voting hours at precincts that had issues this morning. Everything from power outages to water main breaks to equipment failures. So a lot of these are isolated on the precinct level, and we could spend all night just going precinct by precinct. But just to give you one highlight, there's a county in Pennsylvania, Cambria County, in which they have a judge has extended voting until 10 p.m. Normally polls in Pennsylvania, they close at 8 p.m., so they're already closed. But voters there this morning, the County Board of Elections said that there were issues with the equipment that is used to scan voters' ballots. So because they got off to a rough start this morning, voters in that county will have until 10 p.m. Eastern tonight to vote. So voting there is extended, as well as, like I said, in just a scattering of precincts where there have been issues. But election officials we've been talking to throughout the day say that, relatively speaking, things are going smoothly.
All right, thank you, Zach. This year's election was flooded with celebrity endorsements from Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Kid Rock, and even Hulk Hogan. Let's take a deeper dive into the power of the celebrity push this election with Judy Kurtz, author of The Hill's In the Know column. Judy, it's a battle of the celebrities. This is some of the most outspoken celebrities we've seen. Who have been some of the most outspoken celebrities that we've seen this cycle?
I think the days of the politically silent celebrity are officially over, especially this year when we've seen some very famous names weigh in on politics. A lot of left-leaning Hollywood endorsing Vice President Harris, including, of course, Bruce Springsteen, Eminem, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, Oprah Winfrey. Who's who of Hollywood rooting for Harris in this campaign. And it didn't used to be the case that celebrities would weigh in on politics. Some of them were politically averse. Dolly Parton may be among the most famous, who said, I just don't do politics. That's my best Dolly impression for you. But those days seem to be over because it's now tied to a sense of authenticity about celebrities. If you're not weighing in politics, people feel like you're not as authentic. big. And so that's why we're seeing, especially this year, in opposition to former President Trump, a lot of mega stars getting involved in this election.
And Judy, we ticked off some of the names on that list, both those lists. It's extensive. Are we expecting to see any famous faces tonight? We know that Kamala Harris is having a watch party at Howard University. Former President Trump is at his Mar-a-Lago residence in West Palm Beach. Are we going to see any appearances tonight?
It would certainly be pretty unprecedented, but then again, this whole election has been pretty unprecedented. We did see something unusual today on the celebrity side of things, where the Harris campaign was pushing out some performers, including Paul Rudd, Mark Cuban from Shark Tank, and other surrogates, Jennifer Garner, another one, to college campuses and handing out water, encouraging young voters to stay in line on these long lines to get to the ballot box. That's very unusual. You don't usually see that on election day. The superstar push really comes leading up to the final days of the White House race, and we saw that especially for the Harris campaign with Katy Perry and Springsteen and Spike Lee and Oprah and Beyonce all coming out to support Harris at various rallies. We don't usually see the celebrities come out on, after a win or loss on election day, but who knows? Maybe, Hulk Hogan could be ripping his shirt off at the Trump campaign, or Beyonce could be swooping in and doing a performance at the Harris campaign. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, the theme of this race has been expect the unexpected, so who knows? Judy Kurtz, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks so much.
And you know what that sound means? We have a race update here. It's 8:30 p.m. Eastern on the East Coast, and polls have just closed in Arkansas. Those are 6 electoral points, and Decision Desk HQ can now project that former President Trump has won the state of Arkansas. Again, 6 electoral points in former President Trump's column. And we'll be right back with Nextstar's national live stream host, Chip Brewster, and founder and editor of Pluribus News, Reed Wilson. They'll have the latest updates from the state and local level. Don't go anywhere.
Reagan Democrats in this coalition. One of the things to note right now at this hour, we have not called the state of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Right.
It is a lot closer than people thought it would be. The Trump campaign did a stop in Virginia. They thought it was closing. We're not calling it yet.
No, not yet, and we'll see when that happens. My expectation is still that Kamala Harris will win it, but I understand that President Trump ran an unorthodox campaign in terms of where he went and certainly the things that he was saying. And that's really what I'm paying attention to and what's gone on in Florida. Now, that's great for him, a feather in his cap. Ron DeSantis has done incredible work to make Florida a place that a lot of my own liberal friends are happy to be living. But that is inefficient vote when you are trying to become president. And Donald Trump went to a lot of places, like having a rally here at Madison Square Garden, going to Coachella to give a rally, spending time in New Mexico, which he lost twice. And I think that if Kamala Harris is victorious tonight, there should be some examination of why those campaign stops happened and if his time would have been better spent parked in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Arizona, and one of the blue wall states that he has to pick up, Pennsylvania, for sure.
We've got to go ahead.
Yeah, we'll see how that inefficient vote is. It's a real issue, and we have to see whether or not it actually pans out. And one of the reasons he went to New York and New Mexico and were these House races. I mean, there are House races in all of those places. So. And she did the same thing in places as well.
Hold on. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be right back with the panel, and we're going to dig into a lot of these numbers. Major poll closings coming up. We'll get our first look at Arizona. Remember Arizona? Michigan, Wisconsin. This is Fox News Democracy 24 marches on.
Everybody, welcome back to our election night coverage. Here, there's my overhead shot so you can see what we're working with here in a small feed room off to the side. But I got to say, it turned out pretty good, Reed, and I appreciate that you took the time to join me here to talk through all this analysis.
Well, I love this. I feel like I'm in a college football stadium.
I know the broadcast headsets, right? In the background. People's been kind of making fun of me for that. But nonetheless, let's talk about what has been happening tonight. So when we really start to dig into those numbers at the state level, we already kind of gave you a teaser of some of the things we're focusing on as to trends. And you actually wanted to pull out the abortion measures, or rather the right to abortion measures.
Right. So abortion measures are on the ballot in 10 states. There are 11 measures because Nebraska's got 2 in a bizarre little twist of fate. I'm really interested in these Florida numbers here. Of course, in Florida, a proposed constitutional amendment has to get to 60% of the vote to pass. The polls have showed Amendment 4, that is the right to protect an abortion, near that 60% threshold for a long time. It looks like with 89% of the vote in, it's at 57%. Still a lot of votes to count, still a lot of absentee ballots to come and things like that, which could be disproportionately Democratic, but it's not at that 60% yet. And by the way, let's take a look at some of the other races. Another interesting race in Florida, Amendment 3, a measure to allow the legalization of marijuana.
Oh, yeah.
That is at 56% in favor, needs 60% to pass. In both of these cases, if these measures go down to defeat, it would be a big win for Governor Ron DeSantis, who effectively took over the campaigns against these 2 measures and spent millions of dollars against them, controversially used some state government offices to effectively campaign against these measures. He got a little slap on the wrist from a federal court for that one, but 2 potential wins here for Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida. One other thing I'd love to highlight, there are 11 states today electing governors. In 8 of those states, the governors will be new because the incumbents are stepping down, retiring, or running for other office. We already know 4 of those new governors: Patrick Morrisey in West Virginia, Josh Stein in North Carolina, beating out Mark Robinson, the ultra-conservative lieutenant governor down there. Mike Brown, the U.S. Senator from Indiana, will be Indiana's next governor. And then Matt Meyer is going to be the next governor of Delaware. Interesting enough, the current governor of Delaware, John Carney, is going to win election today as the mayor of Wilmington, Delaware. So he's taken a step out of the governor's mansion.
Yeah, you don't see that very often, kind of going the reverse of what is almost the typical clatter of politics.
You've literally never seen this in American history. But there we go.
Really
but he thinks it's going to be a tougher job to be the mayor of Wilmington than it will be to be the governor of Delaware. I don't think he's wrong in that. I think being a mayor is a real tough job these days. But of these 11 races so far, the 5 that have been called, none have switched party control. So the party that holds the governorship in all of those 5 seats has maintained that control. We're likely to see at least 10 of the 11 gubernatorial contests stay within one party this year. New Hampshire is the one place where that could change. That's former Senator Kelly Ayotte running to succeed Governor Chris Sununu, former Manchester Mayor Joyce Craig. Polls show a very tight race there. Ayotte with a small lead. If she holds it, then all 11 races on the governor's side would stay with one party.
So for those that don't know Reed Wilson or Pluribus News, I think we do need to take one moment just to kind of quantify you a little bit, because Pluribus News, I love when we had our conversation, you're like, listen, as much as the federal government is talked about in the media, it can be dysfunctional to the point where nothing gets done. But state governments actually have legislation and legislative sessions that have direct impacts on people. And so you took it upon yourself to create Pluribus News to cover state legislatures and things that happen at the state level.
And so we care about what's happening in these local contests, because what happens in any of these, in West Virginia, in North Carolina, in Indiana today, is going to happen in 25 states next year and federally the year after that. So, I mean, this is where the big ideas in public policy come from. When Washington is gridlocked, the states take control. They're taking control more than they ever have before, which is why all of this stuff matters. You know, Chip, in the 50 U.S. states, only one has divided legislature in which Republicans hold one chamber and Democrats hold the other. Do you want to guess?
Virginia.
No, that was the case.
It was, though, wasn't it?
The case.
Okay.
No, shock and surprise, it's Pennsylvania. It's that pivot state that is going to decide the White House, probably decide the White House. is also the most closely divided. Not a big surprise that we see so much overlap between the presidential battlegrounds, the U.S. Senate battlegrounds, the gubernatorial battlegrounds, and even in the state legislature. Arizona, another really tight race a tight chamber contest that I'm watching today when their polls close here in 20 minutes
well,
or so.
And speaking of Pennsylvania, do you feel that it's still a little too early to start talking about the trends as we're seeing votes come in there?
Yeah, we haven't seen a ton of votes coming in Pennsylvania yet. I'm still waiting to see.
Looks like 12% according to AP's latest update on this map.
And that's going to be a lot of early votes and absentee votes. Pennsylvania is one of those states that can get started counting early. Now, that being said, those are big votes coming in from Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, the two big Democratic bastions there. But that's only going to be a fraction of the total votes that come in either of those two cities. So prepare for a long night of going back to Pennsylvania and checking out Scranton Joe Biden's hometown and see how that performs. But if these early, going back to an earlier point, the shifts in Ohio, the shifts in suburbs in Indiana are very early, and they don't mean that Harris is going to win either of those two states, but those bode well for Harris in those other three big blue wall states in Michigan, Pennsylvania.
We have an Ohio map, if I can get it to reload properly, that has a feature on it that shows, I know it's not to the way that you and I want it to be, but let me just go to it anyways, and then you can kind of explain to give more of a reason as to why you're pulling that insight. So here, and I'll put it up full, I know it's tiny at the moment. So this is a shift when comparing to 2020, county by county, and we're seeing a lot of these red arrows, but they're pointing left.
They're pointing left. So let's go here to Mercer County, a very big Republican stronghold there. But it's voting 6 points more Democratic this time around than it did 4 years ago. Same thing in Adams County, 4 points more Democratic. Coshocton County, 7 points more Democratic. And then down here, Miami County, Knox County, Belmont, all moving towards the left. Again, this does not mean Vice President Harris is going to carry Ohio, but these are a lot of these are a lot of Midwestern counties where a small number of votes makes a big difference. Not necessarily in Ohio, but Ohio's neighbor in Pennsylvania.
Well, and what's interesting with Indiana is that it doesn't have one of those amendments that would otherwise be driving people to make a more liberal-leaning choice on their ballot.
Well, so let's talk about the big ballot measure that's up in Ohio this year. It's Issue 1, which would reform the redistricting process. Now, this is the third or fourth time they've gone back and reformed the redistricting process in Ohio over the last couple of decades. But it's a fascinating race, and redistricting reform tends to do very well on the ballot. We'll see how that. There we go. Issue 1. Oh, Issue 1 is trailing right now with 42% of the vote cast. That'll be interesting to watch. I'm going to keep a close eye on that one. See how it goes. Republicans have been campaigning strong against Issue 1 and the redistricting reform. No surprise at all, they currently control the redistricting process in Ohio, which means they can give themselves an advantage when it comes to that decennial redistricting process.
So we've been digging in on the data that we have so far, and we've acknowledged many times that we are still early in the evening. Obviously, there are still polls open in about half the country at this point, but I'm curious as we progress what states, what counties, what storylines are you specifically keeping an eye on so people know, oh yeah, I'm going back to read to find out about that?
Yeah, so we're watching the two performances that I think are the most important here are how the Democrats do in the collar counties in Pennsylvania. Those are the four counties that surround Philadelphia. What is it? Bucks, Montgomery, Delaware, and now I'm going to blank.
That's okay. I'm Chester.
Chester County. There we go. Chester County.
Thanks,
you,
Matt.
Jeez. Okay.
I'm just happy to have contributed a little bit, Reed. Thanks for letting me do that.
You got it, Chip. Anytime. So I'm watching how Democrats do there because these used to be the quintessential swing counties in America when George W. Bush was running for president. They have shifted left over the last 20 years. They're going to be big vote getters, vote centers for Vice President Harris. But I'm also watching how Allegheny County performs. That's Pittsburgh, the second largest city in the state. Yeah. It's the home to a lot of the union voters who have been historically Democratic, are now moving into the Republican camp. So we're seeing basically two countervailing trends here. The collar counties moving left, Allegheny and sort of blue-collar Pennsylvania moving to the right. We'll see how that balance of power shakes out. Allegheny County, much smaller than the collar counties, but that has sort of follow-on effects in places like Erie, Pennsylvania, which is, again, one of the most closely divided counties in America. That's my other key county in Pennsylvania. Watch what happens in Erie. And then we may know what happens.
And now, of course, we're talking presidential, but I'm going to bring this back to the state level. What, in your own reporting and analysis of Pennsylvania, have you noticed, if any, a change from 2020? Because I think that can inform the bigger story of the presidential election.
I mean, it's hard to imagine a significant change that impacts a state with that President Biden carried by only 44,000 votes. You don't need a big change to alter the outcome of an election. You need a small incremental change here and there. You need what we're seeing in places like Florida, where small counties are shifting to the right, or what's happening in places like Ohio, where small counties are shifting to the left.
All right. I hope we have convinced you that Reed Wilson is one of the guys you need to be listening to tonight. Don't worry about that dude that touches a big board. We've got Reed Wilson and the data that on the maps that I'm able to provide. We're going to go ahead and take another quick break, but stay tuned because election night is just beginning.
We're trying to resolve all the issues of openness and education and just really post-COVID policies, these school board elections. I think we're having a parents' rights renaissance in this country that continues. And I think two pillars that we don't cover enough in all the issues and themes here are wokeness and weakness. In our Fox News voter analysis, Trump is seen as the strong leader by more than 10 points over Kamala Harris, strength over weakness. But it's also fairness over fairness. People feel like life is increasingly unfair. They don't want men and women in sports. They don't want to think their kids are stuck in school based on their zip code. They don't want the pipe fitters and plumbers to pay for student loans of doctors and lawyers. And they don't want 10 million people to come here, including in all these states we're seeing, and get cash and cell phones and clothing and hotel rooms. They just say it's unfair. But wokeness is on the ballot, whether we feel it or not. I'll never understand how Kamala Harris chose someone in Tim Walz who was to the left of her on the woke agenda.
So we talked about early surprises. Jason and I love sports, so do you, right? When you can get a quick touchdown in the game against somebody you're not supposed to beat. If he wins Virginia, this is the big thing. This is one of those early things that could go your way. Her numbers in Ohio are interesting to me. I did not think, you talked about the Seltzer poll, and Jason and I talked about this before we got on. That number suggests that's what she was suggesting. You can close there. We'll see if the night goes on. But Georgia, North Carolina still the states that she's got to perform well and maybe win one. And if he can win Virginia, we thought we were going to have a long night. We might have a longer night as we think about these numbers here over the next.
It'll be interesting. Maybe a shorter night. Or shorter. Virginia. So we really have to look at the gender breakdown in the states and where we are half the vote in some places like Ohio and Texas, where that vote's coming from. We're going to do that.
In minutes away, right? That is what we're dealing with. We're going to get some major poll closings that are coming up. Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all about to close. And Sean Hannity.
And we are back with the Hill's live election night coverage. I'm Robbie Suave, host of Rising, and we're looking at some interesting events taking place. I was most struck, Nomiki, by a voter telling MSNBC, this is in Arizona, young male, that Kamala Harris lost his vote by not appearing on the Joe Rogan podcast, something we widely predicted was going to be a mistake, not for her to do that and not to, tap into that enormous contrarian, out there, alternative media ecosystem that he's created. But of course, then there's also a voter that you pointed out, found also by CNN in North Carolina, who is going to vote for Kamala Harris because of why?
Because if he didn't, his girlfriend was going to break up with him. But I don't buy.
Two sides of America, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
do not buy this Arizona voter. I know those Arizona voters. Some are in my family. I don't think Joe Rogan was going to determine the election. I think Joe Rogan wants people to think that.
I think Joe Rogan has a big impact on the election.
I mean, maybe if they stayed out
as much as anything
could turn out, but I don't think any of those voters were really on the fence thinking, they weren't the undecided voters. That small crew of undecided voters that was left was mostly female at this point, and we do know that. So this guy may have said that. He also might be saying it because he knows it's going to get
you can
go
say
viral.
that, but I don't know. I could see it very much being the case that that would have been a good opportunity for her to reach people who don't tune into normal politics, don't see what she's saying in other contexts. But Who knows? Andrew Yang also weighing in and saying that he thinks it was a big mistake for her to not go on Joe Rogan. He is someone who obviously came to attention and popularity in large part by doing alternative media and podcast appearances. He was on Rising numerous times, which is good. Let's turn to the actual results we have so far. We have Tim Kaine defeating Hung Cao in Virginia, which was expected, but it was a little close in Virginia. Elsewhere, it's looking so far better than I think a lot of people anticipated for Trump. I'm seeing the Loudoun County results in particular are worrying Democrats in that the total for Kamala Harris, the percentage, is lower so far than Joe Biden got. This is a state that, elected Glenn Youngkin out of frustration with a lot of Democratic COVID policies, I think in particular, some school stuff, that kind of thing.
North Carolina's looking very good for Kamala Harris in some parts of North Carolina that they did not think. It's still a toss-up. Actually, the results were just updated. So it's very much a toss-up right now, according to the New York Times. It's still very early, and a lot of these states that are coming through are rural states. That's what happens every cycle. I always have to remind folks, the first states to come in, especially in the East, are rural states that are red states. It takes a lot longer to count big cities, which lean more Democratic. I think Florida is going to be interesting for us to analyze in that it's not necessarily, she's underperforming Joe Biden, which, again, an anomaly year, COVID year, a lot of mail-in votes. But I've been talking to a source in Miami who's very involved in politics and organizing there, and they're concerned that the demos that they thought were going to turn out are not the ones that the media is stating, and that they lost this abortion referendum on the 6-week abortion.
This is just a solidly red state now.
Recreational marijuana,
which I'm disappointed about. I would like to, as a libertarian, I would like to have recreational marijuana. So that one is a disappointment to me. But
it's not solidly. It's 50. It's more or less 49 to 51, and in off years,
look at Miami-Dade.
More Democratic.
Miami-Dade,
that's really what it comes down to.
70%
that's what it comes down
Hispanic county. And
mostly Cuban,
and you have a massive this state has been moved from a swing state over the course of our lifetimes into a solidly red state, and basically Hispanics voting for Trump, voting for DeSantis.
Cubans, but this is why you have to understand the complexity of Hispanic voters. Those Cuban voters have always been conservative. This is not a new thing. These are folks who fled Fidel Castro, who are afraid of communism and socialism. That is how it's been leaning, really for the last 25, 30 years, well, since Cubans arrived. But Miami, I mean, it's not solidly red. He won Miami-Dade by 55, and she's at 44, and not even all the count is in right now. This is a state.
Yeah, it's a city.
but that's one. Broward County, just north, she won by 58% to 41. Orlando, a solidly Puerto Rican.
It's notable when a city goes even somewhat solidly Republican is a notable thing, a major city.
There's plenty of states that have major cities that are conservative. I mean, Texas is a great example. I mean, you look at the west coast of Florida, you have Tampa, that's solidly Republican, but then you have other places like Tallahassee that's 60% Democratic. It's an interesting state, and I think it's really going to come down to micro communities in that Miami-Dade area. I don't think it's about Cubans. They've never voted, for the most part, Democratic, except for Anna Navarro and her husband, who's the former chair of the
it's done, right? It's been called now for Trump, so
it is.
Your prediction is out the window. I will not have to wear my White Dudes for Harris T-shirt on the show tomorrow. I was confident enough, but I was not going to have to do it. So far, the vibes I'm hearing from Trump people is that they're reasonably pleased. But of course, last election, we had the same situation where a lot of the early returns were favorable to Trump, and then they watched that lead evaporate as it went later and later into the night as you get, counting mail-in ballots from other places, that kind of thing. Then that it evens out, and that was the frustration watching that happen. We could be in for an exact repeat of that, but I know that many Republican commentators are feeling happy right now. The New York Times election dial is up and running, and right now it's pointed like, oop, this way, a little bit in Trump's favor.
It's going to go back. I mean, again, we're seeing these early states are generally more conservative states.
Yeah.
There's no big shockers here. I mean, I'm looking at North Carolina. That's the one I really am watching. Virginia, I think that has been surprising because last time Democrats won Virginia was with Barack Obama, and since then it's been off the table. So we have some shifts. If there's anything that's coming out of this, it's that we're going to have a better understanding of the demographics of our country in presidential cycles, which we really haven't had a good grasp of since 2016.
Yeah.
And the country has shifted drastically. Millennials are now eking into their 40s. Gen Zers are, the gender divide with Gen Z is drastic. It's huge. It's bigger than any other generation in history. And you're seeing a realignment with how both parties deal with working class issues, with culture issues. It's not our traditional drawing lines. And I think that this and how the generations interact with media too.
I mean, we're going to see what I expect is both camps doing better with certain kinds of voters. Already seeing evidence of Kamala Harris doing well with older voters or older white voters. Trump obviously had nowhere to go but up with minority voters, but getting people in that category, particularly male, is going to help him in those Sun Belt states, going to help him in Arizona, Nevada, et cetera. I still think Nevada is very much in play for the Trump campaign.
I don't disagree with you, and that's why I didn't have it on my map as a solid, just a reminder.
All right, we'll be back with more Hill coverage of election night. Stay tuned.
If you go back to early voting in 2020, the Democrats had a 1.1 million vote lead heading into Election Day. This year is about 400,000. So that's a 700,000 vote decline in a year. That would mean today they would have needed massive turnout. They would need massive turnout. Yes, at the universities, it seems like they got it. But there's about 25,000 students that go to Temple. There's about 10,000 that go to Penn State. There's about 6,000 that go to Lehigh University. Okay, that's not making up 700,000 votes. So then we look at traditional. Who else is voting in Philly? African Americans, a lot of union workers. Did they show up in the numbers? There are people reporting there was a massive turnout in Philly today. I just got off the phone with the Trump War Room in Philadelphia, and they said they don't see it. Now, it's either one way or the other. The fact that they don't know the answer to that is a little surprising to me. If those numbers aren't there, that means Pennsylvania is a state that is in a state of play big time tonight. It may not show up early, but it will show up as the night evolves, just like Wisconsin.
I would just mention one other thing about college students is that there's been such a focus on young men, and these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys. So just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students vote.
But also welcome Katie McNamee and Trey Downey. Katie, the interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. We've already called that state for the former president, but inside those numbers, there's a massive Puerto Rican turnout in Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
In other places, the media will tell you that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote outpouring. But Trump won that overwhelmingly with a massive Puerto Rican turnout. I'm not sure it affects things one-to-one, but it is interesting to look at.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big
Welcome back to America's Vote 2024. I'm Drew Petrimoulx.
And I'm Michael Schnell. Here at the 9 p.m. hour, this is the list of poll closures across the U.S., and there are a notable few on the list: Arizona, parts of Michigan, Wisconsin, and New York. There's also Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, Wyoming. We're getting close to all these polls being closed.
And we have some new Decision Desk HQ projections. Kamala Harris wins New Hampshire. Harris wins Illinois. Harris so far with 67 electoral votes that she has accumulated. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has accumulated 111.
Bob, I want to start by looking at where things stand in Michigan. It's obviously one of these key states in the Democratic blue wall. Kamala Harris is going to need it to win. 10% of the vote is in. Kamala Harris with a 10% lead, but of course, only 10% of the vote in. In 2020, Biden won the state by 2.8 percentage points. A 10-point lead is a good open, but what needs to happen for Kamala Harris in this state for her path to victory?
Well, I mean, if you look at, we're still early.
very early, and my friends are texting me what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen. Okay, but Trump is off to a good start. Okay, why? Because Florida was called earlier than I anticipated. Virginia was called, but later than I anticipated, and obviously that went for her. However, there are some good signs for her. You mentioned Michigan, North Carolina. There are some good signs. But overall, it comes down to turnout. And, anecdotally, some of the data suggests maybe there's not the turnout that we thought. And I always thought that Trump was, he's rock solid with his base. But her ceiling is higher than his, and also her floor is lower than his. So that's going to be the determining factor. And right now, again, there are no surprises, but she's got to keep that blue wall. Yeah. I mean, remember, and I know we get all caught up in what's going to happen here, and Florida was called early, which was. Okay, but it still comes down to Pennsylvania, really. That really is the one state that DDHQ says 85% chance. You win Pennsylvania, you win this thing. But the early data, Trump has an early lead, but it's early in the game.
Yes. Julia, we were talking a little bit about Michigan. Really interested in what happens in Wayne County in Michigan. That's where Detroit is. Right. That's where Dearborn is. There's not only Detroit, which will be very interested to watch the black vote there, but also it's a high Arab American population in that district, in that county. Something we haven't talked about yet is the impact of that could have on the race. It's looking more and more like Harris is going to have to rely on the blue wall. How do you expect that to play into this election?
Well, look, earlier today, the head of the uncommitted movement said he voted for Harris.
Significant deal.
Big deal, very big deal, particularly for a movement that has been heavily critical of the Biden administration's handling of the war in Gaza, and really a conflict that has turned into a much more regional conflict. And it's not just the Arab vote that she has to be concerned about. You also have white working class voters that have, some sort of swung back and forth between Republicans and Democrats. Biden was able to win them over in 2020, but Trump's really worked hard to win them back, and we've seen a number of, some unions, for example, decide not to endorse, which Trump has sort of taken to be as, a victory for him. So I think there's some skepticism among the white working class vote in some of these blue wall states, particularly Michigan, about her. But the Arab American vote, look, I think the Trump campaign was trying to make inroads there. I don't think they necessarily made major inroads. The question is, could Kamala Harris bring them out to turnout? I haven't seen specific turnout numbers from that community, but if turnout's high from them, that's a good sign.
The Jill Stein vote might be interesting to watch in Michigan.
As well as Wisconsin, because she attracted, I believe, 30,000 votes in 2016. She was not on the ballot. She didn't run in 2020, and Biden won by less than 30,000. Right. So that is one to watch. But it does come down to the blue wall, and we're talking about walls. We always talk about walls in the Trump era. And listen, Trump. Remember, Trump won North Carolina 4 years ago. He won Florida 4 years ago, but he didn't win the blue wall. So that's going to be the key.
And one place where Trump didn't win back in 2020 that he's leading in right now is Georgia. I want to take a look back at Georgia. Right now, Trump has a lead about 5 percentage points right there. Us journalists, not so great at math, about 5 percentage points right there. But with 66% of the vote in. But I want to look at Fulton County because this is where Atlanta is. This is a place where if Kamala Harris wants to win Georgia, just like President Biden did back in 2020, she's going to need to run up the score here. Right now, she's leading Trump there 71.5% to 27.7% with 74% of the vote in. So there's still room for that. But the big question here, Julie, is going to be, can she outweigh Trump's lead elsewhere? Yeah, outweighs lead elsewhere in the suburbs and also in rural Georgia. Look, we are seeing Trump really run up the score in some of these states with rural voters. That's very important. And, I think we are really seeing the urban-rural divide play out in a number of these states, like in Georgia. I'm curious to see what it looks like in North Carolina. We know that western North Carolina, for example, has been hit hard by some of these hurricanes that could potentially impact turnout if people were able to, have the capacity to go out and vote or vote early. But we are certainly seeing that divide in North Carolina and Georgia, 2 states that I would argue Trump does need. Mm-hmm.
That rural-urban divide is very interesting because it also, sandwiched in the middle of those is like the exurbs, right? And these are places where Harris is trying to lose by less than she has in the past. And I've been looking at Cherokee County, Forsyth County, Fayette County, all in Georgia, all around the Atlanta metro. And she is improving slightly on Joe Biden in 2020. But the counterbalance to that is how poorly she's doing in the rural areas, where you have sometimes, she lost by, 50, 60, 70 points. Those are even being pushed up higher. So, Bob, I just wonder, is that really what's going to make the difference here? Is like how, can she improve her margins in the exurbs, and how poorly she loses in those really rural areas?
Well, it's a problem. I mean, going back to the union vote, Biden was actually in polling data with the Teamsters. He polled better than Trump. And then Trump basically won 2-1 against her, even though the Teamsters did not endorse. That shows you that he's really cut into a Democratic stronghold, and he's changed. That said, the suburbs have not been kind to Trump, but the rural areas love him. And that's something, I mean, when you look at big picture too, as Julia said, this is very important for Trump to win not only Georgia, but North Carolina, for both of them. And if he does pull off that doubleheader, well, then the chances of him winning are over 80%. If Harris steals one of those states, it's a whole new ballgame. And then the momentum goes to her. So that is something to watch before we go into the blue wall.
And Julia, something I've been interested in that I know you've been tracking this whole cycle is the impact that women's reproductive rights and abortion will have on this race. There's some, we can try to glean some of the trends from what happened in Florida, because that amendment ballot initiative question, it failed. It did not reach the 60-vote threshold. 57.4% said they were in support of that. 56.2%. Trump right now has 56.2% support there. So Democrats were banking on the idea that folks who wanted to protect the women's right to choose would then vote Democratic. Doesn't look like that's the case in Florida. There were some splits there.
No, and I'm not surprised there were some splits there. I mean, look, I said this earlier in the show. There is a history in Florida of voters going out and voting for a left-leaning ballot measure and then favoring a right-leaning or a federal candidate like Donald Trump. I think abortion, that issue is obviously very different than raising the minimum wage or medicinal marijuana, but they do have a history of that. I thought it was interesting that we saw that ballot measure fail. You also had recreational marijuana, that ballot measure fail in Florida as well. What that tells me, what's interesting, is that you're seeing, that's sort of I think you saw the senior vote in Florida, obviously a very crucial part of that population, leaning more to the right on that issue. I'm curious to see if we can glean anything from that. We know that voters 65 years and older are some of the most reliable voters. We know that Donald Trump supported that amendment. Rick Scott and Ron DeSantis did not. We know that a number of Republicans tend to lean to the right on that issue. So, I mean, I'm just curious to see if that's glean anything with the 65 vote.
I want to pause the conversation right here because we have some projections from Decision Desk HQ. The state of Louisiana has gone to former President Trump, in addition to South Dakota, North Dakota, and Kansas. Wyoming, Nebraska also in Trump's corner, and New York, Vice President Kamala Harris has won that state as well.
Well, thank you, The Hill's Bob Cusack and Julia Manchester. We will see you right back here at 11 o'clock.
All righty.
Guys.
Let's bring in The Hill's national political reporter, Kate Martell. Kate, what are you following tonight?
Hello. What a big night we're having. And, what I'm following tonight is, so far, the polls really have been accurate. And every state that we expected to be close, we're seeing incredibly close numbers. Now, we do so far see that former President Trump does look like he is a little bit ahead, but I would argue that most of those states are red-leaning states that we fully expected to go in his favor. And, that will likely be matched by Vice President Harris on the other side. So much can still happen. But what we are seeing is how incredibly important these roughly 90 swing state electoral college votes will be, because we have not had any of these major upsets so far.
All right, Kate Martell, thank you so much. We're going to bring it back in Bob and Julia just to go over those election results that we just got. Bob, I'll go to you first. Our home state, New York. No surprise here that it's going to Vice President Kamala Harris, but Donald Trump spent a lot of time in that state. I'm curious to see what the margin was, if he got chipped away at some of the Democratic lead that we typically see there, and B, if that lead was less for Kamala Harris, if Donald Trump did better than expected, will Republican House candidates be able to ride on those coattails?
That's a great question. I mean, Trump has always had a real fantasy of winning New York, his home state. I mean, he just always, the first time I interviewed him in 2015, he mentioned winning New York. And I'm like, New York? And he's like, no, it can happen. So, and he had the MSG rally, as you mentioned.
Sure.
Now, but that's why New York is so important, because not only does Donald Trump want to win the presidency, but he wants the House and the Senate, so he doesn't have to talk to Democrats. They can move things through a complicated process called reconciliation, and that's how he got the Trump tax cuts into law. So those states are not surprises. But to Kate's point, it's a good one too. We have not. There's 7 battlegrounds that we know of. Okay, Virginia. Some people were thinking, well, maybe Trump, because Trump visited there.
Sure.
Okay, didn't go to Trump. Okay, New Hampshire didn't go to Trump. Okay, so the 7 battlegrounds, we haven't seen them called yet. So. Right. You know, everyone needs to take a deep breath.
Yeah. Still a lot of night to go.
Yeah.
One of the interesting, we're talking about the Biden effect on this race and unions and stuff that he plays really well with those in Pennsylvania. In Lackawanna County, that's Scranton. That's, Biden's traditional home base. It's kind of been all over the map. But back in 2020, Biden won that county by +9. Harris is over 10 right in that district right now. So at this point, it's early. Only about half of the precincts reporting right now. But so far, not a drop-off in a place like Scranton that was home to Joe Biden. You'd think that'd be a good sign for the Harris camp.
That is a good sign. It's a good point, Drew. I mean, listen, there are going to be some counties where Biden did better than Harris. But let's be clear. No matter who wins this race, Democrats made the right decision. There is no way Biden was going to win this election. Harris has a chance. She may lose. But I think actually Trump was probably going to win the popular vote as well if Biden stayed in the race. So, but that is interesting. We're getting more data to show, hey, obviously Biden has a different appeal than Harris. They're two different people. But I do think that's interesting that, and remember, we didn't see Biden on the campaign trail a lot. Harris wanted to kind of keep him in the White House, and that's where he's watching results tonight.
Yeah, and Julia, sort of a similar idea that Drew is getting at here. If you look at another, the Philadelphia area, that Kamala Harris is currently leading. She has 86.2% of the vote. Back in 2020, Joe Biden only had 81.4% of the vote. So if it stays like this, she's leading what Biden's numbers were by 5 percentage points. In a state like Pennsylvania, that's her running up the score in a place where she knows she has appeal. And how could that affect who gets Pennsylvania's 19 electoral votes?
Look, it could have a huge impact. Obviously, the city of Philadelphia, we know, is going to go to Harris. But the problem Harris was having, and it seems like that problem has maybe lessened itself over the past few days, is the enthusiasm among young black men and young Latino men in particular. There was a reason why when, the weekend of that Madison Square Garden rally, when Trump was in New York City, she was in Philadelphia that day. She was spending lots of time in West Philadelphia with the black community and with the Puerto Rican community. Ironically, we had that joke made at the Madison Square Garden rally, the very racist joke about Puerto Ricans made in Latinos, which I think benefited Harris, but she needs to run up the score with those voters. I think it's going to get trickier when you move outside of Philadelphia to Bucks County, for example. And also, don't discount Pittsburgh and Western Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign does feel much better, I think, about the Pittsburgh area, Western Pennsylvania, despite the fact that we've seen some lean Democrat, maybe toss-up congressional seats, sort of move towards Democrats there. The Trump campaign's still feeling very good about that region.
And let's remember also, the first assassination attempt was in Pennsylvania.
Western
So
Pennsylvania,
that fires up the Trump base, and that could be the difference. We don't know, but maybe.
It's early, a lot more votes to count, a lot more to discuss. Guys, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you soon. Now let's head over back to Vice President Kamala Harris's election watch party at Howard University. There you'll find from inside the arena from right outside the arena is Washington correspondent Hannah Brandt. Hannah, give us the state of play right there. What is the energy at that watch party? We've seen some states be called. How are folks feeling?
Hey, Michael, I have heard the states be called as well, and that's because every time a state is called for Harris, these supporters cheer really loud. Of course, they're very excited about that. We've also heard a lot of music. You can probably hear it playing in the background. A lot of Beyonce on that playlist, and that's no surprise. Of course, we know that Beyonce endorsed Vice President Harris, campaigned with her as well, and she's been relying on a lot of star power throughout this campaign. So a lot of those artists making an appearance on this musical list, and that's been really exciting for the people here. A lot of dancing among the supporters in this crowd. Energy is high right now. Of course, we're still waiting for results to roll in, but right now people seem pretty optimistic and energized.
Yeah, and Hannah, we're still waiting for results to come in. It's very early, but one thing we might be able to cross out the list at this point is an absolute Harris landslide, and I wonder if you're picking up any of that energy, realization that maybe they're in for a longer night than maybe some of them hoped that they could be out of there before midnight.
Sure, I don't think so, and I think really the Harris campaign has been kind of setting the stage that this is going to be close. I mean, she's been saying that all along, and people have been listening. I think the supporters here know that. Supporters across the country understand that this race has always been expected to be close, so I don't know that anyone really thought, okay, we're going to know one way or the other immediately after the polls closed, and these students, they do seem energized, not just students, but supporters in general. They do seem energized, excited to be here. And I imagine it'll stay that way for the next couple of hours. They're especially excited to see the Vice President herself come here to the watch party. So that'll certainly coincide with an uptick in energy, I'd imagine.
Yeah, Hannah, that was actually exactly what I wanted to ask you. Any more updates on when we will see Harris tonight?
We haven't heard yet a definitive time from the campaign. We know that Vice President Harris had planned to have dinner at home with her family. I know I mentioned earlier that she's actually hosting family at her home as well. So spending some good family time as she, I imagine, is glued to her phone like the rest of us, watching the results roll in.
All right, Hannah Brandt, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you later tonight. And for now, we'll be right back with more America's Vote 2024. To the Hill special election coverage, America's Vote 2024. And we'll start off with a key race projection. Decision Desk Decision Desk HQ says Trump has won the state of Missouri and its 10 electoral college votes. As we get more race calls, as we get more numbers, we're going to head into some analysis now. And back with us at the table is the Hill's White House reporter, Brett Samuels. Brett, another state in former President Trump's corner. What are you hearing from Trump advisors at this point? How is the campaign feeling?
Yeah, I think the Trump campaign feels pretty good about where they stand right now. When you look at states like Georgia, Kamala Harris seemed to have this sort of very early initial lead. Trump has overtaken her there. North Carolina, still too soon to say who's won that state, but there's some evidence that Trump is increasing his margins in rural counties in particular from where he stood in 2020. And if you look at some of these other states, as Pennsylvania results come in, you look at some of these other battleground states, if Trump is able to run up those rural margins, then that puts more pressure on Vice President Harris and her campaign to sort of outrun him in the suburbs, basically. So overall, I think a pretty good, if not overwhelmingly confident feeling from the Trump campaign.
Yeah, one of the things I was just talking about is that one of the scenarios that maybe we can cross off the list of possible outcomes tonight is a Harris landslide. That doesn't look like it's going to happen. If Harris does win this race, it's probably going to come in the blue wall. What is the message being projected from Harris headquarters at this moment?
Yeah, the message from Harris campaign, from Democrats, is essentially it's too early to panic, that people shouldn't be seeing these results in Georgia. The New York Times needle, of course, as it fluctuates back and forth, that people shouldn't lose their wits about them and think that this race is over by any means. Certainly, you go to a state like Pennsylvania, traditionally takes a long time for them to count ballots. We saw in 2020 sort of the ebb and flow where, Biden was off to an early lead, then Trump overtook him, then in the end, Biden won the state. So Harris campaign folks are still sort of projecting that sort of, everyone take a deep breath. This is going to be a long night. Polls haven't even closed yet in Nevada and Arizona, two key battleground states. So the Harris campaign is basically, in this for the long haul, and they're not sweating quite just yet because, as you said, Drew, the blue wall is sort of where she has her path to victory.
Does it feel at all similar to like 2020, where there was that blue mirage? So at first, former President Trump came out with the commanding lead. He ended up declaring victory later in the night, and then over the next few days, Kamala Harris chipped away at that lead and then eventually overtook it. Are Democrats and the Harris campaign, as you see it, sort of saying, stay the course because look what happened in 2020, it could happen again this time?
Yeah, I think, on the one hand, that's definitely, I think people are saying that. They're saying, let's not overreact to these initial ballot returns, especially in Pennsylvania, like I mentioned. That's a state that notoriously kind of ebbs and flows as more results come in. Philadelphia and the counties around there sort of famously come in as sort of the last batch of votes. So that could certainly play a role in a late surge for Harris. But on the other hand, I think, yes, there is this idea of a red mirage that Republicans are going to do well early, and then we'll see how the results fluctuate as more early ballots and such are counted. But the difference this time is Republicans really invested a lot in having voters cast their ballot early. They encourage folks to cast mail ballots, vote early in person.
A departure from what happened in 2020, notably.
Absolutely, yeah, where Trump notoriously railed against early voting, spread these claims about fraud. And while Trump himself still at times expressed skepticism about early voting, we've seen Republicans do a much better job of encouraging their voters to cast their ballots early. So the question is whether that cannibalizes their election day vote or whether that, prevents this sort of red mirage we're seeing, and maybe Republicans hold on to that leads that they may have in some of these states.
All right, Brett, stick with us 1 second. We want to check in with down in West Palm Beach with Rashad Hudson. He is at the headquarters, the election party of former President Trump. Rashad, we've been talking about the returns that have come in so far, and it's still early, but there's, I assume, some good feelings going on down there at that watch party.
Yeah, hey, good evening to you. It's a lot more people here than the last time I talked to you. It's not quite a packed out room just yet, but they're expecting more people to file into this room. Now, the supporters that are in the room, they're pretty locked in on the monitors behind me because they're able to watch the results come in real time. And when they're announcing these races for former President Trump, the crowd is cheering loudly. They're excited. Many of them tell me they're from all over the country They traveled from all over to be here to watch the results come in with the former president. Now, as for former President Trump, he's back at Mar-a-Lago with his family and top advisors, watching the results, crunching the numbers, looking at all of the data points that has guided him to this point. They're trying to see where they are right now when it comes to trying to win this election.
And Rashad, any updates yet on when we're going to see the former president tonight? I know that you're at his Mar-a-Lago residence right now. Any update on when we can actually see or hear from him?
Yeah, we're expected at some point to see former President Trump. We're still not sure exactly when that will be. His team and the former president, they're waiting on more numbers to come in. They're waiting to feel confident to be able to come out. So they're watching this like many Americans at home.
Talking about that party that you're out, who's actually in the crowd there? Are these just supporters of the former president? Are they donors? Do you see any politicians around? Who are the people that we see there? We see some people taking pictures.
Yeah, a lot of the people that are in this room are key Trump supporters. Many of them are campaign workers as well. And I will tell you, before they enter the room, there's a table set up where they can pick up for free a Trump hat and a Trump t-shirt. The campaign's giving out free campaign merch to those early bird supporters as a way to draw people in, to make them more excited, and to just have what they're hoping, a packed out crowd here at the West Palm Beach Convention Center.
All right, Rashad Hudson, thank you so much. We're back here now with Brett Samuels, but first, a Decision Desk HQ projection. And it's a fairly big one. The state of North Carolina has been won by former President Trump. Brett, reaction right up the top. North Carolina, Harris folks were hopeful they could maybe capture it, which would be an astonishing thing, something that hasn't happened in years. Trump, though, keeping it in his column.
Yeah, very similar, I think, to 2020, where we saw the Biden campaign then sort of maybe be a little optimistic about flipping North Carolina. In the end, Trump won by this very tight margin of about a percentage point or two. Looks to be on a similar track here with Trump and Harris. And essentially this, I think, essentially for Harris, all of the marbles are now in the blue wall for her. She has to sweep Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. That's her path to 270 votes. Of course, Nevada and Arizona are still out there, but those states and their electoral votes don't compensate if she were to lose Pennsylvania, if she were to lose Michigan. It wouldn't be enough to get her off the finish line. So, Georgia appears to be trending Trump's way. North Carolina, obviously, we have this call for Trump, sort of takes those off the table for Harris, and now all eyes turn to the blue wall.
We're getting a fuller picture of what's going on.
All right, Brett Samuels, thanks so much for joining us. Let's bring in the Hill's staff writer, Rafael Bernal. Rafael, what have you seen, if anything, in the exit polling, the numbers of Latino voters? Any big takeaways?
The big takeaway is different behaviors in Florida and Pennsylvania. You do see county, you mentioned Osceola County last time I was on in Florida. The Puerto Rican voters there did not fall for Harris like they did 4 years ago for President Biden. And now Harris really needs that turnout, that Puerto Rican turnout in Pennsylvania, to be very aggressively pro-Harris. That's what's expected, but we're seeing these very tight margins everywhere. We're seeing North Carolina is not what Democrats wanted, and Central Florida was not what Democrats wanted.
And Rafael, what can you glean from these results so far, the reaction, the outfall, if anything, to those remarks that were made at the former president's Madison Square Garden rally about Puerto Rico by that comedian?
Well, it's still a matter of turnout. So it probably got more people voting in Pennsylvania. It did, but it did not do that in Florida. That's what we know.
Yeah, it's interesting. We all know that no group is a monolith, but it is very interesting that you're getting a different reaction to both campaigns in a place like Florida, and maybe the reaction is different among the same demographic of voters in a place like Pennsylvania. Any idea why that is?
Well, I mean, that's right. No group is a monolith. Florida is a very different sort of campaign scenario than Pennsylvania. Democrats campaign more in Pennsylvania Pennsylvania. The comments were made closer to Pennsylvania, and sort of the focus has been on that group of Latinos. There are also more rural Latinos along the Latino corridor, Allentown, Reading, and so on. So there's really, it's really an urban-rural difference. It's just when they arrived in the United States, and yeah, it really solidifies that fact that Latino voters, you have to go after them. If you don't go after them, you lose them essentially, as Democrats seem to have done in Osceola County in Florida.
Fascinating dynamics tonight, Raphael. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be right back here with Nextstar's national live stream host, Chip Brewster, and founder and editor of Pluribus News, Reed Wilson, with the latest updates from the state and local level. Don't go anywhere.
Back, everybody, to America's Vote 2024 as we continue to watch the results roll in. And in fact, we have another Decision Desk HQ projected winner. There's that sweet stinger I was waiting for. So Colorado going for Harris and Reed. This is one of those no surprise situations.
Yeah,
here.
Colorado was a swing state back in the George W. Bush days. It's not a swing state anymore. Solidly in the Democratic column. If Harris had any trouble in Colorado, we might have had a close night.
Yeah,
might have a short night.
Much shorter. There would have been a lot of other things to analyze, but at this point, it's all kind of going to the polls that they have projected it, and so it's still coming down to the swing states. And we want to start with our deep dive analysis with Pennsylvania.
Yep. Let's take a look at Pennsylvania here. And as we take a look, we mentioned earlier the 4 collar counties there: Montgomery, Bucks, Chester, and Delaware.
Yeah.
Again, these were counties that were the quintessential swing counties in America when George W. Bush was running for re-election in 2004. They are no longer the sort of swing counties. They're firmly in the Democratic camp. Joe Biden won those counties by a combined 293,000 votes in 2020, en route to winning the state by 82,000 votes. Good news for Vice President Harris. So far, with only 20% of the vote in, she's up by about 105,000 votes in those counties. Again, 80% left to count, plenty to go. Add in Philadelphia, where Vice President Harris is doing better than President Biden did, taking 83% of the vote in the city versus 81% for Biden. Still a lot of time to count there, but that's notable. Those are, I mean, Harris needs a huge turnout in Philadelphia, and it looks like she's getting it.
And let's break down just a bit further what it is that you're telling us, because it's one thing to say, here's the numbers, here's what she needs to win, but what you're doing is taking that a step further and saying, all right, Biden carried this in 2020, carried the state by how much? Okay, now I'm looking at the county, I'm looking at the percent vote, I'm looking at the lead difference there.
Right.
So why is it that you are able to arrive at the analysis you are right now?
So what we're seeing here is Democrats running up the score in big urban counties and even in the suburban counties like those collar counties we just talked about, and Republicans running up the score in more rural areas. Brett was talking about that a few minutes ago over in the other room over there, and that's what we're seeing. I mean, Trump is doing better in what people sort of pejoratively call the T. I mean, the rest of Pennsylvania outside of that sort of Philly area and Philly exurbs and Pittsburgh and up into Erie. So those typically Republican areas are turning out at big numbers. The urban areas that are Democratic vote bastions, they're turning out at bigger numbers too. One of the good things in this super divided age of partisan politics, we're in a golden age of voter turnout, and I think that's something to be celebrated. More people are showing up to vote. Good. That's great.
You know, I'll take that positive spin on people being fired up because of the negative that politics is trying to put in there when they're out there campaigning, saying, hey, you got to come out and vote for me to beat the other guy.
Right.
But I like it. Higher voter turnout, more engagement by the electorate.
Let me point out one more thing that I'm seeing in a lot of the exit polls. The gender gap. This was supposed to be the election with the largest gender gap in American history. Women favor Vice President Harris by a huge margin. Men favor former President Trump by a huge margin. I'm not seeing a massive gap here. Yes, it's big, but in Pennsylvania, Trump is ahead among men by 14 points. Harris is winning women by 12 points. In Michigan, Trump up 11 among men, Harris up 8 among women. In Wisconsin, men favor Trump by 9, women favor Harris by 11. So those gender gaps, they're not the massive outstanding thing we've seen, and I think that's a part of the reason why the team over there in the other room said correctly that the scenario of Harris running away in a landslide is sort of off the table right now. That gender gap that she would have needed, that explosive growth among women, it's just not showing up right now.
Can we talk about Georgia before we move on to the Senate seats? I know that is another thing we want to focus on, but Georgia being that, it's in the southern stronghold, but it's still going to be a contender at this point.
It is, and there's still votes to come out of Fulton, out of Cobb, out of DeKalb County, those counties around Atlanta. But it looks like most of the Republican counties are pretty much in.
Yeah, I've pulled up. So for those that don't know, this map, it's pretty cool. It has a few different functions. So this is the ballots counted. This is what we've been showing the most. But then we have a uncounted votes. And so you can get a sense of what votes are yet to come in. And to your point, just looking at the size of the circles, thanks visualization, it is those more liberal-leaning counties that have yet to put in the most votes at this point.
So let's do some math here. Approximately 4 million votes cast. President Trump, former President Trump, had 2.1 million. Vice President Harris, 1.9 million. So a gap of about 200,000 votes there, with about a quarter left to come in. So here we can see Gwinnett County, a substantial number of votes left to count there in a heavily Harris district. Fulton County, still a quarter of the votes
counted, but 25% of a very dense county is a lot of votes in just raw numbers.
And that 25% of the vote could be effectively half of the vice president's deficit right now. We look at Cobb County, still about a quarter of the votes left to count there, and then down here in liberal Savannah and Chatham County, a lot of votes left to count. That's going to be a Harris County by a substantial margin there too. So the vote centers where ballots are left to be counted in Georgia, they favor Democrats. Do they favor Democrats enough that Vice President Harris can net the 200,000 votes that she needs to catch up with former President Trump? Right now, it doesn't look like she has them, but there are still votes to come, so we'll see.
And this is one of because there are multiple at this point where you won't have that early projection because it's so close that you need to wait till truly a vast majority of the votes have come in to establish, yes, this person is going to win that state and those electoral college votes. Now, let me pivot to Senate races, because yes, we talk about presidents, but the control of the Senate, the control of the House, that has a big part in the next administration, whoever is sitting in the Oval Office. And so you've been taking a look at that as well.
Yeah, and it looks like so far Democrats are running a little bit ahead of Vice President Harris in a lot of the key Senate battleground races, but not massively so. And I think this is to be expected. The phenomenon of split ticket voting was once super common in America, no longer so much. But looking at Pennsylvania, Senator Bob Casey running about a point ahead of Vice President Harris. Looking at Ohio, Senator Sherrod Brown about 2 points ahead of Harris. Virginia, Senator Tim Kaine about 3 points. And then in Texas, U.S. Representative Colin Allred running about 2 points ahead of Harris. Those are slim margins, and that should probably be of concern to somebody like a Senator Sherrod Brown in Ohio, pretty Republican state. Former President Trump is going to carry that state, and Sherrod Brown needs a substantial number of crossover voters to survive there. We'll see if he can get them. Good news for Casey, running 1 point ahead of Harris in what's going to be the closest state in America. And then we take a look at a place like Virginia, where it's not a surprise that Tim Kaine is going to win re-election there, and Vice President Harris is probably going to carry that state as well. So all in all, as I look at this landscape of Senate races, Senate Democrats are doing better than Vice President Harris, but not mammothly so. And when it comes to a red state like Ohio, and later in the night, a very red state like Montana, where Senator John Tester is seeking re-election, that's not good news.
That will be an interesting one to watch. I mean, and that is where it may not even be a split ticket, but it may be just the individual that is making that difference, because he has a different kind of appeal other than just being a Democrat in a very red state.
I mean, Sherrod Brown has won a lot of elections in Ohio as Secretary of State, as the U.S. Senator. So not a surprise that he's built his own brand. You can still do that in American politics as a U.S. Senator. Harder to do it as a representative or a state legislator. I mean, heaven help you if you're a state legislator. If you're in a wave year, you're getting swept out. I mean, no matter what.
Yes, I do not disagree with you there. I want to focus in on the Texas race, though, because Ted Cruz, that is a known name. He is a very vocal senator. He has been a main Trump supporter. There's some controversy behind him. Even in Texas, I think a lot of people talk about his trip to Cancun when the big freeze happened in Texas, and he was out on vacation, essentially, rather than dealing with a almost statewide impact. So let me bring up the map there, because Texas has already been called for Donald Trump. And so those votes are still coming in, as we can see, even though we're at 64% of votes counted, they've already declared for Donald Trump. Now, he's got, of counted, 55 to Harris's 43. But when we roll down to that Senate race, it's just shy of 53 to Allred's 45. And so there is a 2-point difference from the top of the ticket to the Senate ticket here, and clearly has not been called for Cruz yet.
Let me tell you, I have some friends in Texas, and they were telling me that there were a lot of Halloween costumes of Ted Cruz pulling a suitcase through an airport.
That is the photo that is iconic with that situation.
That was a big thing. And Ted Cruz is not as popular in Texas, even among Republicans, as somebody like a Governor Greg Abbott or a Senator John Cornyn, the senior senator from Texas. You know, Ted Cruz grates on people. That's I think that's the safest way to put it. And in this case, he's substantially ahead of Colin Allred, with still 40% of the vote to come. Nobody, the Associated Press or nobody else has called this race.
No, but that reminds me, I did also want to look at, as we were doing with the other states, uncounted votes at this point. Where are they coming from? And, you know, it's hard to not discount the fact that the density of those population centers have bigger bubbles. But
and don't forget, Texas has 254 counties, so a lot of those small ones, like I'm looking at Sterling County has not reported any votes, and let's see, there's a county up here in the north
takes
part.
Forever for me to scroll down to S. Thank you for saying S on Sterling.
There are 200.
No, I'm almost there now. Now you can't give up on Sterling. There's Sterling County.
There we go. No votes reported, but so there are all these small counties. The biggest votes left to come in are in the Dallas Metroplex, Austin, San Antonio, Houston. No surprise, the sort of the triangle that represents 75 or 80% of Texas's population. But we'll see how that goes. Two counties I always keep an eye on in these situations.
In Texas?
In Texas are Collin County and Denton County, just north of the Dallas Metroplex. right up there. There you go. Collin County, and
83% in. Ted Cruz has 52 to 45. That's actually tracking with the closer to the statewide as we're looking.
Right, and you go just to the west there, and you'll get to Denton County.
Denton, there you go, 54-44. So he's got a slightly better in Denton County.
Now let's consider what happened in Denton and Collin County from 2016 to 2020.
Okay.
In 2016, Hillary Clinton lost Collin and Denton County by about 20 points. In 2020, Joe Biden lost those two counties by, let's see, 8 percentage points in Denton County and 4 percentage points in Collin County. These are two of the fastest growing counties in America. And I've done a lot of reporting out there. I talked to mayors and city council members and state senators and stuff. They literally can't build schools fast enough to accommodate the thousands of new kids who are coming in. And you talk to Republican officials in Texas, and they say, boy, we love attracting all these Californians. They move here. Then you turn off the tape recorder, and they say, boy, we wish they'd stop voting like they lived in California. And we're seeing that in places like Collin County and Denton County. If Texas is ever truly going to be in play for Democrats, those suburban counties in the Dallas Metroplex are going to start to flip. We haven't seen a full flip yet, so Cruz ahead by 7 points in Collin, 10 points in Denton. Looks like a little reversion to a pre-2020 era, but still, I'm watching those counties like a hawk. You can tell they went from 20 points in 2016 to less than 10 points in 2020. Over the long run, these are the growth areas of Texas.
All right, and then,
you know what? Actually, I shouldn't say that. Every area of Texas is a growth area of Texas.
Oh, yeah. And then I was hearing a note, I missed the state, but there's a request to look at one more Senate race. Oh. Well, what is it going to be so I can tease ahead to it? You're seeing just one part of the conversation. Maryland. Okay, when you guys come back to us, we're going to talk about the Senate race taking place in Maryland, and so stay tuned. Lots more to come. We're only about halfway through this scheduled live stream and probably not even close to halfway through the election night itself. We'll be back.
Welcome back to The Hill's live election night coverage. I'm Robbie Suave, host of Rising, and we are starting to get some tangible information, Miki, that might portend what direction the night is headed. So the state of North Carolina, a pivotal swing state, has been called, not by everyone, but by Decision Desk HQ, which is partnered with The Hill, has been called for Donald Trump. The New York Times has not called it, but now gives Trump, says it's likely Trump will win it. Also that it's likely Trump will win Georgia. He's up there +5. You know, these are not must-win states necessarily for Harris, but what I would say is that the avenues for Harris to have some creative way to still win if things go wrong in the blue wall states, that's going to become a dead end for her. She is getting to the place where she's going to have to hold Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin in order to be elected president. The kind of creative solutions, but what if she, you know, she could lose Pennsylvania but win this other combination of states? I'm calling it right now. That's not going to happen. She has to win Pennsylvania to win this election.
And I think that's what they've always figured, is that she had to win Pennsylvania. And also, you know, they were hopeful about North Carolina. I'm still hopeful about North Carolina. You know, we have.
You think, but it's been called. Well,
it's been, there's some other stuff that.
Decision Desk HQ is going to have egg on their face tomorrow morning.
But all I'm saying is we have to keep in mind that they haven't started counting. You know, North Carolina usually counts very quickly, as the New York Times says, but early voting for the first year ever, early voting did not start to be counted until the polls close. And in other states, you know, Georgia's got a similar issue where they have to deal with overseas ballots, provisional ballots, and it's really tight right now. You have the same in Virginia. Virginia, many results may be reported by noon on Wednesday. Because they don't start counting the mail-in votes, it can be as far as 3 days out. So when you have the margins this small, it could come down to provisional ballots, overseas ballots, mail-in ballots. And in the case of North Carolina, I also think it's going to come down to Asheville, which is a very progressive, specifically progressive, like Democratic-leaning city that was hit so hard by the hurricane, and there's been concern over how many folks are going to be able to turn out to those polls, and if that hurricane will affect the election. This is that kind of year, though. This is a year where micro communities, we were learning so much about geography and different communities within larger communities, they could determine the election. Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, Asheville, North Carolina.
You bring up Virginia, where it is a very tight race still, and there's some hope and some reason to believe that in these counties that are right now leaning Trump in a very encouraging way for Republicans, that there's still ballots to come in that might tip things a little bit back toward Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris ahead in these counties, but not ahead by as much as Biden has been ahead by. And Virginia has been a state that surprised us in recent memory. I said when we were talking earlier, the Glenn Youngkin win there, doing actually well in the suburbs. A lot of frustration with Democratic policies relating to COVID and schools and everything. So if Trump were to somehow take Virginia from Kamala Harris and she hasn't made a pickup in she hasn't picked up North Carolina and she hasn't held on to Georgia, it's actually over. But she could win Virginia. She's still there's still a little bit. She's ahead there right now. New York Times has it as likely Democrat, even though Trump is ahead right now. So I think after this point, you know, the map is going to show. We're going to see what happens on the West Coast, Arizona, Nevada, the Sun Belt states rather, closer toward in the direction of the West Coast, as you said. We're talking about geography here, and then we're going to return to the Midwest for the ultimate showdown.
Your land. I got to say, folks are really upset online about the Colin Allred, Ted Cruz race in Texas. It was really coming close, and Ted Cruz pulled it off. Surprise. Even without Mitch McConnell's help, anxiety. I mean, there's anxiety all around. That's one thing. We were looking on Twitter. We're looking for some interesting stuff to discuss, and it was kind of boring.
Yeah, what I'm picking up on, I'm sensing mounting Democratic nervousness that. And mounting Republican overconfidence, which could be quickly reversed as it was last time when, you know, we talked about the red mirage, when some of these early returns look favorable to conservatives, and then later you count the other stuff that is disproportionately Democrat, and you have things start to shift back the other way. Maybe Republicans are preparing themselves for that. Maybe Democrats are preparing for themselves for that. Who knows? Yes, you mentioned the Ted Cruz win in Texas. The GOP did get some disappointment in Maryland with Larry Hogan, a very moderate Republican, not warmly embraced by or embracing of Donald Trump, losing there to Angela Alsobrooks. So that will not be a Republican win. However, looking very closely at the Ohio Senate race, Bernie Moreno doing well there so far. A lot of the votes still to count, but that is looking like a very possible pickup, I think, for Republicans as well, in a difficult state that is increasingly red against Sherrod Brown, the incumbent.
I mean, it's a shame because Sherrod Brown has been such a great progressive working, fighter for working people.
Yeah, there was a period where he had pulled off the difficulty of being in a red state, but being someone who has credibility with union people, with working class people on sort of populist issues, labor issues, economic issues, while still being a Democrat and still associated with administration and a president and a policy that is increasingly culturally or vibes-based unpopular. I'm using the word vibes way too much in the last several days, weeks, episodes of the show.
Momentum.
I'm going to start retiring that word.
Thesaurus.
Yeah, banning myself from saying it. But it has swam upstream or against the tide with how things are shifting in terms of the labor vote and the working class vote moving into the Republican column. I don't think it's going to be enough to overcome the challenge.
I sadly think you're correct. I think it's been that way. I mean, if you remember, he opted out of even going to the Democratic National Convention because he didn't want to lose a few days of campaigning. That's how tight it has been in Ohio. It's the demographics have shifted quite a bit. I also think, once again, no matter what happens, the Democrats are going to have an inflection point. And this is the drum that I've beaten for the last 10 years. I will not give up on it. The Democrats need to have party operations in every single state, because when you're not on the ground, you're basically, not doing it 24/7, you're basically giving the ground to Republicans, and they're winning the messaging wars. And especially in a race like this, where Kamala Harris only had 3 months to introduce herself to many voters, to talk about the issues that people care about, when Donald Trump has had 9 years to do this, and he has been doing it for 9 years. So Democrats, I gotta say, no matter what happens, we have to change our strategy. We have to start thinking about every single neighborhood, every single community, every single small race as an opportunity to talk about our messaging, what we care about. Because whether it was the legislatures being lost during the Obama years or the Trump MAGA movement building from the ground up all across this country in lands that used to be more democratic, like the Rust Belt, we have to learn our lessons. And, that might even mean shaking it up with some of the staff that's been running things for the last few years.
Indeed. A lot of the staff running Democratic campaigns, if we go back to the Hillary Clinton loss, just some terrible shooting yourselves in the foot. Too much advice from elite young progressives, I think.
I wouldn't even say they're progressives.
Not progressive on the parts of progressivism that are popular that I don't necessarily agree with, but I am willing to admit poll well, minimum wage, expanding Medicare, that kind of stuff. Again, not my policies, but I understand they poll well. What doesn't poll well is like using the pronoun Latinx or that kind of microaggressions or that kind of thing, and that's what the consultant type people, Democrats, rely on, tell them to do. So we'll see if Democrats have to do soul searching tomorrow morning. Maybe not. We might not know by then, but we'll find out. The Hill's election night coverage continues. Stay with us.
Welcome back to America's Vote 2024. I'm Mychael Schnell.
And I am Drew Petrimoulx. Here at the 10 p.m. hour, the following polls have closed: parts of Idaho, Montana, Nevada, parts of Oregon, and Utah. And we have a new Decision Desk HQ projection. Delaware has been won by Kamala Harris.
And back to join us now with more insight into tonight's presidential election is the Hill staff writer Niall Stainage and senior editor Jesse Burns. Guys, results are really starting to come in. Niall, where do things stand? Obviously, Vice President Kamala Harris, a lot of eyes to watch see how she fares in the blue wall as former President Trump captured North Carolina, has a lead in Georgia. Where do you see things right now?
Right now, you would much rather be in Donald Trump's shoes than Kamala Harris's. Now, it's not definitive, and there are still obviously ways where Harris could win this. But what you typically see on election nights is one candidate, their path to victory is expanding, and another candidate, their path to victory is narrowing. There is still a causeway for Kamala Harris to come through and win this, but it's getting narrower all the time. It is essentially the blue wall, don't lose anywhere, win those 3 states, and hope you hold on by the skin of your teeth.
And Jesse, what do you make of so far what we're seeing from the blue wall states? Basically all of them a toss-up at this point, but are you able to glean anything from the early returns that might give us an indication of which way this is going?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a lot tighter in all these places. I think looking at North Carolina, which Decision Desk has called for Trump, that is basically the price of entry for Republican presidential candidates. They've won in 10 of the last 11 cycles. And so for Trump, that's a big call for him to be winning North Carolina so soon. But essentially, he needs to win Georgia, North Carolina as a baseline to have the path to victory. For Harris, holding on to Michigan is going to be hugely key for her. She cannot afford to lose Michigan, really any of these blue wall states, but we're seeing in some of the early returns, Trump in some of the exit polling a majority of the vote among all demographics except for the older voters. And so that's really key if he's winning some of these younger voters who are really key to her victory in a lot of these states.
Niall, I'm looking right now at the returns in Pennsylvania, 42% of the vote in, so we're getting close to that 50% mark. Donald Trump with 49.8%, Kamala Harris with 49.3%. Half a percentage point right there. We're still seeing results come in places like Bucks County, Cumberland County, Philadelphia. How important, though, is the state of Philadelphia? We know how important it is to the pathway. Is this, at this point, essentially the ball game, partially?
I think it is. I think that is the ball game, especially, if Harris loses there, it is essentially all over. Now, it is interesting that the polling in Pennsylvania was very similar to what we're seeing here with about half the vote in. Incredibly tight race, maybe half a point between the candidates. In one way, that makes Pennsylvania unusual because what we have been seeing so far is Donald Trump slightly outperform the margins that were given in the polling averages. So Pennsylvania is still very tight. Obviously, Michigan and Wisconsin going to be absolutely vital. As I say, Kamala Harris now really can't afford to lose anywhere.
And we'll pick up the conversation in 1 second, but we have some projections right now. The state of Utah is going to be in former President Donald Trump's column, as is the state of Montana. So, Jesse, no big surprises here, but still, Donald Trump racking up the score against Kamala Harris.
Yes, as Niall pointed out, his path to victory is expanding, right? We haven't even gotten to Arizona, where he's projected to probably win. Nevada is essentially a toss-up. But if he is able to pick off Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, any of those 3, he will be the next president. But if, as it stands right now, we really haven't had any upsets so far. The Senate is still pretty much going to be going towards Republicans. The House is still very much a toss-up. But when we get into these blue wall states, remember, Trump won all 3 of these in 2016. He lost them all in 2020. So we really don't have any kind of context for how this is going to shake out. He has spent a lot of time in all of these areas. And Harris, I think, as the night progresses, you're going to see some second guessing. Should she have spent as much time as she did in North Carolina and in Georgia if she ends up losing those? Would her time have been better spent keeping that blue wall intact and trying to get her back to the White House and keep that in the Democratic column?
I want to go back to Pennsylvania because it's shaping up to be so crucial in this. I don't know if we can pull up Chester County because that's a county that I'm very interested in. In 2016, it was a Clinton +9. In 2020, it was a Biden +17. This is the county with the highest percentage of college-educated voters in the state. Right now, Harris is only up +12. So she's doing significantly worse, albeit, you don't have the complete results yet. But, these are the type of counties, suburban Philadelphia, that Harris has to do better than Biden because she's doing, it seems, worse in the reddest parts of the state.
Yeah, we saw the same thing in Virginia's Loudoun County, a higher educated area that Trump is actually doing better than expected. And so that is a warning sign for Democrats. If she is not turning out highly educated voters, if she's not turning out minority voters at the levels that Democrats need, Trump, this has been a storyline going back months. Trump's been cutting into her advantage among Latinos, among black voters, especially black men. And the evidence so far doesn't suggest that Democrats are turning out in the vast numbers that they need for Harris to win. Now, obviously, it's very early in the night. We'll see how the suburbs around Philadelphia, Detroit, Wisconsin, some of the urban areas turn out. But as it stands right now, it's not looking great.
And Niall, excuse me, I want to narrow in on another county here in Pennsylvania, Cumberland County. That broke for former President Trump by 11 points back in 2020. Right now, Donald Trump is only leading it by 7.8%, and that's with 75% of the vote in. So as we wait for the rest of Pennsylvania to roll in, Donald Trump has this commanding lead, but not commanding lead, rather has this slight lead, but it looks like he may be lagging in some areas. You could expect the Harris campaign is paying close attention to these comparisons.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do think that while we want to give the people watching as much of a guidance as to how the tide is rolling, we don't, caution is important in these things because you're still getting contradictory information. I just think if you zoom out and you look at the big picture here, Michael, there is a lot of evidence that would make you happy if you were a Trump supporter, and evidence that would make you happy if you're a Harris supporter. You need to squint very hard to find that. I mean, it really has to be just hang on to the blue wall, because in other parts of the country, whether it's Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, you're not really seeing anything that would make a Harris supporter go, oh, this is great, we're doing much better than expected.
And Jesse, we're about to see polls start closing out west, head out to Arizona and Nevada, two other swing states with high Latino populations. What, how important are these states now, and what do you expect to see as these polls close? What are you going to be watching for?
Well, they're hugely important, right? Depending on how this race could come down to 270, 269. So even though we have 6 electoral votes in some of these states, that is key. Arizona, I think, is very interesting, where a quarter of the electorate is Latino, and yet Trump has been trending ahead in the polls there. And so that suggests for Democrats that just pointing out the fact that he has been, pointing out his rhetoric against immigrants and Latinos, that's not cutting it when it comes to actually making the case to voters that he is unelectable, that he should not be the president. So watching some of those returns in places like Arizona are going to be key, but also in Nevada. Trump came out very early with some of his proposals in terms of taxes on tips. That was very popular. Harris, we saw come later and adopt that. And so, we'll see how much that has resonated, especially in the Vegas area, or if her appearances these last couple of weeks in Nevada and also Tim Walz, if that was able to really shore up the Democratic support there.
Niall Sainage, Jesse Burns, we will definitely be back with you later. It's a nail biter tonight.
Sure.
It's a nail biter. Joining us again now is the Hill's courts and legal reporter, Zach Schoenfeld. Zach, there are several counties across Pennsylvania and Arizona that are investigating batches of improper voter registration forms that were submitted. What's the latest on this investigation?
Hey, Michael, these investigations remain ongoing, both in several district attorneys' offices in counties in Pennsylvania, places like Monroe County and York County, as well as in Arizona and Maricopa County, the state's most populous area that spans the Phoenix area. Authorities have been pretty limited in terms of what they've said so far publicly because those investigations remain ongoing, but what they have told us is that as their state voter registration deadlines approached, they received mass drop-offs of registration forms from a company called Field and Media Corps, and that these forms have been looked at, and many of them have been found to be improper in some way, either incomplete. There are also several that allegedly were submitted without the voter's authorization. We don't have all the answers in terms of how this came to be or whether there was any intentional wrongdoing here, but I did connect with the CEO of this company, Field and Media Corps, last night, and what he told me is that it's their company's policy to submit voter registration forms to county officials, even if their team notices that there's some sort of issue with the registration form. So certainly this company has been a thorn in the side of many counties in these swing states, but as of this point, there's no charges or any accusations of intentional wrongdoing brought yet, but the investigations do remain ongoing.
And Zach, the Trump campaign has indicated that it was going to be pretty aggressive, challenging, using the courts to, what he would say is make sure that there is integrity in this election. Democrats have worried that they would be using some kind of extra legal challenges to cancel out people's votes. Have we seen any of the lawfare come into play from either side so far tonight?
Yeah, we've certainly seen the former president in the lead up to this election, as well as today, misstating the nature of these investigations, saying that there is somehow fraudulent ballots being cast. There is no evidence to suggest that any of these people who submitted potentially fraudulent forms, that they were actually able to go on and vote, because these were voter registration forms. So the counties caught them as they were processing them, and that these voters were not allowed to go on and actually cast a ballot. Of course, that hasn't stopped the former president from continuing to make unfounded claims of mass voter fraud. And of course, all eyes are on him tonight, if and when he does take the stage to speak to his supporters of whether those accusations will continue.
And Zach, a lot of states over the past 4 years have gone through their state law and voting law to change in terms of when, for example, mail-in votes can begin to be counted, overseas ballots can begin to be counted. Today is election day, but it's very likely we'll continue and still be counting ballots in the days to come. Can you give us sort of a primer on some places where the vote may take a little bit longer, the count may take a little bit longer because of some of these state laws?
Yeah, I think one place that we're expecting to see results continue for the days to come is in Arizona. At a press conference that was held yesterday in Maricopa County, which, as I said before, is really the ball game in Arizona. Most of the population is there. What officials said there is that they're expecting tonight somewhere around 55% of the total vote will probably be reported tonight, but they're expected to continue to count ballots in days into the future. And that also goes for a place like Nevada, because under state law in Nevada, you are able to, as long as your ballot was postmarked by today on Election Day, as long as that ballot shows up by Saturday, election officials still have to count it. So no matter how fast election officials tonight are able to tabulate ballots in Nevada, it's simply out of their control of the fact that voters have this option to have their ballots received up until Saturday.
All right. Thank you, Zach Schoenfeld. We'll be right back with more America's Vote 2024.
And welcome back to America's Vote 2024. You know that music? We've got a key race projection here. Iowa has been captured by former President Trump. He will add 6 electoral college votes to his tally. And now it's time to bring in national political reporter Julia Manchester and White House reporter Brett Samuels to chew over the results that we have so far. Julia, what are you hearing from your sources on both sides of the aisle? How are people feeling about this race, and where do you see things going right
Look, Republicans say that predictably they would rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris tonight, but it makes sense because we're seeing Trump, I think, overperform in some of these key swing states, and not only in the key swing states, but, you know, going back to Virginia, we know that Kamala Harris obviously won Virginia, but she seemed to be underperforming in some of the exurbs in the suburbs, and I think we're seeing that play out in some of these key swing states. You know, obviously DDHQ projecting this in North Carolina. We're waiting for other outlets to call it as well, but that certainly shows, or if that could show Trump's strength in the Sun Belt going forward.
And, you know, I think everyone's focus now is turning to the blue wall states. I'm watching the New York Times projection needle tick over closer and closer to the Donald Trump side. I think last time I looked, there was 78% chance of Donald Trump winning this election. You know, what are you going to be watching for as far as demographics? Is it Philadelphia? Is it the rural areas? Is it the exurbs? Is it all of it? How are you going to watch Pennsylvania? Because it's kind of the whole ball game at this point.
Yeah, I think you have to look at the suburbs around Pennsylvania, around Pittsburgh, around these big cities. You have to look at where Kamala Harris's margins are. She needs to minimally match, I think, President Biden's margins from 2020. Ideally for the Harris campaign, she's running ahead of him. Philadelphia, obviously a city where the Harris campaign has told me that, you know, they are seeing very positive signs about turnout. They've cited high turnout among Puerto Ricans in Philadelphia specifically. Obviously, the Harris campaign seeing that racist joke at a Trump rally about Puerto Rico breaking through for voters there. They've also cited long lines on college campuses in the Philadelphia area. So certainly, I think the Harris campaign, you're looking at the suburbs and you're looking at Philadelphia specifically, where they really want to see these huge raw vote totals, especially in the city.
Yeah, and Julia, to that point, you know, as we saw back in 2020, there was this early lead from Donald Trump, and then Kamala Harris throughout the night started to chip away at that lead, and then she eventually took the lead from Donald Trump. Are you hearing from Democrats that they're hoping that may be the case? Do Republicans feel more confident this time around than they did back in 2020 before we saw that mirage take over?
I think Republicans, like I said, they're feeling confident about the Sun Belt. Now, Kamala Harris needs to win the blue wall, and I think that's been part of that strategy to sort of mirror what Biden did in 2020. But there certainly, I think, is some of that anxiety as we're seeing sort of the narrative shift towards Donald Trump, particularly with the New York Times ticker, for example. Indicators like that certainly cause that anxiety. But, you know, for Donald Trump, for Republicans, they're feeling good about the Sun Belt. We know that Georgia and North Carolina were very important to him to win. But in terms of whether that's reflected in Pennsylvania the same way, we'll have to see. I think Republicans I've talked to have been a little less enthusiastic about Wisconsin. They feel that she certainly has an edge there, but we'll have to see. But right now, Democrats saying it is still early, and to be fair, it is still early in the night.
Very.
But right now, the vibes are a little anxious.
Let's talk a little bit about the union vote, because that's going to be key in these blue wall states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Big union participation. And I want to focus, I don't know if we can pull up Lackawanna County. This is Scranton. This is where Joe Biden hails from. And it's such an interesting place because in 2012, Obama won it by 27. Looking right now, Harris is only winning it by 3. That represents this huge shift among the union types that Democrats used to always win. You know, I wonder how important you think that's going to be if we look back on this election and say that Donald Trump won.
Look, I think it's going to be very important. You know, Biden was able to flip that back from when Trump won it in 2016. And look, we've seen some lack of union endorsements in this election, which the Trump campaign has spun to be in favor of his campaign, essentially a win. I think we've seen Kamala Harris struggle with some of these white working class union voters in the blue wall states. I think it's critical for her because, like I said, she's trying to mirror what we saw Joe Biden do in 2020. She's not doing as well in the Sun Belt. She's not doing as well in North Carolina and Georgia, so she's got to drive out. If it's not the union vote in some of these states, she's got to be driving out the turnout in Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, Detroit, Milwaukee, and I don't even know if that's going to be enough.
And the pick of Tim Walz was supposed to be kind of about that, to play to the white working class voter. You know, if these trends continue, you have the question of whether that strategy actually worked.
Yeah, I think certainly, especially depending on how Pennsylvania goes, there will be a lot of second guessing about whether Kamala Harris should have chosen Josh Shapiro, the Pennsylvania governor, as her running mate. Certainly had very high favorable ratings. You know, the theory goes that she picked Shapiro as her running mate. He delivers Pennsylvania for her. Pennsylvania is the most important, you know, battleground in the election. So, you know, that was the argument for Shapiro. Now, I would argue that, you know, it's not a perfect fill-in. It's not as if she picks Josh Shapiro and he doesn't face any scrutiny for his record. Certainly, he would have faced attacks over, you know, there was a harassment allegation against one of his aides. Certainly, young voters would have taken issue with some of his positions on the conflict between Israel and Gaza. You know, so it's not a perfect replacement, but certainly I think if things do not go Kamala Harris's way tonight, there will be plenty of second guessing about that choice.
And on that question about, you know, Shapiro in Pennsylvania, look, in 2022, Josh Shapiro and John Fetterman did something pretty incredible. They were able to obviously keep that white working class coalition in sort of the suburbs and, you know, I guess urban areas of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, but they were also able to run up the score in some of these rural areas, particularly in western Pennsylvania. We've seen Kamala Harris go to Johnstown, for example. We know that Johnstown itself, the small city, is blue, but it's surrounded by a sea of red. That got a lot of coverage when she did that a few months ago, but I think since we've seen Donald Trump sort of cut into that lead, and, you know, I'm sure there are many Fetterman, Shapiro, Trump voters out there, and that's a fear of the Harris campaign.
And Brett, I'm checking back in with Georgia right now. 82% of the vote in. Donald Trump still leading, 51.8% to 47.5%. This would be a massive victory for the Trump campaign, flipping a state that he won in 2016, lost in 2020, putting it back into his corner now. Talk about how the Trump campaign really focused on Georgia this cycle, and what would winning Georgia mean for Trump's path to victory?
Yeah, certainly I think the Trump campaign viewed Georgia as, you know, essentially a must-win state. You know, their path to victory did not exist, or it existed, but it would have been very difficult, very different without Georgia. You know, certainly a lot of Republicans who I've talked to view Georgia as a state that, as you mentioned, they put a lot of attention on. There was a lot of behind-the-scenes dealing to mend fences between former President Trump, Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia.
Huge relationship right there.
Yeah, and Kemp famously has, you know, one of the most respected sort of political machines of any state leader in the country, I think. So there was a lot of effort to sort of have those two mend fences so that Kemp would be out there stumping for Trump, so that he could, you know, help him with whatever resources or what have you. So they, you know, put their feud over 2020 on the back burner. They appeared together, not on the campaign trail, but they appeared together once following hurricane damage in Georgia. So certainly Georgia was very important, a lot of resources, a lot of effort put into the relationships in that state. And it seems, obviously nothing official yet, but it seems like things are trending Trump's way in the Peach State.
It would be a big payoff right there. But the Brian Kemp and the Donald Trump sort of reconciliation could be a big payout tonight.
Absolutely.
Let's head out west. We're going to start talking about returns coming in from Arizona and Nevada. Do those states only matter if the blue wall states don't all vote together? Because at this point, that might be the whole ball game. But you know, if you have a situation where, you know, hypothetically Harris wins Michigan and Pennsylvania but loses Wisconsin, do those western states come into play more in a scenario like that?
I think they certainly could. And what's interesting, I'm curious to get your thoughts on this, Brett. It seems like Democrats have been increasingly worried over the past 24 to 48 hours about Nevada in particular. I think the western Sun Belt states were seen as a big opportunity for them. We've seen that this is a younger, growing youthful population. A lot of people moving to Nevada and Arizona, younger people. It's also a diverse population. In Nevada, you have a significant population of Asian voters, Hispanic voters, obviously African-American voters as well. So you had the Harris campaign trying to really drive out that very diverse coalition. But one thing about Nevada that's so interesting in particular, big union population, particularly in Las Vegas. The culinary union is huge there. So the fact that they could be struggling with that voting bloc is particularly concerning. I think Arizona is a little different. Arizona is similar to Florida in many ways in that you have a lot of senior 65 and older voters, so that you would think would benefit Trump, but at the same time, still a lot of critical suburban women, for example, Scottsdale outside of Phoenix. We'll see how that swings.
All right, Julia, Brett, thanks so much. We'll be right back with Nextstar's national live stream host, Chip Brewster, and founder and editor of Pluribus News, Reed Wilson, with the latest updates from state and local levels.
And welcome back, everybody. America's Vote 2024 live coverage tonight from The Hill. I am joined once again by Mr. Reed Wilson, founder and editor of Pluribus News. And
I should sneak in a little here.
I can sneak in a little too.
Okay.
Okay. So a lot of the discussion continues to be around the swing states, and
I was going
to say it's almost a little bit of a validating moment because anybody out there's been like, well, why are the candidates focusing on these states? Why is the media focusing on these states? Well, every other state that we've been looking at have really fallen the way that's expected. And so it is by the numbers. And trust me, I have been a hesitant person to look at polls leading up to this. I've done several live streams related to polls, and those ones were focused on the swing states too. And this whole time I'm like, okay, this is interesting, but election day, counting ballots, this is the poll, the ultimate poll that I'm interested in. So here we are, and they are in fact the ones that are going to determine this race at this point.
Yeah, and let's be clear about one thing. There's a lot of angst on the Democratic side right now. I'm fielding a lot of text messages and things like that from Democratic friends and strategists. That being said, Harris has not lost a state that she was expected to win. Trump has not lost a state he was expected to win. We're still in the part of the night where everything's going to plan. And you can imagine, I mean, we've said from the beginning this was going to come down to the 3 blue wall states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. It sure looks like they're going to. There are more than 1 million votes outstanding in a state like Pennsylvania. Michigan is way behind. They're at about 25%.
And we'll pull up a couple of the maps and some of the data here to back some of that up. I do want to point out, though, North Carolina called for Trump. That is one of the 7 states that have been talked about.
Sure, and I think North Carolina was a swing state in that if Harris had won, that shuts off a lot of paths to 270 for Trump.
That prior to this, there was a chance, but it was not assumed.
North Carolina was necessary, but not sufficient for Trump. And it would have been sufficient, but not necessary for Harris, if that makes sense.
No,
okay.
I was tracking. Do we need to say it one more time?
I will. Well, I will say. I mean, there are still a substantial number of votes left to be counted in all of these states. Yeah. Everybody calls races in different ways. I'm not casting aspersions on anybody. I think everybody's doing a fantastic job so far. But again. Pennsylvania, 56% of the expected vote in. Michigan, 23% of the expected vote in. Wisconsin, 51%. We got a lot of states left to go, folks. And if I can make a bold prediction, we are not going to know the winner of this election before midnight. I harbored hopes, but it's not going to happen.
You're not the only one making that prediction, let alone you say before midnight. Some people are saying before Thursday or Friday, depending on which state it comes down
Which is fine because, Chip, I need a nap. I need some sleep.
We're going to take a little break before that. Okay, so I've got this is a great Associated Press live feed, HTML, getting kind of semi-fancy. I know it's not a giant board touchscreen, but nonetheless, it has all of those swing states, and so it's alphabetical. Do you want to start with the specific one?
Let's start with Arizona. Okay. We're looking at it right here. Arizona it has a long history of voting early and voting by mail. That's excellent for the vote counting because the tabulators are able to run them through the machines quickly, and then they do their big vote drops about an hour after the polls closed, and that's what we're seeing right here. We're seeing in Maricopa County, about 54% of the votes in. You can see Vice President Harris leading by about 34,000 votes there in her statewide lead. Former President Trump's statewide lead, only a little over 4,000 votes. Now, back in 2020, Maricopa County gave President Biden a 45,000 vote margin. We've got Harris here at, I'm sorry, I said 34,000. It should be 24,000 votes with about half in. So
that might have changed between this. I don't think updating.
I think I just did my math wrong. Okay. Somebody in the other room said earlier that reporters are not fantastic at math. I try my best.
I think Michael did that live on air, yeah.
So 24,000 votes there in Maricopa County, 54% of the vote cast. You extrapolate that out, and we're looking like it is going to be a closer contest in Maricopa County because the in-person election day vote tends to skew a little bit to the right. Arizona, if I'm the Harris team, I'm not feeling fantastic about Arizona right now. But then we go down here to Pima County, home of Tucson. That's an even more Democratic county. Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, leading by with almost 63% of the vote. Joe Biden took 58.4% back in 2020. So good news for her down there. Still lots of votes left to come. You can see about half the votes have been tallied in most of these counties. Nothing in La Paz. That's a pretty conservative county. Nothing in Yuma. That's a pretty or not much in Yuma. That's a pretty conservative county. And then up here we have interesting up in Coconino County. This is home of Flagstaff, which is the sort of the other Democratic vote bastion there in Arizona. Vice President Harris, 63% of the vote with 57% in. Joe Biden took almost 61% there, so she's overperforming a little bit in Coconino County. We'll see how it comes out, how it turns out. There were some reports earlier of bomb threats. We've heard reports of bomb threats in a
couple of different states,
across the country, including at some heavily Navajo precincts up in northern Arizona. Not a ton of votes there, but a ton of Democratic votes there, and that should be a little concerning to some Democrats there. Hopefully, nobody was disenfranchised by a bunch of hoaxes, but something to keep an eye on.
And that is an interesting. Just to clarify, though, we have not only been getting those in as a news organization, we have been watching for the follow-up on that, and so far nothing found suggesting an actual bomb at any of these locations with a bomb threat.
Exactly.
Okay, so one of the storylines that is being followed by many of the Nexstar reporters across the United States of America. But we're going to go back to the swing states here at the Hill and our America's Vote 2024 coverage.
There we go. And
Michigan.
Yeah, so let's look at Michigan here. Again, another blue wall state that former President Trump carried in 2016, but not 2024. Let's take a look down here. Oakland County, the all-important suburbs. These were the quintessential swing counties in years past. Less so these days. Democrats tend to win them. But here we see Vice President Harris underperforming, almost call it 54% of the vote there in Oakland County. Joe Biden took 56% of the vote there in 2020. In Wayne County, home of Detroit, only 1% of votes cast. Let's just forget that. That's not real. Nothing.
61%. That one's a little more telling.
Here we go. It's okay. Washtenaw County, another suburban county, another place where Vice President Harris is underperforming. 66% there for Vice President Harris. Joe Biden took 72% there back in 2020. So not doing great there. Finally, Kent County over in the Grand Rapids area. On the western side of the state, this is an area that's huge in biomedical. It's been one of the big growth spots in terms of Michigan's population and economy. And Vice President Harris doing pretty well here, 30% in. She's got 65% of the vote. President Biden. Too many presidents. Too many titles I'm dealing with here. Okay. President Biden took 52% of the vote there. So good news there for Vice President Harris. But then again, a close race. Michigan, this is the sort of the blue wall state that is the least baked. We only see 23% of the vote here. A lot of votes to count in Michigan. There are some counties you can see up here in the Upper Peninsula, the middle part of the state, that haven't even started reporting. So plenty of time to go there in Michigan. We go down to Nevada here.
I know we had the polls closed, but we're still at 0%.
Nothing reported there yet. North
Carolina has been called for Trump, although that was a decision desk. There's still some organizations that haven't officially put it in his column.
Yeah, there's still, and let's see if we can find some uncounted votes here. Uncounted votes almost entirely left in the Democratic bastions there. Cumberland County up into Wake, where Raleigh is, and the colleges up there. Wilson County is pretty close to tied. The Greensboro area. So basically, anywhere there are votes left to be counted in North Carolina, they're in Democratic bastions, with the exception of Mecklenburg. There, 98% of the vote in. That's not fantastic for Vice President Harris. Much better news for former President Trump. Mecklenburg, home of Charlotte, the biggest county in the state.
Well, and that's actually an interesting point to bring up, because we just talked about, or at least I just re-mentioned that Decision Desk HQ has called that for Trump. And other organizations were looking at AP as an example, Associated Press, so they haven't put the check mark there. Right. And this could be one where the projection comes down to the wire. Is that the truth? We'll have to wait and see for that final, truly 100% counted to know with certainty. And even then, we get into a potential margin where someone calls for a recount, and then there could be a slightly different result at that point. I'm not saying a full different, as in, this is a different presidential candidate result, but nonetheless, this is an area, this state, especially with the impacts from Hurricane Helene, that there are going to be lingering questions about the 100% count of votes in that county.
So let's take a quick look at that, at Hurricane Helene, and whether or not it had any impact on turnout. We're going to look up the North Carolina 2020 results here. Buncombe County, right here, is that's Asheville. Okay, it's the liberal,
one of the hardest hit areas too.
It's the liberal bastion in the western part of the state, and you can see that Buncombe County, 62% for Vice President Harris, 37% for former President Trump. At about call that 155,000 votes, give or take, that were counted there.
And to say 99% in, so that you would assume is very close to the 100%.
Pretty close to all of them here. Yeah. In 2020, President Biden carried 59.7% of the vote, about 96,000 votes, so fewer fewer votes there than Harris carried this year. Trump is trailing his 2020 result by about 4,000 votes, a little under 4,000 votes. So Buncombe County came pretty close to voting in terms of its turnout the way it did 4 years before. So good news there. Still, I got to dive into a lot of these more conservative counties down here in western North Carolina that were hit. One of the good bits of good news that we heard from North Carolina elections officials in recent days is that the voters in those western counties were turning out in early voting and absentee voting at a higher rate than the rest of the state. Every county, even the most impacted by the hurricane, they had early vote centers open. They had volunteers and poll workers working there. Huge shout out to the poll workers, by the way, in a county that's hit so hard. Gotta love them. They showed up, and voters showed up to vote. So real interesting stuff there that we're seeing higher. I can't say higher turnout definitively, but turnout on par with 2020.
And despite what had happened.
In spite of a record storm that caused a lot of damage and killed a lot of people.
And you're talking about poll workers. Those are people that live in those communities generally. So those are also more than likely people who are impacted by the hurricane themselves.
Exactly.
So being able to still devote that time to make an election happen, and then the way that election is organized as far as early voting goes, that goes to the state part of this as well. So there is no federal involvement with the voting part at the county level. So locals really coming out to make that happen.
Let me shift real quick. I want to because we are so tied to what happens in state legislatures across the country.
Like the purpose of your publication.
That's exactly right. Please, by the way, go to pluribusnews.com, sign up for our daily newsletter. It's a lot of fun to write, and I hope you find it fun to read. The one thing I want to point to is New Hampshire. We've been watching 11 gubernatorial races across the country this year, 8 of which are open. There are 8 governors who are retiring either because of term limits or running for other office, or they're just tired and they want to go retire. Of those 11 contests, 10 are not terribly exciting. We've seen the results in all 10 of those races sticking with the incumbent party, or we expect them to once the last races are closed. The one big competitive race was up in New Hampshire, where former Senator Kelly Ayotte was running to replace Governor Chris Sununu, challenged by former Manchester Mayor Joyce Craig. This was a real close race in a closely divided state. Vice President Harris very probably going to carry it at the presidential level. At the gubernatorial level, though, Joyce Craig, the Manchester mayor, has just conceded to former Senator Kelly Ayotte. So Ayotte will succeed Chris Sununu. That means that now, I can't say for certain because some polls haven't closed, but it is almost certain that all 11 gubernatorial races up this year stayed with the incumbent party. Now, it is harder to knock off an incumbent governor than to do anything else in American politics. The share of governors who win re-election is through the roof and compares favorably to members of the Congress, members of the U.S. House of Representatives, members of the U.S. Senate. It's harder to knock off a governor than anything else. But in this year, both parties held serve, not just in the competitive states, but even in the states that were open seats where the popular incumbent wasn't running for election.
Now, you know I'm based in Chicago, Illinois, and we start talking about governors and changing of parties and replacing them. There's a whole different story in Illinois.
Yeah, it's because most of them go to jail.
But 4 of the last 10. It's only 40% of the recent governors. But yes, okay. So you're on the balance of power bit. I want to keep going with the swing states and then circle back to Senate because there is a somewhat development there. So let me bring our swing states one by one back up. We just talked about North Carolina. If you'll please scroll on down. Pennsylvania.
Thank you for letting me. I feel so adult being able to run this.
Listen, I love that I gave you some control over this because you can really, truly point the pointer where you want it to go.
There we go.
So here we are back in Pennsylvania. It's something that we've been talking about all night. We're at 60% of votes counted at this point. Trump with that lead of about 120,000 or about 3%.
114,000 votes, call it that. Let's see where the uncounted votes are. A lot of uncounted votes there in these collar counties that, a reminder,
11.
Are doing very well for Vice President Harris, especially that Philadelphia, only 56% of the vote in, and she's netting close to 260,000 votes out of Philadelphia. A lot of votes out of Pittsburgh. I'm really interested in Erie. Erie has been a real close swing county for a very long time. And in this case, you can see that, thank you
Yep, I got you. Yeah, 32% votes counted. So we have a 63.7 percentage of that, 32%. Harris taking the lead there, 35 for Donald Trump.
Which 32%, we got to be super careful because that means a lot of votes left to count. But in 2020, Erie County favored President Biden over Donald Trump by 1,400 votes. 1,417 votes is 1%.
Wow.
Today, right now, it is a 12,000 vote lead for Vice President Harris. Probably gonna narrow in the long run. But that's an interesting county to watch.
That is interesting.
The bellwether county in the bellwether state. You tell me who wins Erie County, I may be able to tell you who the next president of the United States is going to be.
Oh, that is a bold statement. Now, Erie County, given its position, there's probably a bit of an influence from the counties, the states on either side of it as well, and so that could also spell out some potential future looking at Michigan. I know Wisconsin's not right next to it, but as we start to look at those other blue wall states.
These counties demographically look very similar. They have a high number of blue collar workers, a high number of union workers, workers who were traditionally Democratic votes, who are not that safe Democratic vote anymore. You'll recall that several huge unions across the country declined to endorse either presidential candidate because they were looking over their shoulder at their membership, who were breaking more for former President Trump than they had in years past. So I'm keeping an eye on a lot of these races. I think what happens in Erie is what's going to happen in a county like Oakland County, Michigan, that we talked about earlier, where former President Trump is leading or is doing better than he was 4 years ago. Similar things I think we're going to see in a lot of these other swing states. And let's take a look. Okay. There's a thing that we all like to talk about here in the three.
Waukesha being next to Milwaukee.
So the three big collar counties here are what we call the WOW counties, right? Waukesha, Ozaki. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. I can pronounce Nevada, but Ozaki I will help with.
Well, I actually worked in Milwaukee, so I know this state and this southeast Wisconsin specifically.
All right, so Republicans rely on these WOW counties, Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaki, to effectively offset what comes out of Milwaukee. So here we look at the city of Milwaukee, and Vice President Harris up 87,000 votes, ballpark, out of Milwaukee. The gap here is Trump by 5,000 in Ozaki, by 21,000 in Washington, and by 45,000 in Waukesha. So we're getting close there to offsetting what's happening in Milwaukee. There's still half the votes to count in Milwaukee, still lots of votes to count in at least Washington and Ozaki. So plenty to go there. Let's see how Dane County's doing here. 85%
Madison, University of Wisconsin-Madison.
And then I'm also watching Door County. This is a county that has swung between former President Trump in 2016 to President Biden in 2020. It is a swing county, and right now, I mean, that's a pretty swing county, right? 200-some votes separating the two candidates, 76% cast.
One of those counties, when we talk about looking at the country as a whole, that is one of the ones that gets brought up frequently for keep an eye on this one county to predict a larger election. So there you go, one of a few that we're talking about. Erie.
It's all about the Green Bay Packers.
That's sure. Okay. It's Door County, but nonetheless, there's a big play there. Hey, stick with us as we continue our coverage of election night here for America's Vote 2024. And Reed and I will dive back into the state level numbers when we get the latest next time that you see us here. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to The Hill's live election night coverage. I'm Robbie Suave, host of Rising. And the situation, things are getting a little bit clearer, and Trump people have some definite, tangible reasons for optimism, with Georgia and North Carolina very likely being in the Trump column. They've both been called now by Decision Desk HQ. Other networks have not yet called them, but the New York Times has them as very likely Trump wins. So that would be a pickup for Trump in Georgia. That's a state that the Democrat Joe Biden won last time. Basically, what the state of the race is similar to what I said on our last appearance. Kamala Harris's creative alternative paths to winning this election are rapidly closing. We have basically already closed the door on the situation where she somehow marvelously outperforms the poll. The idea that Iowa, the things that were giving hopes, Ralston, Seltzer, the things that were giving hope, those are done. Those were not accurate. Iowa has been called for Trump. He's won there massively and decisively, as expected prior to that outlier poll, which we now know was not representing any hidden, unrealized Kamala Harris. She is not winning some landslide election. That's not happening. Now, she could still win because we haven't gone to the blue wall states. And if she holds on, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, she can still be the next president. But if I were the Democrats, I'd be starting to get a little bit nervous. I was just listening to MSNBC. They're starting to get a little nervous based on the Oakland County and Michigan returns for Kamala Harris, which right now look closer to the Hillary numbers than the Joe Biden numbers, which would be doom. That would be the end.
And, and I think this is a big question about the state of polling in America. We've had this conversation now for, 15 years, but so much of this, I think, so much of this election is going to be played out over the younger voters. Younger voters who, it seems with exit polls, although I don't trust exit polls too much, are voting at a higher rate than normal for those demographics. And that also means for Donald Trump, he was heavily relying on young male voters, getting them to the polls, male voters all around. But clearly, he outperformed, and it seems as though right now Kamala Harris has underperformed with earning some of those voters into her camp.
And Latino voters, the exit polls, again, we should always take the exit polls with a grain of salt. You're absolutely right about that. Sahil Kapoor of NBC News tweeted that Trump is making double-digit gains with Latino voters. They're breaking 53% for Harris, 45% Trump. 2020, that was 65% for Biden, 32% for Trump. So that is a massive pickup for Trump. Now, again, we got to be a little cautious because at this time in 2020, this time in the evening, Trump was sitting pretty. Republicans were feeling very confident. They were seeing massive overperformance relative to what the polls said about Biden. The polls had Biden winning Florida. Trump had won Florida. The Arizona call had not come yet. So this time, last time, they were happy, and then the wheels started to fall off a little bit, again, as we turn to the blue wall states. So that could happen, but I don't know. I'm sure there's some. I joked that the panic dial for Democrats has moved from quietly fret to worry, and soon will be panic if we get more unfavorable news from them in the blue wall states.
And those. Just to go back to the exit polls for a second, we still have polls that haven't even closed in some states. And when you go out west, when you get to border states like Arizona has been, the polls have closed there. But Arizona, for instance, Ruben Gallego just won Senate. Shout out to Ruben, who I organized with in Arizona back in 2004.
Yeah.
Our lives went down different paths. But Arizona, obviously has a very large Latino vote. So does New Mexico, Nevada, California, really the western states. And I think it's a little early to call those exit polls because, frankly, you're only looking at a couple states where the Latino vote numbers have come in. And in Florida, you've got a very large Cuban vote, which is conservative, as we discussed in the last segment. Incredibly conservative. I'm looking at Pennsylvania. I'm looking to see, how Kamala Harris is performing in some of these areas compared to Joe Biden, which I think was their goal. She spent so much time there, as did Donald Trump. 2020 is such a hard year to base this election off of. Number one, the performance, it was record turnout on both sides. Number two, Joe Biden did really well with men. Unexpectedly so. And Kamala Harris was going to face that burden no matter what. So maybe it is looking
at
Latinos.
And that's going to be That's going to spell a lot of trouble, I think, for Kamala Harris in Arizona and Nevada. You know what? We're going to find out there are some split ticket voters. You said, yeah, Gallego projected to win by some people. I accept that he's likely to win, defeat Kari Lake. Arizona might very well still go for Trump, however, so that you're going to have a couple cases where the state went for Trump, but elected a Democratic senator, or vice versa. We're going to see that occur. I know people have talked about the utter demise end of the split ticket voters. They're still out there, maybe particularly in Arizona, which is very independent thinking.
Very independent thinking. Yeah.
State, the state of John McCain and Sinema and you and independent.
And my family. I mean, I don't want to name names of my family, but I have a whole side of my family in Arizona, and I am the odd woman out. I'm Democrat, and for years and years I've had debates with many family members over politics, guns, abortion, you name it. And they all voted for Kamala Harris, and that was something I never.
I also have a lot of family members in Arizona. The two places I have family members, I don't have a big family, is Michigan and Arizona. I lived in Arizona for a couple months right after college in the Phoenix area. My cousin lives there, and without naming specific names, my family is fundamentally Republicans, but a lot of Trump skeptical people in my family. They are the persuadable suburban voters who have cooled on Trump, but were not going to support Biden because once they saw what had happened after the debate, and so maybe Kamala Harris was angling for their votes, was gettable. So those people are out there, and we're going to find out very soon.
Could come down to our families.
Could come down to our families.
I was like panicking. I was calling them up like crazy. Like, what is it going to take? Just get off your couch, please. Just do me a favor. Just one thing in life. Just vote for Kamala Harris.
But it's still up in the air. But I know there are going to be Democrats who are nervous because, again, the situation where she just surprised everyone. She proved the polls wrong, and there was this understated, unrealized, unrecognized wave for her. That ain't going to happen. But she could still eke out a narrow win if she holds Pennsylvania. Without Pennsylvania and Michigan, it is truly over. We'll find out more from those states. The Hill's live election coverage continues, and I'll be back on Rising tomorrow morning. Tune into that for analysis and the latest news. Thank you.
Welcome back to the final hour of the Hill's America's Vote 2024 election coverage. The polls have closed here in the 11 p.m. hour in California, parts of Idaho, parts of Oregon, and Washington State.
And with that, for the final hour of our coverage this evening, let's bring back in the Hill's editor-in-chief Bob Cusack and national political reporter Julia Manchester. Guys, what an evening this has been. Bob, let's jump right into Pennsylvania, because really this is the ball game here. If Kamala Harris can carry it, she still has a shot to victory.
Yeah.
If Trump takes it, I think that the cake is basically baked there. Donald Trump is leading in Pennsylvania in a lot of areas, and I was looking at the numbers from compared to 2020, and here he's running up the numbers in a lot of districts. Adams County up by 12 percentage points from last cycle. Carbon County another 13 percentage points from last cycle. Donald Trump seems to be dominating in the state of Pennsylvania.
Listen, there's not a lot of good news for Harris right now. I mean, there is just no data that you can say, yeah, okay, she's got a lot of hope. I mean, her path has gotten so narrow, and it's amazing. It's 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I would have never thought we'd be in this position. And again, pollsters were wrong. They said, oh, we've accounted for Trump again after basically he overperformed in 2016 and 2020. No, they didn't, because he is overperforming yet again.
And I've been looking at some of these exit polls out of states like Pennsylvania, and one thing we didn't necessarily expect, considering sort of the fallout from that Madison Square Garden rally and the comments about Puerto Ricans, there is a notably significant Puerto Rican population in Philadelphia, for example. I don't want to paint the Latino and Hispanic community with a broad brush, but he is doing very well with Latinos and Hispanic voters in areas like Philadelphia, like Allentown. He's not necessarily winning them outright, but she is not doing well enough in order to offset him.
Sure.
Along those same lines, I want to go back to Osceola County in Florida, because I think it's really so emblematic of what we're seeing in this election. It's the county in Florida with the biggest Puerto Rican population. In 2016, Clinton won it by 24 points. I just looked, 100% precincts reporting. Trump won the county by 1.5 percentage points. It's just a complete reversal of the Puerto Rican vote, the Hispanic vote in the less than 10 years.
Well, a lot of people have criticized Trump and how he closed, especially over the last couple weeks. And I thought Harris did have a better close, but at the same time, Trump knows what he's doing. He won in 2016. He narrowly lost in 2020. And it looked like, again, he's on his way to victory. And this is just a disaster. You mentioned those numbers. There's going to be more numbers to pour over, and Democrats have to come up with their own. Remember, Mitt Romney lost in 2012 and they had an autopsy report. Democrats have to pick up the pieces and figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, and Julia, on that note, let's look at Georgia quickly, because Decision Desk HQ has called Georgia for former President Donald Trump, leading right now 51% to 48.2%. Just 4 years ago in 2020, Joe Biden won that state by 0.23 percentage points. That is a massive swing for such a battleground state like Georgia.
And I think we've seen that Donald Trump has been able to flip a number of those independent voters, particularly around the greater Atlanta area, those Atlanta suburbs. I think 2020 was obviously different in many ways, obviously, but I think Brian Kemp in particular, we know that, when Donald Trump lost Georgia, the feud hadn't necessarily erupted yet the way it already has, but I think Kemp has really helped boost Trump in Georgia. But also, look, I'm interested to see, and I haven't done a deep dive into these numbers out of Georgia, but what does the Democratic base turnout in Georgia look like? What does the black turnout look like? I think Stacey Abrams played a huge role in galvanizing the black vote in 2020, but there were indicators going into tonight's that showed that they might have been somewhat less enthusiastic than they were in 2020.
Yeah, Bob, you mentioned that autopsy. There's definitely going to be one this cycle. I want to break in, though, quickly. We have some race projections right here. Decision Desk HQ projecting that Kamala Harris has won the state of California. No surprise there. And Donald Trump has won the state of Idaho. So still, Bob, 2 race calls. Kamala Harris has a lot of electoral votes, but those aren't the ones that she needed to focus on right now.
No, remember in 2016, after Trump won Pennsylvania, and that was basically it. You know, some Democrats, and we saw this in Saturday Night Live skit back then, saying, well, maybe we can win Alaska. And then it's like, no, Alaska for Trump. So you know some of these states are going to go red. But you know, when politics, as you all know, is about expectations. And the expectation tonight was this is a toss-up. This is a coin flip. It could go either way. I got up today, and I wasn't sure who was going to win. I am stunned what I am seeing. I knew, you know, it could go one way or the other, but it has gone all Trump's way so far. It could change, but I don't see any sign of that.
You know, we talk about what issues were at play here. There was a lot of talk of whether abortion was going to carry the day. I come back to the old adage from Carville is the economy stupid?
Yeah.
And I wonder if hanging over all of this is just a sentiment among the American people that the economy is not good, inflation is too high. All other issues aside, that's really what's the deciding factor on Election Day.
Yeah, look, and you know, talking to Republicans and Republican women, you know, one question I would ask them, look, in 2022, does that trend continue? Do we see a lot of these female voters maybe consider abortion an economic issue in many ways, because we know that the decision to start a family is an economic decision, but a lot of Republicans would say to me, oftentimes in households, women are the prime deciders, or the top deciders of their families, you know, financial decisions, etc. They keep the budget. You see that in the suburbs, for example, and I think you see this playing out here. You know, also, I think Democrats tried very hard to tie Trump to a lot of these state abortion bans, calling them Trump abortion bans. It might work a little bit, but it seems that voters are compartmentalizing those two things and separating them. You know, being able to, and I think Donald Trump walked a very fine line on this issue. I mean, as much as he's been painted as being anti-abortion, you know, he has repeatedly hammered this talking point of this is a states' rights issue. I'm not, you know, and distance himself from it. I think this is the first time we've seen Republicans really find their footing somewhat on this issue. I mean, the ballot measure in Florida, for example, I mean, I was shocked that didn't pass.
And Bob, you know, as we talk about all these things that we're surprised at, these results, you mentioned again the autopsy before, there's going to be a lot of what ifs. Democrats asking what if Joe Biden had stayed in the race? What if Joe Biden had not run for re-election and there was a robust primary and potentially a different nominee? What if Kamala Harris chose Josh Shapiro?
Right.
What is your take on this reflective process that Democrats are probably going to head into? Do you think that there could have been different factors on the ticket that could have made this outcome different?
Well, I think it depends on the final margin. Sure. If Trump goes on to win and basically wins 6 or all of the battlegrounds, I don't think that makes much of a difference. But you can certainly say to Harris that she was too cautious. She wasn't talking to the media until her polls dipped. Then she talked to the media, and she never let her guard down. I thought she had a CNN town hall that I thought it was a disaster. She kept dodging questions, easy questions. How are you different than Joe Biden? I mean, that's just 101.
After Joe Biden opened the door for her to allow her to sort of criticize a little bit as she needed.
Yes. I mean, there were many mistakes that she made and Trump made. Listen, if she were winning, we'd be like talking about his lack of discipline and why he didn't appeal to independents, didn't use Nikki Haley on the campaign trail. But he's looking like the win. And it's a big win. It's a historic win if he does get there. And listen, I think that people are going to be looking at this and also blaming Joe Biden. Why did he stay in the race so long? Maybe he should have just committed to the one term and said, that's it, I'm done.
Right.
You know, Harris had this strategy of trying to appeal to moderate Republicans. She's out on the campaign trail with Liz Cheney. In hindsight, is that a mistake? Should she have leaned more into her progressive roots? And what will be the lesson learned moving forward for Democrats, do you think, if she ends up losing?
I don't know if it was a mistake. I just don't know if it really did anything. You know, you heard Liz Cheney talking about this idea of secret Harris voters. You even heard Julia Roberts voice an ad saying, well, if your husband's voting for Trump, you don't have to tell him. This is your business, whatever. And there was this increasing narrative about, you know, those secret Harris voters. But I guess my counter to that throughout this cycle has been, well, what about the secret Trump voters, you know? And I think that's sort of the answer to that.
Yeah, and Bob, you know, there's been a lot of conversation this election cycle about the crossroads that the Republican Party is at. Trump won in 2016. Then the Trump MAGA, America First agenda had suffered losses for the Republican Party. If Trump wins tonight, is the Republican Party completely transformed into MAGA?
Oh, I think so, and going forward, it is too. Like, if Trump does win, he is a lame duck, but he's not going to act like a lame duck from day one. That said, the MAGA effect, as Britt Hume recently said this week, you know, the Ronald Reagan Republican Party is dead. Trump has taken over.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Bob Cusack and Julia Manchester. We'll be right back with more of America's Vote 2024.
And welcome back to America's Vote 2024. And back now with us for more insight into tonight's presidential election is the Hill staff writer Niall Stanage and senior editor Jesse Burns. Niall, we're really seeing results start to come in. We've been talking a lot tonight about that blue wall. That blue wall is looking pretty red tonight. Donald Trump leading in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Kamala Harris holding on to that lead in Michigan. I mean, it's not looking good for the Harris campaign.
It's not. It keeps looking worse. I feel like every time we're talking this election night, Michael, it looks worse and worse for Harris all the time. The fact that Trump is now leading in Pennsylvania by a not insignificant number of votes, with what, about half? Is it 50% in? Or
right now, we're at 71% in, with 3.1% lead for Donald Trump.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly difficult to see Harris overcoming that lead. Now, her campaign has sent out a memo saying, you know, not so fast, and it'll be the early hours before this race comes into focus. I think it's already in very sharp focus, just not a focus that they like.
Jesse, as these results start to come in, what do you think the Harris campaign, how do they mess up in their theory of like what this election was about and what it ended up being?
Well, if these results hold, which it is trending in Trump's direction very clearly, I think there is going to be a lot of focus on, you know, she did have a very short runway. That's well understood going into this election. But she did make some very key strategic decisions. She decided to not draw a clear contrast with President Biden. She decided to take the fight to Trump's backyard in Georgia and in North Carolina instead of just camping out in the blue wall states and maybe Nevada. And she also really tried to paint this picture of Trump as, in the final weeks of the campaign, as a fascist going after on the attack. Did that resonate with voters who are worried about inflation, gas prices? They're worried about the price of groceries. They're worried about, abortion measures. Yes, she has tapped into something there, I think, very clearly with the gender gap leading among women in some places 10, 20 points. But did she spend too much time focusing on the negatives with Trump instead of focusing on the positives about Harris? I think that's going to be a lot of second guessing among Democrats after tonight.
Yeah, and I want to break in quickly, guys. We have some more Decision Desk HQ projections right now. The Delaware Senate race has been called for Lisa Blunt Rochester. And then we have another projection, the Maryland Senate race. That will go to Angela Alsobrooke. She was, of course, running against Larry Hogan. And, so we're certain as we get more of these results in, the balance of power in Congress is going to really matter here because it looked like, and we knew this before going into tonight, that the Senate would likely be in Republican hands. Looks like right now the White House is going to be controlled by Donald Trump. Democrats are probably thinking right now, we need the House so we can prevent a trifecta in Washington.
Right, absolutely. Because, for Democrats who see Donald Trump as a real threat to democracy, the idea that having him at the head of a unified Republican MAGA government is just a catastrophe from their standpoint. Now, the House picture is still a little bit harder to exactly game out because there's, random races hanging out there. But this obviously has not been a good night for Democrats generally, particularly at the presidential level. And just briefly to return to what Jesse was talking about, I wonder will there be more questioning whether Democrats should actually be doing more to win and copper fasten the working class vote. During this campaign, you saw people like Bernie Sanders, admittedly an independent, not even officially part of the party, but making the argument that there should be more talk about the minimum wage, more talk about universal health care, and the failure to do that has allowed, in Sanders' view, Trump to take more working class votes. I think that will be one of the critiques that's offered.
If this holds up and Trump does, in fact, win the presidency, do you think in 2028 we see a Democrat that leans left, that comes out sounding more like Bernie Sanders, or maybe a Josh Shapiro type that can play to the moderate center? Where does the Democratic Party go from here? And it would seem to me like there's probably going to be a pretty big fight.
Well, there's going to be a huge fight because, as you'll remember, Harris was one of the most liberal senators when she was in the Senate. She ran a very liberal campaign in 2020 when she ran for president. Of course, has tried to become a much more moderate. She didn't run in the primaries for the Democrat cycle this time, so she has only run as a general election candidate. And so there is going to be a lot of debate among Democrats of, the last time they were really successful with Joe Biden, he ran as more of a moderate Democrat. He appealed to the working class voters. You look at somewhere like Ohio, where Sherrod Brown is a huge labor advocate, and he has lost tonight. Three-term Democrat who has lost to Bernie Moreno, who is an upstart Republican businessman. And so, I think there is going to be a lot of questioning among Democrats. Are they spending enough time talking to average voters, average working class voters in not just the Rust Belt, but across the country, because they've now seen a couple of elections that really hinge on this demographic.
Niall, we're starting to get results now in from Arizona as well. Donald Trump opening up with a 0.2% lead against Kamala Harris with 54% of the vote in. Of course, she needs Pennsylvania in order to win this thing. We've gone over that. But this night is just going from bad to worse for Kamala Harris.
Well, it is. And Arizona is the state among the battlegrounds where Trump has long had the biggest polling advantage. He was up a couple of points in the polls. Now, of course, it's always possible that a certain state bucks the trend.
Sure.
But it would be amazing if Donald Trump had such a good night as he has had and capped it by losing Arizona. It just seems highly improbable that would happen.
What happened to the Democratic ground game that they've been bragging about all these months? You had someone like Elon Musk come in and he can do rocket ships, and apparently he can win elections. The Democrats send tens of thousands of volunteers out to knock on the same door like 50 times, it seems like, and Elon Musk comes in and figures it out. Did we learn something about the importance of a ground game? Has it changed maybe, as we become so connected and technological?
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly, of course, both sides have had a pretty robust ground game, and looking at places like Philadelphia, Milwaukee, Detroit, those are places that Democrats are going to hold up as kind of their method for turning out votes. But is that enough? Can you just focus on the cities? You have to go outside to get voters where they lie, and go after Trump voters. You have to go after these voters outside of the cities, and so for Democrats, I think that's a big question mark. How do they do that? But also looking at the top of the ticket, the messaging from the very top matters. And so, in the final 2 weeks of this campaign, we saw Harris, really hammering Trump as a fascist. That was the messaging. Instead of focusing on what is the message for a Harris administration, what would that look like in that vision? But in terms of the ground game, Republicans, they've got a robust ground game, and we've seen it tonight in places like North Carolina and Georgia, that they didn't just rest on their laurels when it comes to some of these states.
Break in with a quick Decision Desk H2 projection. Vice President Kamala Harris winning the state of Connecticut right there. Again, not a shocking one. Niall, something that the Harris campaign has really leaned in on in these final days of the campaign was trying to court these disaffected Republicans. We saw Liz Cheney being very vocal on the campaign trail with Kamala Harris. A lot of the times they were targeting some of those districts and counties where Nikki Haley did pretty well in the primaries. We're going to have to look at the crosstabs here and see how many of those voters came out. But that was one of their main themes in the closing stretch of this thing. Was that a misplaced idea?
I think it was, and I think it was a particularly misplaced idea in certain states. I thought the idea of taking Liz Cheney to Michigan, for example, was kind of bananas, honestly, given her family name and its association with wars in the Middle East. But more broadly, I think there is now going to be a lot of second guessing about this idea that the Harris campaign had, that you could peel off the Nikki Haley voters and move them into the Democratic column. As you say, we'll look in more granular detail, but that doesn't appear to have been borne out at all.
A lot of reflection and looking through those crosstabs in the next couple days. Jesse Burns, Niall Stainage, thank you guys so much. And we'll be right back with more of America's Vote 2024 in just a few minutes. Stick with us.
Welcome back to America's Vote 2024. Let's get right to News Nation correspondent Rashad Hudson in West Palm Beach, Florida. Rashad, what's the mood like at Trump HQ?
Yeah, this is an enthusiastic crowd here at the West Palm Beach Convention Center. The crowd behind me is starting to fill up, and they're reacting in real time. They're locked into the monitors behind me. They can see the races as they're called, and when they're called in former President Trump's favor, the crowd is going wild. Now, as for former President Trump, he's still at Mar-a-Lago, where he's huddled with close family and friends and campaign advisors as they're watching the numbers closely as they watch them like millions of Americans come in. Now, we are told that Speaker Mike Johnson is headed to Mar-a-Lago to be there to support former President Trump, and at some point, the former president is expected to address this crowd.
And Rashad, about that timing, any idea when exactly we'll see him come out? Because, the map is looking very good for Donald Trump. As you mentioned, Speaker Johnson is heading
exactly when the former president will make his way over here, but he and his team are still looking at these numbers. They're feeling encouraged. The crowd behind me is very confident. They're all just waiting to see what happens.
Do you know anything about who is he with at this point? I heard that Elon Musk is over there, maybe Dana White, UFC CEO. Who's Trump hanging out with, and who's going to be, if things hold up the way they're looking right now, celebrating with him tonight?
We are told that we can expect to see some celebrities who have endorsed former President Trump. Now, those names haven't quite been released just yet.
And Rashad, any other notable folks you can spot in the crowd? Any other members of Congress? I know you mentioned the speaker's headed down there, and some other members of House GOP leadership, which was said would likely happen if he was doing well in the polls, which he is. Any other notable faces from Congress you see in the crowd?
Yeah, most of the people that are here right now in this room, they're campaign workers. They're longtime supporters. And we are seeing a lot of young men here. And the reason I say that is because that's a demographic that the Trump campaign was trying to make inroads with. They were really trying to get young men to come over to their side, get them engaged in the political process, and vote for the Trump-Vance ticket.
All right, thank you, Rashad Hudson. Now, we do have a new DDHQ projection. Oregon goes to Kamala Harris. No surprises there. Let's toss it over to Next Star Nation's live stream host, Chip Brewster, and founder and editor of Pluribus News, Reed Wilson, with the latest from state and local levels.
Hey, good evening, guys. We wanted to take a moment to talk about a couple of things not really being talked about broadly across the nation, because everyone is so focused, of course, on the presidential and even the Senate and the House, and that is specifically this down-ballot race in North Carolina that is setting some history as it happens.
Well, continuing history, let's put it that way. So a big race that we were watching, everybody was watching the governor's race in North Carolina, right? We remember Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson and his, shall we call it, alleged unfortunate online habits of
I like the phrasing. Well done.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yes. I do my best. And so Josh Stein, the Attorney General there, beat Mark Robinson. He will be the next governor.
Yep.
North Carolina actually has a long history of electing Democratic governors, despite its Republican performance on the presidential and federal level. Down the ballot a little further, Congressman Jeff Jackson, who was redistricted out of his seat, has defeated Congressman Dan Bishop, a Republican, to become North Carolina's next Attorney General. Now, Jeff Jackson is a Democrat. Democrats have held North Carolina's Attorney General's office since 1896. I did not misspeak there. It will have been more than 130 years by the time Jeff Jackson is up for re-election in 2 years since Republicans held that Attorney General's office.
So what is it about that particular office in this state that, for the governorship at least, can go either way?
Yeah, well, I mean, the governorship has actually favored Democrats over the years. There have been very few elected Republicans.
Since 1896. Right?
Not since 1896, but this is a legacy of the post-Civil War South, in which Democrats were one part, were the uniparty in most southern states through, up until effectively the Civil Rights era, and Democrats held majorities in southern state legislatures way up until 2010 in a lot of states. I mean, even in a case like West Virginia. West Virginia Democrats lost control of the state legislature in the 2010 elections. Today, in the 100-member House of Delegates in West Virginia, 11 members are Democrats. So once a little bit changed, everything did. North Carolina's legislature flipped Republican back in the 2010 elections. But this race, somehow, people just like their Democratic attorney generals. There we go.
Okay, so that's that particular race and the history that it continues to set. Thanks you for correcting my own phrasing. But now I also want to pivot over to a storyline that was involved with the presidential race, but is really separated from it, and that would be the number of abortion-related ballot measures, some in support of, some against. So, for instance, like we're going to start with I'm going to actually scroll down because I don't want to start with the top here. I want to start with the dueling ones in Nebraska. Yes, because this is it's not settled here yet, and it's an interesting case. Go ahead, Reed. Explain where we're at.
So in Nebraska, supporters and opponents of abortion rights qualified ballot measures to get on the November ballot that would, in one case, protect abortion rights and codify them in the state.
And that's the top one, the 439.
Correct, Nebraska Measure 439. And the second measure would prohibit abortions past the first trimester. Now, voters are facing a protection of abortion rights or a restriction of abortion rights. At the moment, both of those measures are passing. You can see that the right to abortion is passing with a 53% to 47% margin. The prohibition on abortion rights is passing by a 51% to 49% margin. Now, the good news for abortion rights supporters is that if these margins hold, state law says that in a case of conflicting ballot initiatives, which this clearly is, the measure that gets the most affirmative votes supersedes the other measure, the one that it conflicts with. Right now, the right to an abortion has gotten 283,000 votes. The restriction on abortion, 271,000 votes. So the right to abortion would supersede that restriction on abortion. But, I mean, you and I were talking off air. How many thousands of people just voted for both of these measures?
Well, and you can math it because it should invert, right? So the 283 up top should be 283 down at the bottom. So that would be 22,000 votes that voted for both in either the affirmative or the against. I guess I don't know where the doubling is at this point. But that kind of leads to the question that I was having was, okay, so you're voting for a restriction and for in support of, so there had to be, it's just math, right? There had to be people that voted to both restrict and support at this point.
And now look, ballot measures are confusing, and they're written in some cases to be deliberately confusing. In other cases, state lawmakers put their sort of thumbs on the scale and change the wording. But interesting result right there, right?
So let's quick look at the other ballot measures, because part of the reason that this was a conversation was there was thought that, perhaps these ballot measures would help to bring out votes for Harris. And while we are seeing some states are breaking that way, so let's see, well, Colorado, we know yes went for Harris, and so there's a huge support there. That measure passed. Arizona, it's leaning that way, but on the presidential side, it's definitely not a 63% for Harris versus 37% for Trump.
No, it's not, but I expected a lot of these measures to pass. Remember, in every, since the fall of Roe v. Wade, in every case when abortion rights has been on the ballot, the pro-abortion rights measure side of the equation has passed. That includes some blue states like California, Vermont. It also includes some deep red states like Kansas and Kentucky, where abortion restriction measures failed in recent years. Now, that winning streak has come to an end tonight.
With Florida, right?
Well, not just with Florida, though. So first of all, the supporters of abortion rights in Florida couldn't get to 60%, so that measure goes down to defeat, even though it got 57% of the vote. But let's take a look here at the very bottom. South Dakota, only 25% of the vote in, but it's trailing by a 36% to 64% margin. Measure G is not coming back. I mean, this is going to be the first straight-up majority defeat of an abortion rights measure on the ballot if those results hold, which I expect they will. But there we go. The final point I would make is with all these measures on the ballot, I think there can be some cognitive dissonance, right? How does somebody walk into the ballot box and vote in favor of an abortion rights protection, and then a Republican candidate who, especially say,
well, and I was
former
going to say
President
Trump specifically, because he is the one that enabled that court to exist, that ultimately defeated, or not defeated, but rescinded essentially Roe v. Wade.
Right, and the two theories are in some cases, and I heard this from Democratic strategists, they worried that having this measure on the ballot would create a permission structure for people to walk into the polling place and say, well, I'm protecting abortion rights, and now I can vote for the Republicans who I would typically want to vote for.
Oh, that's an interesting thought.
And the other theory as to why this would pass when Republicans seem to be doing well, at least at the presidential level in Arizona, we'll say, I mean, still a close race, no calls yet, anything like that. But the other part of this is voters don't like rights being taken away. And I think this is why we see things like gun control measures failing at the ballot box. Abortion is the Democratic corollary, right? You don't want those rights taken away. You're going to vote to protect them.
All right, thanks. We've taken some time now focusing on these other storylines that are very state level, but now we want to turn to it's county level, but it's presidential. We've been doing some more analysis on some of those bellwether counties that we were talking about last time, and at this point, what Harris's campaign should be concerned about. So where do you want to start?
Yeah, let's start with Wisconsin. And the theme that we're going to be talking about here is, I think, a theme that not a lot of people saw coming at the beginning of tonight. Sure, we've seen plenty of evidence over the last 5-6 years that Republicans are getting more and more juice out of small rural counties. We know that. That's been a factor, and that has been a factor tonight in a lot of the results that we've seen. What we haven't seen, or I suppose what we expected to see, was Democrats getting more and more of the vote out of larger urban centers, urban cores, the biggest cities in America.
Well, and that's also a standard for them as well.
Correct. That's not what's happening. In fact, Donald Trump is improving on his margins, or at least Vice President Harris is falling short of President Biden's margins in some of the most important counties for Democrats in these districts. So let's start. Let's start with Dane County. That's in Madison right here. You can see that Vice President Harris 74 to 24. 4 years ago, Biden carried Dane County 75 to 23. Let's flip over to Milwaukee, the other big vote center here. You can see Vice President Harris taking 2/3 of the vote there. Let's see, Joe Biden took. Oh, actually, that's. Sorry, so I'm looking at the wrong column here. Biden scored 69% of the vote there. So again, Harris coming up a couple of points short. The more important thing is that Trump has improved from 29 in 2020 to 31% in Milwaukee County this year.
Interesting.
Go over to Dane County. He was at 23%, now up to 24%. So again, these are marginal differences. These are small differences, but you add them together and you add them to the rural counties that are shifting, and a state like Wisconsin that went for one candidate by 20,000 votes, something like that.
Well, that's what I was about to say, was the narrowest of margins before. So even though they may be small when you do that comparison, they are impactful because of that narrow margin of win from the last election.
Exactly. Let's flip over to Pennsylvania now, where I think the story is, we talk for years and years about how important the voters in the suburbs are, and they determine a lot of elections. But let's go down here and look at Montgomery County. Oh, great! Now the map's not working.
Oh, I can fix that.
Okay, there we go.
Let me take us.
All right. Sounds good. So Montgomery County. Remember, we've been talking about these 4 collar counties outside of Philadelphia. Here we go. Fantastic.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Of course.
Technological genius over here.
Well,
I'm just going to go
Montgomery County.
Montgomery County, 4 years ago, Biden carried 62% of the vote there. Tonight, Vice President Harris is improving on that number at 65%. Still 40% to count, so lots to go there. But that's an improvement. The place where Harris is falling behind is in Philadelphia. Philadelphia, she's got 77% of the vote. Joe Biden carried 81% of the vote there in 2020. That's a steep fall off for Pennsylvania's most populous county to lose 4 points of ground. It is also the home. Philadelphia is also the most diverse city in Pennsylvania. It is where the Democratic coalition should be holding together. That's not what's happening tonight. Little by little, some non-white minority voters are moving towards President Trump. I can't tell yet if it's a huge movement.
And I was going to say, we don't have that data yet. I know there's some exit polling out there where we can kind of extrapolate, but this is one of those. The dust needs to settle. They need to, we've been hearing about the post. What do they say? Postmortem on the election, and really digging into that to see what party did what, where someone maybe failed or didn't get a message quite across. But to your point, we are seeing it in at least the overall numbers that shift.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's just, and again, it's marginal, but marginal matters at a time when one candidate is winning a state by 10, 20, 30,000 votes.
I'm pulling up Erie just because we talked about that the last time. So we've increased to 75%.
And we're close to a neck and neck race there.
Yeah,
so it's a 3-point race, 3.5-point race in favor.
3.5. Yeah, 3.5. You mathed it so much faster.
I'm supposed to do this.
I appreciate that.
Last one. Let's look at Michigan. And in the time we have left here, the story is largely the same, except it's actually even worse in the big city, in Wayne County, which is Detroit.
I'm working on it.
That's all right. The map will come up. Everybody can picture Michigan. You got the Upper Peninsula and all that stuff. Wayne
County. Oh my gosh, there's people making fun of my graphics out there, and now they're like, "Well, hold on, we're going to show you Michigan by using my hand." Let me just get the Michigan map up.
Okay,
all right,
sounds
there
good.
you are.
Here we go. Michigan here. We've got Wayne County down here. That's the home of Detroit. You can see that Vice President Harris at 62% of the vote. Joe Biden was at 68% of the vote in Wayne County there. So definite slippage on the Democratic side. Trump improving from 30% 4 years ago to 36% today. Just as importantly, up here in Oakland County, 56-42 for Biden. Now down to 54-44 for Harris. So more slippage there in the bigger county, one of the biggest counties, the biggest county in the state. So again, Republicans are having this rural surge that we all saw coming. This started with Glenn Youngkin the year after President Biden took office. It has now moved into the presidential year. The wrinkle is that it's happening in urban areas too. And if this trend continues through the rest of the night, and this goes in President Trump's way, boy, this is going to set off an earthquake among the Democratic Party, who is watching its urban coalition crumble tonight.
Indeed, and I will say there are ripples for the Republican Party as well, because there have been those discussions of, okay, well, if Trump loses, then the party needs to do its own postmortem, and is his populism-led way of running things really the future for this or not? But if they take it, then that might set that in stone. And with J.D. Vance as the VP, I mean, we might be seeing the next Republican presidential nominee in an executive office as it is. All right, hey, Reed Wilson, thank you so much for joining us for the coverage throughout tonight. I know you got to take off after this, so what a guy. I know you guys can't well, you could applaud at home if you really want, but I'll applaud for you. Now, this whole live stream not yet over, so stick around as we wrap up our coverage here on election night. A lot more to talk about, and we hope you join us for it.
Welcome back to America's Vote 2024. It's almost midnight here on the East Coast, and the final polls on the West Coast are starting to close down. Let's over now to Washington correspondent Hannah Brandt, who's on the ground at Howard University, where Vice President Kamala Harris is holding her election night party. Hannah, what is the vibe there at Howard right now? How are folks feeling? Because this map is not looking great for Kamala Harris.
Hey, Michael. Hey, Drew. Yeah, and we've definitely heard the crowd quiet down just a little bit. As results were rolling in earlier on, we heard a lot of cheering from the crowd every time a state was called for Harris. Now that cheering has sort of died down as less states are being called her way, but of course we're just waiting for the results to roll in those tighter swing states. They're still holding out hope that it's going to go their way. Really, we're just waiting for the vice president to make her appearance here. That could happen at any point now. What she's going to say, though, still kind of in doubt. But what we've heard from the campaign is that they always expected this to be close. So they're saying, hey, don't panic yet. We're waiting for those results to come in, and we're still hoping we can finish strong.
Do we know where the vice president is right now? Where is she watching these returns? And have they given any kind of time frame for, when she might come make an appearance? I imagine, most of those people staying there don't want to stay there all night.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and people are certainly eagerly awaiting her arrival. They want to hear exactly what she has to say directly from the candidate herself. We haven't heard exact timing from the campaign yet, but I can only guess that she'll be here sometime soon. We're nearing midnight here, and certainly they don't want to wait too long. They've got a lot of supporters here. The crowd actually has been growing over the last hour or so as people line up to watch her speak.
And Hannah, back in 2020, we saw a situation where Donald Trump opened up a sizable lead in a number of areas. Kamala Harris chipped away at that in the coming evening and days, and then Joe Biden chipped away at that lead, and then he ultimately took the lead. Are you getting the sense that Harris advisors and campaign staffers are hoping for that same scenario, or confident that same scenario would pan out, or is there a lack of optimism at this moment?
Yeah, certainly the Harris campaign says that they always believed the blue wall would kind of be what it came down to. That's Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And those are critical states for Democrats to win if they want to pull off a victory. So they definitely think there's still hope. They're saying we're not giving up quite yet. And really just waiting for those results to come in. Those were always expected, again, to be close states. And so it's not really all that much of a surprise that they're not called yet.
All right. Thank you for all your reporting tonight, Hannah Brandt. And we have a new DDHQ projection. Kamala Harris wins the state of New Jersey. Back with us for the final time tonight is the Hill's editor-in-chief, Bob Cusack, and national political reporter, Julia Manchester. I want to let you both kind of give us, what have you learned tonight?
Well, I think the first thing, unless things change, that the pollsters were wrong yet again, underestimating Trump, even though they said, oh, we've accounted for it. Well, clearly not. He is overperforming, and there were a lot of races like Rick Scott in Florida. Oh, maybe Democrats can win that race. He won easily, just like Marco Rubio did a couple years ago. So, listen, I think that a lot of Democrats now, there's the dwindling hope, but also I think they're going through different stages of grief, and the first one is denial.
I think we overestimated the vibes, really. I mean, Kamala Harris, Democrats trying to make this about the vibes election, leaning into pop culture, the excitement seen on social media, on TikTok. But I gotta say, I was pretty skeptical of that from the beginning. I mean, it just goes to show how siloed this country is and how siloed that online really community is. I remember during the DNC, there was a lot of excitement around that. You, of course, have the creators for Kamala, for example, the DNC, and it created, I think, what seems to be, and could change. I don't want to say it's final, but a false sense of optimism, a false sense of excitement for Harris.
And Bob, I've spoken to a lot of House Democrats and Democratic lawmakers, strategists in the lead up to this election. You could not get through a conversation with them without them bringing up abortion and women's reproductive rights and optimism that the frustration after the fall of Roe would be what would push them into victories this cycle, as it did in 2020. does not seem like that was the case. The ballot initiative failed in Florida. We still saw Rick Scott win in Florida, Donald Trump winning that state. Democrats, I think, were banking on the fact that some Democrats would go to the polls and vote for the abortion ballot initiative and vote up and down the ballot Democratic. It doesn't seem like that panned out.
No, it didn't. And listen, and that strategy did work in the midterms of 2022. The red wave didn't happen. Republicans did win the House, but by a narrow margin, and we saw how difficult it was running the House. You know that very well, Michael.
Yes.
But, this playbook did not seemingly work in 2024. Why? Abortion was a top issue, but also it wasn't the top issue.
Right.
And I also had somebody come up to me recently and say, okay, well, if Democrats win, and I'm not sure how she was going to vote, what can they actually do at the federal level? And as we all know, Harris said, well, if I'm elected president, then I will codify Roe v. Wade. But Trump mentioned this in debate. It's inside baseball. She would have never had the vote. No. She would never had 60 votes. So at the federal level anyway, she really couldn't have done much other than administrative and executive orders, which are not nothing. But as far as overturning Roe v. Wade, that wasn't going to happen anyway.
Right.
And there was a story that came out in the New York Times that I think is along these lines and important to realize is the number of abortions since Roe v. Wade was overturned have actually gone up each year.
I saw
so,
that.
it really maybe hasn't been felt in the states. It's angered progressives for sure, and you have these cases of women that are needing care in emergencies that are obviously heartbreaking, but the abortion pills being mailed across state lines. People are traveling to other states. So, as angry as some progressives are, maybe the average voter doesn't feel it impacting their life the way Democrats thought they would.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's obviously, I think, an incredibly personal issue to women and also to men. But look, I think it just goes to show how this is not a black and white issue for voters, that a lot of voters are not single issue voters. I mean, talking to a lot of people in progressive circles and Democratic circles in that base, it seemed that, there was this idea that women in particular, young women, would be single issue voters. And, I think many of them in many cases were, but at the same time, though, I think it's more complicated than that. I think there are also young women, for example, who want to be able to save up and buy a house or invest in that, who might care about crime, for example, or immigration. So I think these issues, it's incredibly complicated. There's a lot of gray area here. I think in the aftermath of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, because it was so fresh, you saw that visceral reaction, but 2 years later, it just seems to not be as visceral, at the polls at least.
And Bob, let's talk about the Democratic coalition right here, because Georgia is already a flip this cycle. Donald Trump has won it this year.
Yep.
I'm looking right now at Decision Desk HQ, and Donald Trump currently has a lead in all 3 of the blue wall states. Now, if that remains that way, that's not a blue wall, it's a red wall, A,
right.
And B, it's a complete 100% flip from 2020. What happened to the Democratic coalition?
Well, listen, Trump has brought new coalitions of people into the Republican Party. This is not a country club Republican Party anymore. David Plouffe, former Obama advisor, Harris advisor now, said earlier today they could win all 7 battlegrounds. Well, Trump has a good shot of winning all 7 battlegrounds. So they really need to look in the mirror and figure out, okay, what is our message other than abortion, because we're not changing the Supreme Court ruling anytime soon. And I also think, listen, inflation affects everybody.
Yeah.
And you don't know, okay, we avoided a recession, but and the rate of inflation went down, but you don't get that money back. And I was talking to Jim Greenwood, who actually said to Harris' campaign, maybe you should have an inflation kind of rebate thing where you get money back. I think that was an interesting idea. The campaign didn't go for it. But listen, I think there will be a lot of second guessing about her message on the economy. And again, how she did not have a clear answer of how she's different than Joe Biden, other than saying, clearly I'm not Joe Biden. That's not an answer. That's ineffective. And people don't like those answers, and they vote with their pocketbooks.
And voters are saying that answer was unacceptable.
Very much so.
She is seeing it at the ballot box.
You talk about Donald Trump bringing in new portions of the population into the Republican camp. If we can pull up Wayne County, this is in Michigan. It's Detroit, which is heavily black. It's Dearborn and Hamtramck, heavily heavily Arab. In 2020, Biden was plus 38 in that district. It's only 17% reporting right now, but Harris is only winning by 26%. So that was one of the big concerns. How is she doing with the black vote, and how is she doing with Arab and Muslim voters who are maybe upset over the war in Gaza?
That's a good point, Drew. I mean, listen, I think that it's always a mistake. We saw this in 2016 where surrogates would say you got to vote for Hillary Clinton if you're a woman, okay? Barack Obama, I think, made a rare misstep in trying to use guilt to get black men to vote for Harris. You don't get people by chastising them. You've got to uplift them. And listen, I think if you look at polling, and we work with the Harvard Harris and Mark Penn, he has been consistently saying, trying to straddle this tightrope of Palestinian activists and people who are in favor of Israel in that conflict. It didn't work. Their numbers are terrible, whether it was Biden or Harris, and the administration was never on the same page with Israel, and that clearly has hurt them.
Julia, there's been so much said this cycle about the trajectory of the Republican Party. Would it continue with this MAGA, America First agenda if Trump won or lost? What happens now? I think that the conversation tomorrow is going to be, what's the trajectory for the Democratic Party? Where do they go from here after seeing their coalition is essentially crumbling right now?
Absolutely. And I mean, just looking at Ohio, for example, Sherrod Brown, an institution, the last statewide Democrat ousted in that state. He was, I think, one of the few Democrats that was able to sort of, and I think he was for a while running ahead of Harris in Ohio, and he's done that before. But he's one of the rare Democrats who have sort of been able to, easily moderate their message and appeal to Trump voters. I mean, in 2012, for example, Sherrod Brown was talking about China and trade and such. That's no more. I am curious to hear what progressives have to think about this. Are progressives going to be angry at Harris? I know I've been noticing, online some uncommitted activists saying that Harris did not do enough to talk to that community and such. So I think there's going to be a big reckoning. But, in terms of where Republicans go from here, I want to stick with Ohio for a second. I think the role of crypto is huge. Yeah. We know that obviously J.D. Vance from Ohio has a lot of ties to cryptocurrency, but Bernie Moreno in particular, he was boosted by crypto. So I'm curious to see, just in general, but also with Republicans, how we see this relationship with people like Peter Thiel, crypto really evolve going forward, because it seems to have benefited them.
And just one thing on Ohio, the Wall Street Journal did a great story on Sherrod Brown and how a lot of people vote for Brown and Trump in the past. And they asked Brown, do you know why Trump has basically taken over Ohio and made it a red state? And you know what Brown said? I don't know. Democrats have not figured out why Trump has taken off, and they got to figure that out.
A lot of reflection, a lot more to talk about and analyze in the coming days, weeks, and months of this unprecedented election season. Bob Cusack, Julia Manchester, thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And that's it for The Hill's election coverage, America's Vote 2024. Thank you for joining us this evening. And make sure to go to thehill.com for the latest election updates. We're going to keep on it, keep pumping out those numbers, and make sure to subscribe to The Hill's YouTube channel.